Oh, that's wonderful. I have it playing in another stream somewhere. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese2753
Hello.
and Random11.
Hello.
Also, Greenlawn.
Present and accounted for, but only for a short amount of time. I have to take off. But if you could please donate to the OCA podcast to help our Fuhrer Bradley recover from his terrible injury, that would be great. Oh my god. It's
And
terrible.
Footnum.
Look, don't worry, we'll tell your wife you love her.
And delayed DDNM. You could also help donate to our Patreon to help my internet. That would be greatly appreciated. A greater cause than Brad's neck, clearly.
Holy fuck.
Wow. Time to remove somebody from the
Just
from the
give
hub.
me a goddamn second because I've been listening to this echo the entire time and just trying to pretend like I can't hear it. Oh my god.
Echo of yourself or
Did we plug that we went live yet?
Yes. Where the fuck is it? The whole podcast.
Where'd the podcast go?
I legitimately don't know where it is. So, oh, here, wait, I found it. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, yes. Is this it? Oh! It was the page I was editing the the header to this thing with. Was because when you go to the main page, it's currently playing this stream.
huh.
So there you go. Anyway, now that that's discovered. All right, so I am the Broke Neck Mountain. Yes. So let me share with you guys. Let me share with you guys what occurred. So you guys remember a while ago that we had a podcast that we had to postpone because I somehow fucked up whatever is underneath my shoulder blade. Yeah, that happened again in my neck, and I have no idea why. Literally, I was going to go see Top Gun with Dan and my wife, and Dan comes over to my house, and we're supposed to, leave within the next 20, 30 minutes. So my wife asked me to throw some laundry into the washing machine. So I go up and I grab the laundry basket, no issues, put it down in the laundry room, no issues, bend over while talking to Dan, just lean over, grab some laundry to try to get the darks out from the lights, toss them into the laundry machine, go back down for more, do this like 2 or 3 times. And then on like the 4th time, I went down feeling fine and came up feeling like I broke my neck. I have no idea what happened. There was no popping. There was no cracking. Nothing of the sort, just agonizing pain. So I'm not sure exactly what I did. But thankfully, there has been several days since that occurred, and I've mostly recovered. This was more for thumbnail purposes because I thought it'd be way funnier.
Yeah. I'm very thankful that.
Oh yeah,
too
let's
bad.
jump right into that.
And miraculously, he is healed. Thanks, Jesus.
Live neck breaking session.
I think Zedpool called you a woman.
I guess so. I think he meant should not do laundry. So, jumping right in. I am in the wrong. Good job, me. I can't believe I fucking took that whole time just trying to figure out. I'm looking through all the Brave tabs I have open, and I just cannot fucking figure out where this stupid sound is coming from because it was in Safari. Okay, so if you guys would like to support us, there is the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon. It would be really cool if we. Yeah, thank you. If we got 606 patrons giving us $90 a month instead of sticking with the $420. But actually, I mean, legitimately, if every one of our viewers gave us $1 a month, That's $12 a year, and it would go a long way. So that would be awesome. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon for content unrelated.
But of
to the
course,
podcast.
only if you're financially viable to do so.
Right. If you don't have $12 a year, there's clearly something really going wrong in your life that you should get sorted out before.
And you should get the fuck off of YouTube.
And there's more ways to support us on the website, including direct monthly donations and our affiliate links and whatnot. All of these are different ways that you can help us out. Now, another immensely helpful thing you can do is smash the like button and share this podcast with your friends. Jumping right in.
Also, ring the bell.
Of course.
And subscribe.
Johnny Depp wins his defamation lawsuit against Amber Heard. Jury finds Aquaman actress acted with actual malice. Now, I don't actually want to read this article. I just thought it would be a fun jumping off point. Does anybody have any thoughts about the case? I'm sorry for the feet on Bounding into Comics, by the way.
Personally, I don't care for Johnny Depp. I've never liked his
Same.
movies, but I'm glad an innocent man got justice.
I'm glad somebody got justice for a specific thing they were innocent of. There's a lot of shady shit in Johnny's past regarding that murder of that guy he was friends with.
Regarding this case, an innocent man walked free.
Yeah, but in this particular
He actually
instance,
wasn't innocent in this case. He got one claim against him. But
well, I don't know, because what they found, I think what the jury found in that instance was that his previous lawyer, Waldman, was guilty
believe
of
he's
defamation.
still his current lawyer. But
regardless, they found that was defamatory, and it was funny because the jury found that the claim that the abuse was a hoax was defamatory, but also that abuse didn't occur, right?
No, so the claim that they found was the claim that they found was defamatory on his part was by his lawyer, but they found that they linked it as a agency relationship
or whatever.
Yeah. Just the same way as Vic is trying to link their claims to Funimation. Yeah. Right. So in a similar way, they were trying to link Waldman, that's the name of the lawyer, to Depp. And the claim that they said was defamatory in Waldman's statement was basically the one where he's like, they called the cops came, the cops left, they didn't get what they wanted, so they roughed the place up a bit, called their lawyer, called their publicist, got their story straight, and called the cops again. And that specific statement was the one where they were
what effectively was determined is that Johnny's team, or actually in this case Amber Heard's team, didn't prove. Hold on, no, Johnny's team didn't prove that occurred the way that they said that Waldman had said it did. Right? They weren't able to prove like specifically that exact statement was not defamatory. Right?
That seems to be the case. Yeah.
But regardless,
because the very next statement he said was like, the hoax is now at an end, and they were like, yeah, that's not defamatory, that wasn't false. So it seems very clear that they believe she did do a hoax. It's just that specific statement was too detailed and incorrect,
right?
According to them.
And in my opinion, having watched bits and pieces of the trial, I think it's pretty clear that there was some hoaxery going on, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Because Amber Heard, for example, Camille said something to the effect of, you are trying to make these claims more believable. And her response is, they are believable rather than they're true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, these are tricks that people fall for when they're being deceptive to defend the claim rather than restate the truth of the matter, right? It's like, what are you talking about? They are believable, but not.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I didn't need to do anything more to those claims.
They're plenty believable. What are you talking about?
Just on two factors, like she got called. Well, actually, 3 factors. So one situation came up where she was explaining a story that happened on X date, and then the lawyers brought up a picture of some spilt wine, and she's like, "Yep, that was the picture from that date." And then later on in her own testimony, she explained another story that happened later, like months later,
And use the same photo.
they used the
as
same
evidence?
photo.
Yeah.
They got called out on that. She was like, "Well, I don't know. Yeah,
Right.
there's so many spilt wines. I thought it was like okay."
With the same splash shape and everything.
Yeah, well, it's the exact same picture. And I think she even claimed that they were from two different rooms in the penthouse.
Mhm.
But anyway, and then the other one she got called out on was they gave two pictures of her, and one was clearly like she in the Photos app on the iPhone, she adjusted the saturation and
Yeah.
stuff to try and make it look worse.
And they claimed it was two separate photos, but you could literally overlay them. And
Yeah.
There's no difference whatsoever other than the shading.
Yeah, for sure. And then I forget what I was going to say for the third one. Another one though was she claimed something happened at this trailer park like thing that they went to, and the manager of that trailer park came in and testified and said like
Right.
no, that
the
nothing.
damages was like what, $65?
Yeah,
Like she
got-
claimed that it was trashed, right? Which
Yeah.
should be thousands minimum, right?
Yeah.
And it's like one chandelier got damaged, right? And had to be
And then-
replaced.
So she gets back on the stand and they ask her about it, and she's like, I don't know who that was. That wasn't the manager. He's lying.
Yeah.
She didn't say he's lying. And then they're like, so you're saying he's lying? And she's like, no, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying he wasn't there.
How could he
Then
be
you're-
lying? How could he not be? How could he be not lying?
Yeah.
If he
No,
wasn't there.
this is the logic of a desperate person that is
Right.
trying to make you believe her.
And Camille's strategy, as any good lawyer, is to not actually say, she's lying because of X, but to bring herself, like when she's doing cross on Amber Heard, to bring Amber Heard to the position where she answers a series of questions in such a way that it brings the jury to the realization, oh, she's lying about this, right?
Yeah.
She was
perjury is
extremely
a crime.
effective.
Where's the perjury claim to this trial?
Every lawyer that has talked about it that I've heard, and I agree, it makes sense, is that they won't bring a perjury charge against her because it it makes it so that other people won't come forward and do a trial because they're afraid that if they lose, they'll have this additional perjury thing.
Perjury effectively only ever gets brought against people who lie to the government during.
That's essentially the result of that policy of not pulling.
But
if you
what
lied to
specific
me, then
thing-
you're in shit.
What specific thing was the accusation that she perjured herself over? I think was what Reese was asking. Like, do you know the specific claim she made that was separate from what she said previously or whatever?
Well, the fact that she's saying that guy wasn't there, and he's saying she was or he was, that's a lie. The fact that she claimed that those two pictures were of different times, that's a lie. The fact that she claimed the same picture was two different times for the wine thing, that's a lie.
But wasn't there something specific that was like a claim she made in deposition versus a claim she made on the stand that directly contradicted and therefore under oath both times?
Was it something about the makeup that she used to quote unquote cover up?
Well, that's definitely a lie for sure.
That was a lie, but she has an out that it was her lawyer.
Her lawyer who said it, yeah.
Because her lawyer was the one that said, this is the kit that she carries around every day. Yeah. And then it was like, well, that kit didn't exist until 2017, and all of this shit happened before that. But so then when she got up on the stand, she said, "Oh, it wasn't exactly this kit. It was a kit like this."
Yeah. Which it was a pretty big inclination. She was researching the trial outside of the.
Yeah. Well, and she's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
As the party. The other big thing that she got called out on for the because while she was on the stand, there was a week gap, like a break. They took a week break, and when she came back, people had gone through her story with a fine-tooth comb and said, "Hey, wait a minute! You said the abuse started in 2000. I can't remember the date, but let's say 2013.
Like the beginning of the relationship or whatever." But then she also said the first year was like a honeymoon phase or whatever.
Yeah, no. So she said the first year was a honeymoon and it was great, and then I think it was 2012 was when they started dating, and so she said the abuse didn't start till 2013. But then during the break, they found evidence of her like photos, the photo metadata or something said, or no, it was a note to a psychiatrist or something that placed it in 2012. So the first thing she says when she gets back on the stand after the week break was like, the lawyer basically asked her an open-ended question, and she basically is like, yeah, I forgot that it was actually a year before. I said this entire time it was a year before that, and when I said that the first year was a honeymoon phase, I just mean it was in phases, sometimes it would be good and sometimes it would be it's like, oh, fuck's sakes.
So I want to address real quick. First of all, Ricada got embedded in Abounding in the Comics article. That's cool. I think someday I will know that we have made it when that occurs for us. But Zedpool says, one small step for a man and one giant step for all men who are victims of the Me Too movement. Wow, I could become famous buying followers. Yeah, that definitely helps. No, get out of here.
That name, though, it's so close to Ronin Jaw, isn't it?
No, because Ronin is Ronan. This is Ronin as in like a samurai with no master. Ronin Infinity or whatever. Anyway, so how does this apply in our current case that we're following? Well, hold on 1 second while I switch. Mr. Toye. So these are a couple things that Ron Toye had to say about the situation. And I feel like these are precisely what you'd expect given the situation that they're in their defamation lawsuit. So he said, this trial was the biggest load of crap, and the fact the jury got it this wrong is laughable. I hope she appeals, but her lawyers failed her. The legal system failed her. If that fat, disgusting ball of alcohol-addicted has-been thinks this makes him look better, it doesn't. Followed by,
what planet do you hail from, Toye? Like,
you think she made defamatory remarks talking about what she experienced? Did her witnesses lie?
What witness?
Where was he named in the article he sued over?
She actually did have a few witnesses. Most of them were all depositions.
Yes, and that was the thing, is that it was really obvious that she is a incredibly toxic person, because the people that they had from just a couple of years ago for the UK trial, when Johnny Depp sued the UK Sun, like news magazine or whatever, that's when she got the depositions recorded for her witnesses, right? And so when it came time to testify on her behalf in this trial, most of those people were like, yeah, you're on your own. And then they just had to resort to using their video depositions from that previous trial, because it's on the record, in order to have her even have witnesses. The only witness I remember her actually having was her sister.
For sure, sister, yeah.
Was that Io? Did he show up?
No, that was Depp.
That was deposition. Yeah, so pretty much just her sister, So anyway,
and her sister's recollection of one of the events was drastically worse than her own recollection of the event, and then her friend's recollection of another event was also less worse than her recollection. So it's like her friend was not wanting to lie as bad, so she downplayed it, And then her sister wanting to support Amber, went over the top, and by going over the top with her story, it's like, okay, you're still contradicting your sister, even though you're saying, oh, more abuse happened than Amber claimed. That hurts Amber, because now it's like, okay, someone's lying, and maybe you're both lying. So
yeah, and didn't they have like elevator footage or whatever of her and her sister like joking around, mocking, punching her or whatever?
if I don't believe that came into the trial.
But
If
that
it
did
did,
exist,
I
right?
missed it. I heard of said footage.
Yeah,
Yes.
I heard about it. I didn't actually see it. But Luigi the Metal 64 says male female equality wins and should matter. Kazuma from Konosuba, Sakata, Bunny Girl Senpai, and Toma from Railgun will be so proud. Men, women, boys, and girls can be victims. Suck it, bigots. Zedpool said, Ron must be pissing in his pants right about now. If Depp won, that gives Vic a small chance to win as well. Yeah, I actually think, personally, because in Vic's case, Judge Chupp is an elected judge versus an appointed judge, which means that optics are important for him on how he rules. Because in the Me Too era, if he rules against the quote unquote female victims of sexual abuse, then that doesn't make him look so good for the constituents who would be voting him into the position of the judge in that county, right? But now, given Johnny Depp's trial and how widely publicized it was, and how vocal, regardless of what the media thought, how vocal people were in support of Johnny Depp in this endeavor, that makes it easier for somebody like Chupp to now be more fair and rule the other way in that situation. So I think it does tremendous things for Vic, even in the eyes of just the jury, right? For the jury to have possibly watched the Depp trial unfold and then be sat in a position where they have to do the Vic trial, that they'll see, just like we see, how much the lies of Amber Heard mimic the lies of Ron Toye and all them, and especially in deposition when Jamie Markey's lawyer said, did she name you in this tweet? So that kind of strategy it's precisely, well, I guess it doesn't matter. I know they did mention that she didn't actually name him in the article.
Oh yeah, I mean, Amber's lawyers were on fucking, I think it was USA Today, or something, some news thing like that, daytime television, whatever, and they were going.
USA Today is a hard left magazine, or like a newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it was a video. It was like a news thing. It was an interview, and Amber's lawyer was going on about like, oh yeah, there was so much evidence and we didn't get our evidence in, like hiding the ball, just like fucking Ron and them. Like, oh, there's so much evidence, just you didn't get to see it, but like it was there.
We have 17 more affidavits ready to go.
We weren't allowed to bring all this evidence in, not ignoring the fact that Johnny also had evidence that he wasn't allowed to bring in, but anyway. And then they're like, oh yeah,
why would you be allowed to bring evidence in anyway?
What?
Why wouldn't you be allowed to not? Or why would you not be allowed to bring in evidence?
So one of the things, for example, is that Amber was accused of hitting her ex-wife, or ex-girlfriend, or whatever the fuck, and she got charged, and they weren't initially allowed to bring that in. They said that's too prejudicial and doesn't really have.
The idea is that in that particular instance,
yes, even though it's the truth,
her abusing another person she was in a romantic relationship with is too prejudicial to the fact that the correlation shouldn't necessarily mean, well, she abused that person, therefore she also abused Johnny Depp. But it could be read that way by the members of the jury, so the judge opted to not let that come into the case. Is that effectively what?
Essentially, and it did eventually get into the case, but only because she said something on the stand about like, oh, I never hit her, and then like I've never hit anyone, or she said something along that line. So they
Oh,
were
yeah.
able to get it into the trial. However, um, uh, as a rebuttal witness, they actually called the cop that arrested her, like who witnessed it and arrested her. But they weren't allowed to like say that she was a cop. She basically she didn't even say that she got arrested. She just said, yes, I witnessed it and I broke it up, essentially. Because, again, if you say she's a cop, then that adds extra credibility to that person as a witness, so they don't want that in front of the jury. So, for various reasons, they want this stuff out. Johnny couldn't bring in the fact that Amber admitted, like, factually lied to Australia about the dogs. Like under oath on the form or whatever, she lied. They weren't able to bring that in. So, and Amber, I can't remember exactly what she wanted to bring in. One thing she wanted to bring in was some doctor. Although Johnny wanted to bring in another doctor as well, I think. So yeah, there's various things that they both wanted to bring in. So to come on TV now and say, "Oh, there was mountains of evidence that you didn't get to see," is like a little, it's very disingenuous.
Right.
And then to say like, "Oh well, our freedom of speech is," and to repeat the thing and say it's our freedom of speech and like
sure seems like a great idea, right? Great way to handle it.
It's like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, man.
She's basically saying, "Oh, it's freedom of speech." Well, so that basically puts the nail.
We never named him. Sorry,
yeah.
That's what they went on. Oh, well, she didn't even name him in the article. It's like,
yeah, but
everyone knew what that was about,
and that's why Todd Haberkorn was able to raise a cause of action against Jesse Pridemore, and that effectively backed her down. Was that she is guilty of defamation in that case, because even though she didn't name him, the people in the industry that would know both of them would be able to know that's who she's talking about. And so she effectively defamed him in the realm of his, what do you call it?
Coworkers?
Professional co-workers.
I mean, it wouldn't even. It's not like it's limited to profession. If you defame someone in your community,
but basically down to people who know who these.
The point is,
are.
It doesn't matter if you don't use the name. If you give enough clues, that it's pretty obvious who you're talking about. Like, I didn't say Johnny Depp, but who else could you possibly be talking about when you just got a divorce and blah 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 blah, right? Like it's pretty obvious unless she's talking about, has she been married before, Johnny Depp, to another guy, or whatever, like, what relationship could it possibly be other than the one she just got out of, right?
Good point.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says Ron Toye showed he supports misogyny and misandry. And Deadpool says, also, of course, Ron supports Heard. He is an abuser as well. They got to stick together. Monica Rial and Jamie Markey are also proven abusers. Jamie wished for school shootings to happen. I mean, it was pretty obviously sarcasm, but it sure wasn't a good look. So Ron Toye said this was a lawsuit designed to strike back at the Me Too movement. This was disgusting, and the lawyers involved should be ashamed. And he also said, in response to believing Johnny Depp and rooting for him does not make you anti-woman or against the Me Too movement. Women can be abusers and men can be abused. It is not exclusive. Johnny Depp's win isn't a setback. It's a step forward. Wrong! It's an absolutely disgusting attempt to silence. Just because abuse can be mutual doesn't mean she lied in speaking up. This trial was disgusting, and anyone who thinks this wasn't bad for survivors, they need to think again. Johnny Depp is a pathetic, fat old man. So,
and the amount of times I've seen, the trending topics, you click on that. The amount of times you see people, I'm a survivor, and this has been a godsend. Both genders can lie. Both genders, he's not speaking for survivors. He's basically projecting what he's. Oh, he's the white savior, effectively, for
Well,
survivors.
he's literally the abuser,
when he's literally the abuser.
throwing remotes at his ex-wife or whatever, right?
Right. Also, these are some big words for someone married to a whale. Anyway, Jack Posobiec had this to say. #MeToo died by literally shitting the bed. And then I saw this one that's right here, but I saved it in the article this way, or the doc this way. If the bitch does a shit, you can't acquit. Right. Anyway, so needless to say, it's nice to see this outcome, and I'm really hopeful for Vic.
They never showed the picture of the poo in the trial.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What a horrible shame for us. No.
It exists on the internet somewhere, but it never came up in the trial. As far as I know, anyway. I watched 99% of it.
Zedpool says, wow, Ron, he really is worried about this. Only men can be abusers. That's what he is saying. Then again, he would know, right? Also, Deflex1 said, should I pick up the re-release of Nadia Secret of the Blue Water by G-Kids, or will they release a deluxe collector's edition afterward? What do you guys think the chances of
You could probably wait it out a bit to see if they do a collector's edition like Future Boy Conan, but...
Yeah, no word officially on that note.
But, you know, the standard edition should be out for quite some time, so it's not like...
They should make a whole boatload of those.
Not getting it right now wouldn't hurt you, because if they don't do a premium edition, you'll probably still be able to get it for relatively good price, maybe even lower than you currently could buy it for right now. And if they do a premium edition, then the price of the standard will probably drop even more.
Yeah. But the one thing to be wary of is the farther along you go, those slip covers for the standard edition are going to start disappearing.
So if that's something that matters to you, then that might be a decision making factor for you.
Yeah.
JT Losco Leoco says Ron Toye has no right to talk about this.
But
I mean, he has every right
to talk about it.
He has every right to talk about it, but in terms of his
not any authority on it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like his authority on it is suspect at best, right?
Yeah.
Also, JT Losco Leoco had posted this in the Discord. I ate frog legs, and in the video says, I ate Suyu Asui. I'm eating Monica Real. All right, so do you guys want to do pickups? Anybody got?
Sure.
Have we done a?
Why not?
Have we done a? What do you call a wellness checkup on Lance? I don't think there are any pickups, right?
I've got some.
I've got some too.
All right.
I'm gonna post them in the Discord here in a minute.
Give me 1 second.
I'm pretty sure that I already showed you guys my Bell Steelbook, right? That was last week.
Yes.
Yes.
Deflex1 says, I hate that they try to release the collector's edition later, like what they did to Bell. Yeah. Anybody else got pickups? Random 11? Anybody?
I do not.
All right. I picked up this. This is, I think, the thing that has healed my neck more than anything. My boss's brother told me about it. It was originally developed for racing horses, right?
Is that right?
Can you masturbate for us briefly? Right. It has witch hazel and aloe vera as the active ingredient, and I gotta tell you, like, that loosens up a lot more than I would have expected. I'm gonna come. There you go. All right. Who's ready?
Well, if I'm the only one, I'm ready. But if I'm
Let's
not,
do it.
then... Okay.
Zedbo says, is there anything lotion can't help with?
From last week that I forgot to mention when pickups, I bought Fate Ilya that I forgot to mention last week. So there's that. But then I also who remembers from like 7 podcasts ago, Brad mentioned this limited edition that I picked up from eBay that he already had in his possession.
Oh,
the Najika with the panties?
Yeah. That I don't dare show on podcast, but they're there. I mean, I could. You don't actually you can't really make them out.
Because they're in the little baggy thing.
They're in the baggie, but they do come with like a logo on the front.
Yeah.
Wow, you said you weren't gonna show them.
Well, I
Scandal.
Clickbait.
Clickbait. Ah, there's your clickbait. There's the broken neck and the panties. Panty shot. Panty shot.
Panties in
shot.
the
Fuck.
mail?
I should run upstairs and get my extra pair that I bought when I FOMO'd about it and stick them on my head for the
Oh
thumbnail.
yeah. Oh geez, yeah, for sure.
With your neck brace.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's all I got.
All right, cool, man.
That's,
And in Reese pickups,
I
the
got
Batman is already on Blu-ray. Jeez.
Yep. It came out like the day before the last podcast, I think.
Ever since COVID, they initially moved movies to day and date with VOD, but now they've moved to a 45-day window with VOD, and I guess a 2-month with Blu-ray. It's shortened everything down.
Yeah. And then I got Belle as also the standard edition and Lupin the Third Part 1 dubbed
Woo.
Blu-ray.
Can't wait
So-
to watch that. I've been
And,
holding off all these years, waiting for a dub.
And I can't remember what volume of Bacano this is. I can't quite read it. I think 19.
Blah, 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 blah. I can't read it.
No, click the open original. Yeah, do that. Oh, hold up 1 second.
1935B Dr. Feelgreed.
So yeah, it doesn't say it on this. I
It
think it's
doesn't.
volume 19. It must be volume 19.
All right.
And then No Game No Life, volume 11, and Saga of Tanya the Evil, volume 10.
Wait, Volume
11.
11. When
Or
did that
10.
come out?
Last week.
Damn, I missed it. Okay, thanks.
Isn't it
still
not
have a
on
chance.
Amazon anyway?
Yeah, I didn't know they were working on more now.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought they had caught up to, because the author took like a hiatus.
Yeah, this one came out in Japan last year, I think. And then we covered an article about him trying to finish up the series.
Okay, cool.
So
For all of our Canadian viewers, here is an affiliate link to buy this on Amazon.ca.
Why, thank you.
and then you'll notice the Batman is probably a slipcover you haven't seen anywhere. Go to the next.
You mean because of the torn paper on it?
I'll get to that. Just go to the next. Go to the next image.
Holy shit, $20 for this book. Why is it so expensive?
So that's the list price. So the one the cover sheet is the normal slipcover and cover sheet. I bought this one because it was a Target exclusive, which is why it had the sticker on it, which was a fucking bitch to get off. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Fucking bitch.
And this also came with like I think 15-minute exclusive extra on Blu-ray. So
How is the movie?
I thought it was pretty good. There's of course some knee-jerk
Woke shit.
lines that I felt probably could have been.
Is this
changed a little bit.
Catwoman?
Yes.
Bold move to try to go back to the Halle Berry aesthetic.
Yeah. And then the penguin. Do you know who the penguin is?
Oh fuck! Why does he look so familiar? Who is that?
That's Colin Farrell.
Oh no way! From Bullseye.
In full fucking in full makeup.
He took the polyjuice potion like he did in Harry Potter to turn into Johnny Depp.
Yeah, and also Robert Pattinson. I was kind of leery about him at first, but I think he did a pretty damn good job. His Batman voice is at least you can understand it.
Is it better than fucking Christian Bale's? Because geez, I hate that voice.
The first Batman Begins was fine, but Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises is fucking awful. Like,
Well, I hate Christian Bale's Batman. I want like if I had my way, if I could like Dragon Ball wish, I'd love to have Ben Affleck as the Batman in the Christian Bale ones. I thought he was. I was pleasantly surprised at how much better of a Batman he was than I expected.
And his little voice changer, you could still kind of understand it, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. It's not that I couldn't understand Christian Bale, but it just sounded like he was trying so hard. Like I would. It would
like
be one of those.
They had a perfect mix in Batman Begins between the trying to veil his voice and his regular voice. They had a perfect mix, and then he just had to go to the gravel all the way.
Yeah, effing anime. It says Dark Knight, Heath Ledger, Joker, all the way. I agree. That was a once in a lifetime performance.
Mm-hmm.
Reese, did you pick up No Game No Life Practical War Game?
Yeah.
Is that what is that?
It's
a side story?
It's a collection of like side stories.
So, that was the last one, right? Nobody else. Okay, cool. So Zedpool, Luigi the Metal 64 in response to Zedpool said, Ron Toye would have been happy about Johnny Depp winning. Ron is a man. That means he would get away with what he did. Still, he's an abuser, and Johnny is a victim and save victims. So actually, I disagree. I think that Ron Toye didn't get away with his abuse, and therefore he can't play that card, right? He already didn't get away with it, right? So it is more beneficial for a person in Ron Toye's situation to be against the abused in this situation because it helps still continue to point the finger at somebody else instead of yourself, right? In terms of being an abuser, right? To claim somebody, to claim that somebody else is an abuser so that people aren't looking at you, right? To deflect blame. Anyway, Footnum, you still here, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool, good.
Also, Lance is incoming.
Oh, cool. That's good.
I just had to send him a message to ask.
So, Atlus official West Twitter account posted this. Please join us in wishing our dear friend Billy Kametz a get well soon with this special artwork dedicated to him by Soejima-san. So, is this a character in Persona, or is this supposed to be a drawing of Billy Kametz?
This is a drawing of the character he plays in Persona 5, the Royal.
Yeah,
he's not in the original game.
So it's not actually his character as himself. It's literally just the character.
No, it's just the character that he happens to play, which I didn't even know because I wasn't familiar with Billy at the time. Mm-hmm. But yeah, thinking back, I'm like, oh yeah, he definitely was. I didn't realize at first that this was a drawing dedicated to Billy himself, and I just thought that was such a great gesture by the artist.
Well, not only that, but like they actually are linking his GoFundMe, you know? So like the official Atlus account is reaching out and promoting his GoFundMe. I'm curious.
I'm still getting stuff too. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, he's you know how we talked about only like 14% of people survive stage 4 colon cancer or whatever. Well, I'll just say that probably 14% of people don't have, or I guess the 96 or whatever, or the 86% of people probably don't have a GoFundMe with this kind of money being raised on his behalf to treat it. So I really am hoping for his
for the best.
For the best, yeah. Mm-hmm. So our top donation is still $5,000. Still disappointed. I mean, I think Matthew Mercer, you got to double that donation there. I just want to continue to guilt all the VAs into upping their pledge. Anyway, I hope for the best for him. moving on from here. So we've got this. Caitlin Glass tweeted out, "I'm sorry, but who are you?" And I guess this particular tweet got promoted, like
for some weird reason.
like
So
somebody. I am assuming she accidentally somehow paid to boost the post, and it was getting sent to people. So like you would see it in your feed if you weren't following her, which is what happened with what's his name, Emmett Plant recently, where he was promoting a tweet about defaming Back Anime and claiming he was going to go to Back Anime to hand out flyers about Vic being guilty or something like that. And that showed up in my feed as a promoted tweet, even though I don't follow Emmett Plant and am blocked by him.
wow.
So I guess that happened here, and everybody's like, "I'm sorry, but why did Twitter pop this up on me?" Right?
Yeah,
So like,
I linked this guy's tweet to affirm that it wasn't just me who got the tweet.
yeah.
Because when I saw, the other thing I noticed is that it's like, if you look at the main tweet, for all we know, maybe she meant to come off as like, what is it? Hi, who are you? To like introduce them to her. I don't know, interact with fans.
Go to the
But-
original tweet. Maybe it's a response to something.
But her
This is it.
her phrasing is, "I'm
And-
sorry, but who are you?" It's like, what? And look at how many people are responding saying, "Hi, I'm this guy." From this.
And she changed it to now only people she mentioned can reply.
Because she realized, holy crap, everyone's getting sent this and they are not taking it right.
And so of course people are jumping on the opportunity. Who am I? I'm the only black owned voiceover studio in Los Angeles.
You're a voice studio? Whoa.
Voice gravy.
Well, tell that CPU to hire someone and stop being racist.
I like how they're like, we're black owned, but only white bitches allowed. You know? Anyway, so yeah, people jump on it, I guess. Caitlin, we met at SuperCon Florida like 3 or 4 years ago. Come on now. Anyway, so that was just weird. That's just a weird thing to notice. Now, I happened to see a finale. Hopefully, this is the finale to the man who received 43 million yen in COVID money that was mistakenly sent to him, where Japanese talent actually recovered it. They recovered the 43 million yen in COVID money mistakenly sent to one man who gambled it away. So this should be the end cap to that story. So probably the most unexpected turnaround in an already long string of unexpected turnarounds. So we basically already, this is just a recap here. He was sent 46.3 million yen or $364,000. He said he wouldn't run, then ran. He blew it all on online casinos after withdrawing $6,000 every week for a few weeks or something like that, or every day for a few weeks. After a month of disappearances, lawsuits, surprise revelations, and finally an arrest for fraudulent use of a computer, the biggest shock came in the morning of the 24th of May when Abu Mayor Norihiko Hanada held a press conference announcing that approximately 43 million yen, $338,000 of that money had already been recovered by the town. At the time, how this miraculous and completely unexpected recovery was accomplished wasn't clear, but the amount that came back was equivalent to what the recipient, 24-year-old Sho Taguchi, had transferred among 3 different payment companies. Since online gambling is illegal in Japan, banks and credit cards won't authorize transfers to foreign casinos, so he had to first put the money into a Japanese company that handles online payments and then send it overseas. I like to think that what really happened is he gambled by buying crypto, and the crypto market was down for a while, but it started to go back up. So he's like, "Oh, good, I'm not in the hole. Let's pay back the money." So now it has come to light that this was all thanks to a renowned Yamaguchi area lawyer by the name of Osamu Nakayama. His ability to utilize several legal technicalities in unison to pull off this reversal of fortunes has even amazed others in the law profession. I can't play the video, so I'm not going to read that. To start, Nakayama knew that going after Taguchi for the money was a lost cause, and although conventional thinking might be to go after the bank for liability in the mishap, such a legal battle would take years with no guarantee of success. Instead, Nakayama set his sights on the 3 payment companies. The exact way he approached them isn't exactly clear, But according to reports, he simply pointed out to them that Taguchi's dealings with them was morally problematic, both because of how he obtained the money and how it was used. Nakayama reportedly then mentioned that because of anti-fraud laws passed in 2010, when third parties are involved in suspicious transactions, the government can look into their books. Considering these types of businesses are attractive platforms for some dubious businesses and operations to move money around, such an audit would potentially open a really big can of very nasty worms. Okay. So the payment companies opted to simply refund the entire amount of money that Taguchi deposited and said, this seems almost like a money laundering scheme on behalf of one employee at the government agency responsible for submitting these payments to people. However, since the transaction was between the companies and Taguchi, they could only refund the money back to him, which brings us right back to square one. That would be He's like, well, I gambled away all the money. And then he checks his bank account and goes, holy shit! How could this happen to me twice? God is on my side! You know, my luck is turned around. Time to gamble it again.
Let's fucking go!
Round 2, bitches!
Or maybe he got the better idea that gambling just put money back in the government's pocket because, you know, taxes take like half of it or something. Like, maybe I really should have just gone after the hookers and blow.
So it says, however, since the transaction was between the companies and Taguchi, they could only refund the money back to him, which brings us right back to square one, with him holding the money and Abu scrambling for a legal channel to get it back from him. Luckily, Nakayama was prepared for that as well. He found that Taguchi just happened to also have been delinquent in some past taxes. Employing the National Tax Collection Act, Nakayama knew that in such cases, the government has the power to seize more than the amount owed in taxes. The exact amount Taguchi owed isn't known, but it didn't matter anyway, because Abu had the legal authority to go in and take all 43 million yen right when the payment companies refunded him. This creates a bit of an odd situation because the 43 million Abu is holding isn't technically connected to the original mistaken bank transfer. It's a seizure of assets because of delinquent taxes. Taguchi can demand that they refund him everything except for the money owed in taxes, but by the time the process is carried out, Abu's own slam dunk lawsuit against him will probably have been concluded in their favor. It's a clear-cut checkmate. It's certainly an impressive bit of lawyering that some say should be made into a movie. Yeah, I would love to watch that fucking movie. Personally, I think it'd still need a car chase or sword fight to put it in feature film territory. What the fuck? And considering everything that's happened so far, neither seems totally out of question yet. But it's also hard to say there's an entirely feel-good conclusion of justice being served, since it was the payment companies that had to dole out the cash, and the casinos got to keep everything that came their way. All things considered, though, it could have ended up in much worse ways. Well, there you go. I am going to step into the bathroom because I have had 2 energy drinks already in the show. I'll be right back.
So, what is it? Deflex 1, he was asking about that Nadia thing and then said, where is it? So has it been confirmed that there will be a collector's edition of Conan? Future Boy Conan. And
all the anime has got one.
Yeah. I wrote in the comments that they have a 4K confirmed for the North American release, but it hasn't been listed, so we don't know if that is going to effectively have the exact same release that
I thought they just had a 4K scan.
No, we've been over this, Reese. You said the same thing before. You're like, what? They didn't confirm one now, did they? And then I linked you the article where it said there's a 4K release planned to come sometime later.
Okay, but sorry.
Regardless, like the point is that we don't have a listing for the US release. So for all we know, what they'll do is they'll give us a 1-for-1 copy of what the UK is essentially getting, because we have had that with stuff like, I guess, Evangelion's release. But as he asked in the comments, 4K is all region, I'm guessing. Yes, 4K has no region locking, so you can just buy the UK release, and you can have that collector's edition if you're caring about Conan. So for all we know, Nadia... It is Nadia? Yeah, for all we know, Nadia might have a similar treatment, and I hope to Satan they have a 4K release of that when they re-release it, so I can rebuy it, because I already have the Sentai version. And hopefully the movie's on it. That's all I hope.
The movie's not in the Sentai one?
Do we cover this?
No. That was only released by... Was it ADV?
So that sword fight article took me to the one where the Tokyo TV station skipped the ugly controversy over Princess Mako's marriage and showed Blade on TV instead. Also, Luigi the Mouse 64 said Najika Blitz Tactics deserves a re-release. Who would you like to get it? Probably Sentai? They seem like they would handle the lewdness on their covers. Okay.
Well, maybe they'd reprise the panties gimmick with a collector's edition.
Like a whole slew. Every panty type in the show.
Oh my god, every
Oh
character.
my god, dude.
JT Losco Leoco says, I love Belle. The English soundtrack is amazing. Yeah, unfortunately.
Are you talking about the dub?
The story is grossly lacking.
Are you talking about the dub when you say English soundtrack? Because otherwise, did they make a soundtrack for each audio?
The songs are in English. In the
All the songs are dubbed
yeah
in English.
Oh, that's what he's talking about. Okay.
Also,
I haven't
Michael
seen
Real's
Belle.
character in Baccano is their favorite role. Did you guys? You were just answering this, right? Has it been confirmed that there will be a collector's edition of Conan?
The UK currently has one listed, and we don't have any confirmation for the US because they haven't put out a release slate yet or anything for it.
Yeah. Also, LOL, he doesn't look familiar, referring to Colin Farrell. And yeah, I don't know who I thought it was. It was vaguely familiar, but it definitely, I wasn't thinking Colin Farrell. That's for sure.
Vincent D'Onofrio or something?
Nah, I don't know.
Kingpin?
I'm not quite sure who I was thinking of, but anyway. Also, yeah, Ben Affleck was probably the best Batman. Too bad he never got his own movie, right? 4K is all region. Is that true?
That's
Yeah. Well, I
It
thought
is.
that's what you said long ago, that has no region.
Well, it's not that it has no region, but it's more that the more
It's every region.
like, well, Blu-ray's only got 3 regions versus the 8 or 9 that DVD had. And 4K, I think, is even more universally like
it's completely universal.
It is, right? Okay.
UHD is region free.
Cool. All right. So I'm not going to read this one, but we were talking about this before. Miyazaki City mistakenly sends over 2 million yen in meat to 140 people, instructs them to eat it anyway. So basically what happened was, you guys know the Furusato Noze hometown tax thing, where you can buy things from another town and be given a tax break and also the product that you buy with it, right? That's how Dropkick on My Devil has been getting all their following seasons and whatnot. So they're saying here, one of the things that you could get is a life-size bust of Kenshiro, was one of the Furusato Noze things. But in this instance, they sent out the shipments, but it didn't clear in the system for this month that the shipments had been sent. So when the next month's worth of shipments went out, the ones from the previous month got sent out again with the ones from that month. So that's how that occurred. And they said, well, fuck it. Don't even bother to send it back because the meat's just going to go bad. Just eat it, you know? Anyway.
I'll be right back.
Cool. Oh, shit. I didn't pull up the Kickstarter news from last podcast. Luckily, I've made it incredibly easy to pull up previous podcast docs. What the fuck? Okay. So the Ninjaverse got 9 days ago, and the vast majority of its budget's still to earn. So that's probably not going to happen as we expected. And our good buddy here only needs $153 to make his anime happen. He's been trying for years. The only reason I haven't backed it is because there's no DVD tier.
Yeah, because I'm sure he can manufacture DVDs.
I mean, you could just burn them.
He could outsource it to me, and then I charge $153.
Exactly. Well, he's only got one backer so far, so you'd only have to send one DVD.
How does he have one backer? There's $0
because the person who backed it backed 1 yen.
So it's
and
not
it's
$1.
less than $1.
God.
Yeah, so it's 109 yen pledge of 20,000 yen goal. So it results in less than $1, which puts it here with the one backer. So anyway, in live action news, we got a quick follow up. I'm a fucking idiot. Hold on, I got something I was supposed to put in there. So the new Speed Racer live action TV show that's in development for Apple, I saw this. The Hollywood Reporter is saying that the rights to a live action Speed Racer series reverted back to Tatsunoko Productions, who animated the original TV anime series, after the Wachowskis' live action adaptation failed to make a profit and a string of lawsuits occurred. Tatsunoko Production is also said to have blessed this version of Speed Racer, for whatever reason, which is claimed to be an, quote, exciting take on the source material. Whatever that means. I guess they were bored with the Wachowski version.
It means we're changing shit.
Yeah, it means that it's going to be woke. Though the report from the Hollywood Reporter claims that the production process on the show has been slow. Can't wait till they bang Chim Chim. Okay, so McKinley is filming the Arlong character in the Netflix live action One Piece. And hold on, I've got another. I've got more news here, but I've also got that this guy. Oh, I did a great job accidentally grabbing the link instead of the. Fuck me. One moment, please. Let me just pull up the IMDb. There's more cast members that have been announced, so we'll just do this. Let's see. So we've already announced Shanks. We've already announced these people. I don't think we announced Yasop, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. So that's who that is. We announced Buggy. I think we did him as well. Petty Officer Ukari. Helmeppo, I think we already announced him. Full Body got cast.
That's going to be Full Body?
Yeah. Let me...
okay.
And this is Full Body's girlfriend, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the.
Her forehead isn't big enough.
Right? Look at this ear that is like at the base of the jaw with the eyes way fucking up here. Okay, here we go. This is what I meant to share. Okay. So we've got Sven Ruigrok, or however the fuck that's supposed to be pronounced, as Kabaji. And this was what I was trying to pull up before. Stephen Mark as Yasop. Langley Kirkwood as Axehand Morgan. And as we were just looking at, John Henry as Full Body.
I hope he's tall.
Right? So anyway,
I mean, he's the nothing character. It's just funny that
yeah,
it's not matching my.
What is this guy? Boodle.
He's the owner of a dog, isn't he? I can't remember. No, actually.
Oh, I got it right here.
Again, a small character. I believe he's in the town that Buggy attacks.
Yeah, this is Lindsay Reardon. I've done such a fantastic job. Oh, he's not even on here. Okay. Yeah, that's Lindsay Reardon is the name of the guy playing Boodle. All right, moving on from there.
It's weird that, I mean, I guess ride the news wave, but like some of these characters are literally in not even one episode.
Yeah.
So,
and I have seen a grand total of 0 seconds of One Piece. So I'm just sharing it because I saw it on the subreddit.
Yep.
So Horizon Zero Dawn is getting a Netflix show. God of War is getting an Amazon show. And Gran Turismo is getting a live action thing as well. Now, it says here it's a show. I've got an article here that we'll read in a second. This says it's a feature film. But real quick, Sony has announced not one new show based on a video game, but 3. A Horizon show for Netflix, a God of War series through Amazon, and a Gran Turismo show with currently no platform or network. The God of War show will join alongside the adaptations of other PlayStation exclusives, such as The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, and Uncharted. Several platforms and services are no stranger to such adaptations, as HBO will air The Last of Us show, the Twisted Metal series will debut on Peacock, Netflix has the Castlevania anime and the League of Legends Arcane series, and Amazon is working on a Fallout TV series and a Mass Effect show. So I don't remember if we covered those before, but there you go. And then in Gran Turismo, I thought this was interesting because I don't think about Gran Turismo as being a strictly Japanese thing, but apparently that's the thing. News of Sony's and PlayStation Productions' multiple adaptation projects across multiple platforms based on hit video game franchises are slowly coming to the surface following the success of the Uncharted live-action film. New plans now call for a live-action Gran Turismo adaptation that will take the form of a feature-length live-action film rather than earlier reports of a TV series. What's up?
I don't understand Gran Turismo. God of War, Horizon, sure, but Gran Turismo, like the racing game,
like seriously,
it's gonna be Fast and the Furious, okay?
Like, are you just trying to compete with Fast and Furious by creating characters? Did they or did they not make a Spy Hunter movie with like The Rock in it or something? Wasn't that a thing that existed, right? Spy Hunter, the game about the spy car that you had like rockets and bullets and shit that you could shoot out of it. I think they did that
with The Rock.
I think I never saw the movie. I just remember hearing about it.
He was in Doom.
Yeah, he's in everything. So new plans now call for a live-action Gran Turismo adaptation that will take the form of a feature-length live-action film rather than earlier reports of a TV series, according to Hollywood Trade Newswire Deadline. This latest news follows initial reports. This is the thing that, like, it's already weird that you're going to do Gran Turismo, like a racing driving simulator is going to now be a live action movie, right? That's weird enough. But get this. The latest news follows initial reports of a live action film adaptation in 2016 that involved 50 Shades of Grey producers Mike DeLuca and Dana Bernetti, but was quietly shelved until now. This suggests that Sony has seen fit to continue live-action development of its video game properties after the unexpected success of Uncharted. Deadline is now reporting that Sony is aiming to secure the services of highly regarded science fiction film director Neil Blomkamp. So, I don't know. It just seems a little weird to have imagine getting Guillermo del Toro to film like Ford versus Ferrari, right? Or the way I would describe it maybe is like you're doing a feature length episode of Seinfeld and you're getting fucking J.J. Abrams or Michael Bay to direct it. Like, just doesn't it seem a little weird to go for Neil Blomkamp?
You'd know better than I would, but
do you guys remember? Do you guys remember in Demon Slayer the monster that he fights during like the Chunin exam or whatever that has like all the hands on it, like it has all the arms coming out? and I shared that screenshot from a science fiction movie that had the same creature in it. that was directed by Neil Blomkamp.
I don't recognize his name.
Okay, hold on. Pardon me. I will just pull up his name on Google image search and show you some of the stuff he's done, and then you tell me.
Okay. I just don't understand, like, these Tony execs, all they would need to do is ask, like, a fucking intern of all things, and be like, okay, God of War, we're gonna do a God of War show. Oh, awesome. Okay, we're gonna do a Horizon show. Dope.
Right.
Gran Turismo show. What the fuck? Okay, we're not doing the Gran Turismo show. Like,
Right.
that's all you would need to do.
So
I mean, I guess they already made a Uncharted movie, and what is it? They could have made like what The Last of Us, you know, have Abby be the main character. Wait, what?
so I guess if I just keep reading, it'll actually it'll do the work for me here. But so they're reporting that Sony is aiming to secure the services of highly regarded science fiction film director Neil Blomkamp. Owing to his previous experience developing feature film concepts and shorts based on video games, notably the 2009 Halo short film he produced as a pilot for the ultimately abandoned feature film adaptation. That pilot eventually became the basis for the sleeper hit District 9. Gran Turismo has been the subject of live-action productions before, with multiple documentaries produced by Sony Computer Entertainment and outside production companies over the years, as well as a reality show competition produced by Sony, Fox Television, and Nissan titled GT Academy to find out the best Gran Turismo player and turn them into a professional racing driver to great success in 2011. It actually sounds kind of funny because it's a real driving simulator, right? So you actually take people who've only driven in these simulators and make them actual race car drivers. That could be funny, actually. Anyway, so this was the thing I was talking about. The movie. It's actually a short. It's called Zygote, about the creature that looks like the one from Demon Slayer. Anyway, moving on from here. In streaming news, Star Wars Visions, the animated anthology, is going to be continuing in 2023. And previously, the anthology was all anime. Now it's going to be, well, let me just open
Like
this.
1/9 anime.
Yeah, like they're having France, like India. I think Germany's going to do one. They have like all these different
an
countries.
animation studio in Los Angeles.
Yeah, California was on the list, and then there's just and then one for Japan. So they're steering away from it being an anime anthology, to say the least. But I don't know. I don't really care about it regardless. So real quick, I'm gonna come back to the what's going on? Okay, sorry, I was looking in the private chat. Apparently I missed a bunch. Wow, Twitch, get your shit together. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Also, Luigi the Metal 64 says J.J. Abrams will make Mach Go political. Even the 1997 reboot is never like that. Handler, Clutch, and Excella stealing the Ezekiel wheels to take their energy to rule time is not political. Okay. Well, let's hope that they do a good job.
I forgot that that Speed Racer AIDS head has that on it.
Yeah. Also, I would just like to echo this. Rest in peace, Ray Liotta, also known as Tommy Vercetti in GTA. Yeah, I weep for that. I actually think he's a fantastic actor. So that's
apparently apparently that was on my birthday. I'm like,
yeah.
whoa.
One life
Happy
must
birthday.
end, so another can continue. So Sentai Filmworks announced the exclusive summer 2022 simulcast. So they're going to be doing a simulcast of Call of the Night, which definitely doesn't look like it's about a bunch of whores. Is it wrong to pick up Girls in a Dungeon 4?
There's a fourth one already.
Yep.
So wait, they're doing the exclusive streaming for these?
These are
Yeah.
simuldubs.
Yeah, since they're pulling out of Crunchyroll. and
Yeah.
then there's no
Fuck.
real other place, and they have their own streaming service. So yeah,
It doesn't say simul dub.
You're right. It's a simulcast. I've realized that just now. So I guess they're just gonna. It's just you're gonna have to go to High Dive for it.
I don't want to go to High Dive for that.
did you forget when they pulled most of their shit off of Crunchyroll, and everything going forward is gonna stream on High Dive? Where were you when we reported that?
There's
I
a
was
new
I was
Mew Mew.
here. I was
You were
sitting
too busy
here.
complaining that Food Wars was still on Netflix.
By the way, what is up with these shows getting like 4 seasons? So like High School DxD, Overlord. Wait, hold on. Overlord's only on season 3 still, isn't it?
The season 4 is airing in July. Yes.
Okay, so we're still on 4. To Love Ru only has like technically 4 seasons. I mean, the second one is the last 2 seasons are kind of the same thing, but I consider it 4. So my point is, why are they capping it at 4? Are they waiting for everyone to catch up before they move on? Like, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that.
And Reese, they didn't have anything I cared about back then.
So
Until now.
Are you wanting to watch Horrors of the Night? I mean, Call of the Night.
I seen a TikTok video about the manga that said it was good, so
That's funny.
was
I
interested
legitimately thought that you were actually only interested in Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, and I was just trying to burn.
no.
It's like, yes, I do want to see Horrors of the Night.
Yeah, it looked interesting. I don't really remember the TikTok and exactly what it said. I just remember that they said this was a good manga. I was like, okay, well, when it comes, I'll look at it if I see it.
Well, there you go.
Well,
and then-
now I have to fucking buy High Dive. That's stupid.
Tokyo Mew Mew New is also going to be part of the simulcast.
Oh yeah, I'm secretly watching that one too.
That's the one. Yep, I knew it.
Uh-huh.
Also, Bastard Heavy Metal Dark Fantasy anime unleashes a main visual. So I just want to keep this in the consciousness because fuck yeah, I'm excited for this.
What were you
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
about Horrors of the Night?
Right? Dark Schneider's the biggest whore of them all. The man whore. Excuses to get naked as often as possible. Love this show. Anyway, in theater release news, G-Kids sets Masaki Yuasa's INU-OH anime film for an August 12th release in U.S. theaters. So if you were interested in seeing it in the U.S., August 12th. And then Clifford Chapman is still... Chapin, shut up, is still covering for Aaron Dismuke. In Kaguya-sama Love is War.
And presumably someone else will be covering him for Takagi until he's better.
Yeah, and we've got a little update here from Aaron Dismuke. Probably time I gave an update. I've been to a lot of doctors and voice pathologists now. My vocal cords look mostly fine, which means they think it's a muscle tension thing. I also have chronic acid reflux, so I'm A, looking to see if I need surgery for that, and B, doing lots of therapy, humming from my gut, singing into straws, stretching, getting weird throat massages. I'm allowed to talk a little now, but my stamina is non-existent, and shouting hurts a lot still. So you'll hear me in some stuff I've recorded that isn't out, and I may start to do some non-stressful acting again soon. Even just talking at normal volume for an hour hurts right now, despite 6 weeks of barely speaking. But I'm just now getting in with a therapist who can work with me regularly, so I have high hopes.
Don't you have to talk to therapists?
Like, what is even the point of this? Like, what do you need a therapist? What are they going to do for you 24 hours a day? They're just going to like massage your throat constantly?
That'd be cool.
I think he means like a physiotherapist type deal.
Yeah, it was a joke.
A therapist that is going to say, "Quit talking, Aaron." I'll take this chance to say thanks again to my colleagues for their kindness, patience, and advice, and to every anime fan who's taken the time to reach out. I love y'all. If you miss hearing me, please check out Moriarty the Patriot Season 2. Beautiful story, stellar cast and crew. Okay. Oh, and for the sake of newer actors, I want to give a little context about what I mean when I said I didn't practice good vocal health. I didn't warm up before stressful sessions. I drank caffeine before stressful sessions. I agreed to do too many stressful sessions in a row. I didn't ask for breaks when I should have, and I didn't speak up soon enough when those mistakes started resulting in pain. Any client worth working with will help you when you tell them that you're hurting. This isn't like a workout where you benefit from pushing through the pain. Pushing through the pain equals gambling with your future. Don't do it. Tap out. Stand your ground if you get pushback. This is cheesy, but there is strength in knowing your weaknesses. Obviously, this is just what I would say to my past self if I could. I don't know your life. Okay. Last thing.
Thanks for telling me not to do this, even though I can. And then, yeah.
Last thing, honest. I'm starting to do cons again. I'm not doing panels, and I'm primarily talking by means of a handheld typewriter. If you catch me at a con, please know that I'm happy to chat just as fast as my little fingers can move.
This is what I mean by
also, Steve Bloom accepts you as you are. Happy Pride Month.
He needed to let you know
nice.
because
I'm
otherwise,
off, boys.
clearly, that wasn't the case. But I'm still blown away at how seemingly he ruined his voice so hard that he's still I can barely talk with my stamina, and I'm doing cons again. I'm gonna have to use my typewriter. Holy, he did a lot of damage. I don't know how he did it though. You'd think that as soon as it's super sore that it's
the Greenland's left us.
Oh no. Bye, Greenland.
You're a good dog.
but oh god, what was this? Oh yeah. So I don't know how you could possibly strain yourself to that degree that it's lasting that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Holy. But it's funny because Kaguya-sama I thought was his best sounding role I've ever heard, and apparently that still wasn't good enough technique. So basically what it sounds like is that he was using exclusively his throat for all of the for everything, even though vocalists for singing, they use their diaphragms and stuff, and that's how they are able to be sustainable. So clearly that's what he's doing with the straw technique and all that crap. So obviously I wish him the best and all that. I want to hear him in Kaguya-sama again and sound really good. Maybe he'll sound even better when he comes back.
Wow.
So
let's hope.
Yeah.
Wish him the best. All right. So CloverWorks, Wit Studio, Shueisha, and Aniplex form JOEN Creative Company. So Animation Studios, CloverWorks, and Wit Studio, publisher Shueisha, and Sony Media subsidiary Aniplex today announced the establishment of a new company called JOEN for, quote, planning and producing animation works, including TV series, feature films, and short clips. An official website was opened with Japanese and English versions detailing the company's purpose, representatives, logo, and name. The name JOEN is taken from 3 different Japanese words with that reading: a supporting role, aiding smooth facilitation, and support through connection. While the 3 lines emphasizing join, okay, yeah, I gotcha, JOIN, in the logo are inspired by the legend of the 3 arrows, a Japanese symbol of unity and teamwork. By bringing the 4 companies closer together, JOEN states it seeks to establish a better framework and creative environment for the industry that will ensure quality is maintained while the people involved are prioritized across all levels of production, including directing profits back to them. According to the statement on the JOEN website, this will involve collaborating with various studios, producers, and creators to, quote, match the best production lines and creators to each project, rather than moving all processes through just one company. Producers Yuichi Fushima of Spy Family, from CloverWorks, and Tetsuya Nakatake of the Wit Studio episodes are labeled as representatives of the new company, which is listed as having 100 million yen or 785,000 US dollars in capital. So I don't really know what to say about this at the moment. Like, I just got to see where it goes. But it's kind of an interesting idea.
What I was going to confirm is CloverWorks and Wit are the two that are working on Spy X Family, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and Shueisha and Aniplex are producers, so
right.
publishers.
Publishers. And let's see, how do they phrase it? Well, the publisher, Shueisha is a publisher. They have Naruto, like half of Popular Shonen, Black Clover, all those are published under Shueisha in Japan. And then Aniplex is just going to gouge you on the physical releases. Anyway, Konosuba Anime rejoices with Season 3 confirmation. So here's a new visual for it. So they're getting a Season 3, but in addition to a Season 3, they're also getting... I don't know how to pronounce this name. What? How you doing, Lance?
Hey guys, if you can hear me.
B-Duck SM?
You're going to have to turn your mic up a bit, Lance.
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
There
you
we
sound great. What is B-Duck SM?
BDSM.
Don't lose a bet
I
with
gotcha.
crazy cats, guys.
Okay. Okay, so in addition to Konosuba getting a Season 3, they're also getting a Megumin spin-off anime. So admirers of isekai comedy Konosuba that have an undying lust for the flat Megumin, not that flat,
Well, she is pretty flat. That's fan art.
will be overjoyed to learn that spin-off series Konosuba is getting an anime adaptation, the Konosubarashi Sekai ni Baku and O. Perfect for
It
those
has a
who
long
believe.
name.
Perfect for those who believe that anime didn't have enough of the adorable explosion caster. Originally both a light novel and manga series, the story revolves around Megumin and Yunyun before Kazuma arrived to their world, as they continue to study more advanced magic to enrich their lives as powerful and budding mages. The Konosuba channel New Information Reveal Request special live stream event announced the news, and the official Twitter account reiterated the announcement while also sharing an official visual of the Eversweet Megumin. So this is the teaser visual for this spinoff. Rie Takahashi and Aki Toyosaki are set to once again voice Megumin and Yunyun as they did in the previous seasons.
Hell yeah.
And it doesn't currently have an air date. So that's
I'm
coming in the
honestly
future.
kind of excited for this myself because I want to see how they do it considering her entire character archetype is she knows one spell.
Well, I can't wait to see some other company besides Discotech get just the spin-off series and royally fuck up collections again.
That's gonna suck, but I'm already worried that Discotech's not gonna follow through with the Steelbook releases, and then I'm gonna be left with this
Right.
lopsided Steelbook collection of Konosuba. And it's more Konosuba I have to wait for, which is a good problem to have.
I honestly didn't know Konosuba had a steelbook.
Yeah, for season 1.
Season 1 so far. I don't know if we got a confirmation on season 2 yet.
Not yet.
Okay, sweet.
So me and Roboco is getting an anime adaptation, and I can't look at this without seeing Peter Griffin. Am I wrong?
He
No.
doesn't have the ball chin. So
Yeah,
no.
you're right. That's what they're missing.
He kind of looks like a young Peter Griffin to me. Like he's way too thin.
Anyway.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have anything else to say about it.
Okay.
So high school girls rock out in mixed media project Girls Fist.
Well,
Mhm.
And the new music video is titled Sayonara My Loneliness.
well, nothing says goodbye loneliness like your left hand. I mean, what?
Yeah, I was going to say, nothing says Sayonara My Asshole like a girl's fist. So I don't have anything else to say.
A lot less
That
painful
was-
than
that was
Dude Fist,
just
but
it.
hey.
Yeah, that's pretty much
that
it.
was it. LOL. Move on.
All right.
All right, bye.
Also, Data Life Season 4's China airing is exhibiting questionable quality. So for some reason, for some reason the Japanese release and the release shown in China, like there's a massive discrepancy in the quality.
She looks deadpan.
Yeah, I think this is like the what's the word? What's the word? It's the previs. Like the one that they create that is basically like the animated storyboard, the animatic. And then this is like the polished one, that actually got released in Japan. So a recent episode of Data Life's 4th season that was aired in China was found to be of a much lower quality in comparison to the Japanese version. An incident that previously occurred for the 3rd episode and making many curious why China is getting a lower quality release. It was suggested that the episode was not entirely handled by Studio Geek Toys, but a new one named Jumondo Soul, which is supported by the fact that the polished Japanese version had more staff in the credits than the lower quality one, and indicating that Geek Toys later improved it. So China was thought to have received an unfinished version of the episode and had no choice other than to air it. Sample screenshots of the 3rd episode's unfinished version that was aired in China versus the Japanese version. So Billy,
They
of
probably
course,
just did. They probably the Japanese staff who were in charge of that part were probably just like, hey, it doesn't matter. They'll probably end up censoring it to hell to begin with. So just throw them our scraps that we haven't finished, and we'll work on the good one for us.
I'm surprised China even got this show.
Mm-hmm.
It's nowhere near as etchy as people think it is.
So this is the amount of credits versus the one in Japan.
I can't.
Again, this is for episode 3 specifically. Oh fuck! His face is a whole different guy.
Keep in mind, though, what is it? Daylight may not be as etchy as people think, but Sailor Moon is banned in China.
You know what?
So.
That's a fair point.
And here's the one that was aired in China down here with the cleavage erased.
The derp eyes.
And the cleavage erased.
It's not even the eyes, it's just the whole expression. She's like, "Argh."
They made it's actually kind of funny because in order to censor out the boobs even more, they raised him up, right? His layer. And now it just looks like she's staring at his dick with this grin on her face instead of looking at him.
You see, China likes the whole making it more insinuative rather than literal. So
China loves the whole shoving things in your dick.
True.
So the same thing has seemingly happened again for more recent episode. The screenshots labeled real are from the Japanese airing, while the ones labeled fake are from the Billy version, which is China's version of YouTube, effectively. So here's more real versus fake.
Why that shot? Was her chin offensive?
No, it's unfinished.
Oh, okay. My brain immediately went the other way.
Yeah, it's not actually. This isn't a censorship thing. This is a there was less cleavage in that one, but for the most part, this isn't a censorship thing. It's just like they got a unfinished
it's
product.
literally overall equality.
Yeah, like it really looks to me like the bottom.
The hell?
The bottom
she
one
has
is
no eyes, right?
She's got eyes. They're just like little circles instead of.
It's like a shocked,
God.
exaggerated.
Yeah, it's a different type of shocked face. Like this is a shock, and this is more like an embarrass or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty nuts.
I don't know why they're calling it fake when it's just
Yeah,
it's
a poor choice. Yeah, it shouldn't say fake. It should say Japan for real and Billy or China for fake. Anyway, that's it. Any thoughts?
I mean, that's not really anything to worry about.
Yeah,
Fix it on the Blu-ray.
Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, if China even gets the Blu-ray,
I doubt it.
They get Blu-rays.
Okay,
They might not be official Blu-ray.
so you guys remember we talked about Reba Burr weaponizing her Twitter followers to get a raise on Miraculous Ladybug.
Oh, okay, that person.
Remember? So she had this to say: "Thanks, guys. I'm back. I'm happy to be back on Ascendance of a Bookworm for season 3. As you know, I wasn't willing to accept the same old rock bottom rate I had received in the past. Crunchyroll rose to the challenge and raised the rate for the show. So this person said that must have been in the LA branch. Yeah, I'm in LA. Well, where do we go from here? Anime News Network confirmed with multiple industry sources familiar with Crunchyroll's dubbing procedure that the company is focusing on casting Texas-based talent in its dubs. This season's dub cast lists half as many actors outside the Lone Star State.
No. Oh, you're
Dude.
telling me they want to focus on a state that doesn't have union rules and stuff? Oh,
Right?
no.
What do you know?
I just like seeing how you put it back to back so it looks like she is the reason they're like, you know what, let's not do Ellen.
I've got more to go over than just that, but let's read the article real quick. So Crunchyroll's move back to in-person dub recording sparks union discussion. So Evan Minto here says, in March, I wrote about a growing group of anime voice actors demanding more union productions in the anime dubbing industry. Since that article was published, the conversation has only intensified. And on Wednesday, April 13th, the PGM, People of Global Majority, cringe at your name, VO list, and the Coalition of Dubbing Actors, CODA. Like, why would you even use this as your name? People of Global Majority. You know what that means? Like, who are the people of global minority?
People who are underage? I don't know.
No, people of global minority are white people. So the idea, this term,
I didn't know that.
People of global majority,
Are
is
they?
saying yes.
Aren't Asians the minority or the majority?
No,
Yeah, so I'm saying the people of global minority. I'm saying the opposite.
Oh,
People of global minority are white, right? So like people, they always talk about the minorities in the United States and the Western world, but globally, Caucasians are the minority.
Yeah,
in
now
terms
that
of
you say it,
population.
that makes sense. I just didn't
So-
realize that was what it was
So
called.
they've called their organization the People of Global Majority in a very weird flex to say they're like, we are the majority. There's more of us than you. In fact, like it's just such a weird thing to decide the title. Like, what is the agenda of titling your group that? Right? Like, colored people of the world unite is effectively what they're saying. And it's like, that is a weirdly charged thing to put as the name of your union group. Right? Anyway, so on Wednesday, April 13th, the People of Global Majority VO list and the Coalition of Dubbing Actors, CODA, responded with a virtual roundtable to answer questions about unionization hosted by actor Risa May, who is Inui in My Dress Up Darling. The conversation occurred in the shadow of a new development at Crunchyroll. The company is moving back to in-person recording 2 years after Crunchyroll and Funimation switched over to remote recording in response to COVID-19. The roundtable began with an introduction to union dubs from anime and video game actor Marin Miller, who plays Izanami in Be the Beginning, who later gave the floor to representatives from the union covering actors in the U.S., the Screen Actors Guild Association of Film, Television, and Radio Actors, which is SAG-AFTRA. One thing Miller clarified, CODA isn't part of SAG. It's an independent group that advocates for dub actors, pushing for more union shows and better union contracts. The 2-hour discussion and audience Q&A highlighted the benefits of SAG offers to its members: minimum pay, health insurance, a pension, while also exposing lingering questions from non-union actors about both the impact greater union density will have on the industry and the path to achieving it. So this effectively, like, I've noticed a certain type of the political spectrum has this belief that companies have an endless supply of money with which to pay employees. Like, for instance, there's all this shit going on about different groups. Like, for example, I've seen people on like the Ron Toye timelines retweeting takes about, for example, the rising gas prices and how Republicans voted against capping gas prices at the pump, right? And of course, the reason that Republicans would be against that is because what's effectively happening if you do that is you literally just make the inflation worse by having the government foot the bill to the gas companies for for the gas that they're selling at a discounted rate, instead of just letting them pump the gas, right? The first thing Biden did when he got elected was shut down the oh god, what's the name of the pipeline now?
Oh shit! I knew it.
Keystone Access.
Keystone, yeah, the
Pipeline?
Keystone pipeline, and shut down the drilling permits for Alaska and all these different places. So the U.S. is no longer energy independent, right? So and this is happening all over the world, that countries are intentionally allowing like the life of their citizenry to get worse, right? To squeeze when simple things could be done to stop supply chain issues and different various things, but instead we're intentionally putting the pressure on. So anyway, what I'm getting back to here is that the belief system is, well, a union is better because minimum pay, pension, health insurance. And it's like, yeah, but at the end of the day, that costs so much more that what's going to happen is there's going to be way less work to go around. They're going to start releasing more shows as sub only because it's cheaper, you know? And it's a short-sighted, like it's a, what do you call it? It's an ideal to strive for, better pay. But at the end of the day, like, you might end up actually making less money in the long run, unless you're one of the hot sought after talents that gets all the work, you know?
Well, you've also got to understand is, I'll keep all my personal opinions aside of this. Most people don't want to look at it that to fix one thing. Okay, I've lost my complete train of thought where I was trying to go with this. But when it comes to the whole situation of, they're like, okay, this side did this side did that. Well, there's always, got to be a choice made. And a lot of people don't ever look at it, the fact that regardless of how we go about the whole fixing gas prices, raising rates for jobs and everything, it's true. Companies don't have all the money. They don't have, everything just to throw out there. If they had infinite money, then, why would they be hiring people?
Yeah, especially right now, right? Like, especially right now where we're entering Great Depression levels of inflation.
Yep.
And companies are going to have far, far, far less money to spend on projects. And, the dividends or whatever, the profit margins are going to need to be much higher for every risk that they take. They're going to need much more of a guarantee, that they're going to come out on top of the other side. So it's a bad move all around. I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, you would have, health insurance and all of these things, but it's not going to, in the long run, it's not going to actually work to your advantage. And in the long run, it's going to have much more negative effects, especially, like I said, as we go into the realm we're going into. Now, I would argue that Funimation should not go back to in-person recording in a lot of ways, because I think that Funimation could save money by hiring cheaper actors out of state who were able to record from home. Yeah. I definitely think that's.
I don't understand why they don't do that. Contractors would be easier to do, and they would also be cheaper because
they can write off the studio if they have them come into the office.
Yeah, but then they also have the overhead of.
I can tell you why they're not eager to keep going with the at-home recordings using an excerpt from this article. According to Aaron Dismuke, interesting.
It keeps popping up on our podcast,
right?
Apparently.
The dubbing kits just weren't as smooth as in-person recording. It's an iPad and a USB microphone that goes into the iPad. It comes with a mic stand, but it doesn't come with soundproofing. They had to sort that out themselves with engineer consultation and mattress foam and getting in your closet. And sometimes they're holding the iPad. The actors were telling me some very rough stories about trying to record from home. Gosh, it was tricky. And there were multiple times with people who couldn't come in where we had to get pickups because there was some rustling around. There was some rustling sound that I couldn't hear because you don't hear playback whenever it's on the iPad. That's the thing that's really crazy about those iPads is why I'm glad to be done with them. Is because it's so hard to direct someone when you can't hear back what they did. you can only hear it one time, and you're going off of memory. You're like, I think that was good. Will you listen to it and let me know if it was good? And then they don't hear the rustle of their clothes in the closet. So effectively what he's trying to say is that the way that they handled this, I think Trent brought this up when we were doing the In Touch coverage at one point, where he was talking about a studio. He said he thinks it was Funimation, but he couldn't remember. And I'm confirming that it was, where they moved to doing in-home recording during COVID and sent out kits for the people to do the recordings, right? So what it actually ended up being was just an iPad with a USB microphone, as Aaron Dismuke was saying. And the reason for the iPad was so that you could interface sort of like through Skype with the audio engineer, and you could see the blips and the video screen of the whatever you're dubbing, right? But the problem is that there was terrible latency issues at times where people couldn't actually see it in real time, right? So you would basically just guess at how long you're supposed to be talking, because the blips would end before the mouth started opening, and you just have to deliver your line and hope that it was good. And so for depending on a person's internet connection and all that, it was really hit or miss, you know? And then they also said the sad reality is that not every actor had the money, space, and know-how or time to create a proper home setup when this all kicked off. Back when the pandemic started, one thing Jonah Scott mentioned to me, this is literally the script of this video, starring Abi from Cartoon Cypher. So when they say mention to me, it's Abi from Cartoon Cypher. So back when the pandemic started, one thing Jonah Scott mentioned to me is that even some big name pro voice actors were normally able to head over to their agent's recording studio when they needed it. But now being able to remote record almost acts as an additional prerequisite to getting cast, particularly in the case of role reprisals. By the way, this is
comment on that.
This is August 29, 2021. So this is in reference to during the pandemic, not the current stuff we're talking about. Go ahead, Lance. You wanted to make a comment?
Okay. The thing is like there's been this argument for the longest time about, fairness and openness of people becoming VAs. This opens the door at home recording. And I've set up a lot of home studios with people and done all that kinds of stuff for years. Heck, Footnam knows how to do it as well. It's not rocket science. There's literal cheap ways you can do this on like just a few bucks. And this whole argument that they didn't have the whole, perfect setup or any of that kinds of stuff. One, that's kind of bullshit, because if you're trying to if you're trying to be an actor or something, going about learning how to understand your tools and understand the product that you need to do the job is proving far more your understanding and worth of what you're not only capable of doing, but what you're capable of accomplishing. So I have a serious issue with that. And also, I've been watching a lot of the dubs, just, that they've been putting out, especially over the pandemic. The voice quality was never a problem. I don't remember really having too much of a complaint there. I remember thinking people's voices were slightly different. Some of the big names that I've heard throughout the years, they seemed a little different, but a little bit of a mic can do that. But that's not a big complaint. It's just a slight tonal change that I pick up on.
Counterpoint. Okay. You guys remember that
oh God,
Amber Lee Connor, Sarah Wiedenhaft, Howard Wang, and Damon Mills are roommates?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't here. He wasn't here for those.
So let's just take this particular situation out of just pick a random person. Let's say that you're a voice actor and you have roommates who are not also voice actors, right? Because obviously in this situation, this wouldn't be an issue because they would understand the importance of, hey, I'm doing a recording session, keep it down, right? But no matter what, if you, for the couple bucks, as you were saying, to soundproof your room in the recording, to give yourself the optimum recording thing by putting up foam or whatever, which is relatively cheap, to be able to set up a room where you can record. But now let's say you've got 3 roommates, right? And the only room you can record in is your bedroom because that's the only free room that you have in the situation where you've got the roommates, right? And then right next door is one of your roommates' room, and while they're in that room and you're trying to record, they start blasting Motley Crue or something, right? And it's seeping through the walls and getting into your recording, you know? So I can see there will be situations where obviously a professional voice actor who's been doing it already for 20 years and has their own home and a recording studio in their home, or just the ability to transform one of their guest bedrooms into a recording studio during the pandemic, that's one thing. But not every voice actor that they hire is going to be able to do that in that regard.
Also, I agree with the person in the video here, article, whatever.
Yeah.
Like you're raising the bar as to who you can hire, because now, he said, you have to be familiar with all this equipment. And yes, okay, Lance, if you're going to be a voice actor, you might want to become familiar with that equipment, but to be a voice actor, you don't need to know anything about a microphone.
Okay.
In order to be
that's a good point, because
what about the argument that I placed as if their whole equality thing and letting people join and all that? Well, I mean, by making it in studio only, they're discriminating and raising out people more.
Yeah, so I would argue that they should make it both. If you can prove that you have the capability and knowledge and the a good enough home setup, then
let's say it's a skill set. It's a skill set that'll get you a leg up in the competition for sure.
Yeah,
but
I think that's how they should approach it. I agree with that.
The other issue that you have to consider about that is if you do say, okay, well, we don't want background. The other thing that you didn't mention is you're saying, oh, well, what if you have roommates or whatever? What if you're living by yourself and you have a home studio set up in your front room or whatever, and
just
there's construction,
yeah,
or someone's mowing their lawn, and it's like, oh, I sorry guys, I know we scheduled time, but my neighbor decided to mow his lawn right now. So there's multiple reasons why home setup wouldn't work. There are a few that it could work, and I agree in theory that leaving the option open is good. However, I just thought of a counterpoint to that, and that is if you then say, okay, we're going to let X employees or contractors work from home because they have whatever setup, now you're kind of discriminated against all the people that do come in because they don't have good enough setups, and it's like, oh, this guy's getting special treatment because he's rich or something, right?
Even though they'd probably be getting paid the same.
Would they be getting paid though if they're using contractors rather than union workers?
Well, and that's the other thing is that if you are, let's say, in LA, for example, where the cost of living is extremely high, and you're hiring some, no name who at least has the talent and the voice to be able to deliver a performance, who lives in Kentucky and records from home, you could pay them significantly less and them be more than willing to take, $3,000 for the thing. For them could be like
$20 for the person,
$8,000 for the person in LA. You know what I mean?
Not to mention, you got to understand that. Okay, I get y'all's counterpoints to all that, and taking on into consideration the fact that, okay, one, not everyone's going to have the ability. Two, there's just kind of merits to both sides. What about this thought process for as far as cost effectiveness goes? Little thing people always forget about when they come to a fucking studio is you need a sound engineer. You can't just go in there and say, hey, motherfucker, I'm going to record in your studio. No, 9 times out of 10, you have to hire somebody to record them.
Right, and I think that was a
portion. I mean, even when you're acting remotely, you still need the sound engineer on the other end.
I'm just saying,
this is going back to something.
Get rid of that problem.
This is something Random 11 was sort of addressing, was the idea that a voice actor doesn't necessarily know how the settings of a microphone and whatnot. True. Right. The idea is that in the actual, work environment that they're used to, the sound engineer has set everything up, right? So you come in and the microphone is already calibrated, it's already set up and everything, and you just wait for your cue and you start performing, right?
Yeah.
And then they record it and they handle the mixing and everything, and you just get to go home. So in the scenario of recording from home, like, you need to start becoming a little bit more savvy, which is something that people should all easily be able to do. Like, there's no reason, unless you've got an extremely below 90 IQ, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to
A turbo
to figure it
boomer.
out.
Or
Even a blind guy
or
can
your
use
hearing
it.
is shit.
Yeah, well, I guess that could be a scenario. Like, that's a good point, Reese. That if you don't, like, if you've got a perfect voice and the ability to deliver a line, but you can't hear.
But you need that director in the room telling you, go a little bit higher for this line, go a little bit lower.
Well, not even just that, but just like when like you can't calibrate the mic settings on your own. You know, now a big thing here is that we're talking simultaneously about the change that Funimation is making, and also what they were doing during the pandemic, right? So nowadays, if you have the situation of the guy mowing his lawn, like they said here, you could just go to your so you could head over to your agent's recording studio when you needed it, because now there's not a pandemic going on anymore, right? So they said,
okay, let me say this. Then by all this, then what they should do is make multiple options, like you guys were saying. That would kind of.
well,
be
I think.
best way
I
to-
think ultimately what it should come down to is the fact that, like I said, being able to record remotely effectively that's the footnote on your resume that gets you the extra work. You know, have grade A home studio, can record remotely if needed, blah, blah, like, whatever you
They
put that
already
into your. Good.
They already kind of were doing that before having the hybrid, I guess you could say, to a much lesser extent, because Vic was recording remotely, right, from LA.
Right.
But because obviously he had that little tick on his resume, he was able to do that.
Right. Stan was saying home recordings, unless you're Vic with a pro studio with pro equipment in your own home. Right?
Now, you absolutely, like, this idea of a pro studio, pro equipment, it is so easy, and I'm not going to say cheap, but relatively speaking, for, like, this being your career, I say it's cheap. Like, you could spend, like, a bit under $1,000 and have a studio, a room that's reasonably treated.
I mean,
and
the thing
even
is,
that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that was kind of the end of it. It's like, if even that, like, you just have to get enough of the correct kind of foam that can actually get rid of the reverb, and then you just have to have a good enough, like, mic placement and signal to noise ratio. Now, something I will say is that I'm kind of impressed at how some of these voice actors, you would think they'd be in the mode of, like, so voice acting isn't something that's very reliable. So I would think that at least some of these people, probably more of the newer people, would be savvy in some of these things, or already have their own home setup, because likely you would be recording your own stuff and be sending out your own your portfolios to
it's
things online.
It's a modern skill set for sure that people should be expected to have now. It's like I work with people. I've worked with people before in different various situations who don't know how to use a word processor. Like, they've never used Microsoft Word, or they don't know how to draft an email. You know what I mean? And they need help. Like, they request help. Can you help me send this email? Or whatever, and so I think we sort of take for granted as like industries progress, how much of that there actually is going on. Real quick, I want to address. So Stan previously, like literally a minute before, as I was saying this, said unionizing the dub actors will guarantee that there will be less jobs for the actors. Good job. And then continue that with Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, and AMC Plus now have to justify the money they are spending for shows. So the margins need to be higher for these companies to make money and still pay the license holders, which is sort of what I was saying before about, because of the inflation, you have to have like the profit margins have to be more guaranteed. You can't take risks with something that might be a loss, because you know that this other show is going to cover the loss. You know what I mean?
What I wanted to point out earlier is when Putnam brought up the whole, placing the foam and all that kinds of stuff. I mean, that's also another thing to understand, that, there is a stereotypical studio, but then trick of the trade, burlap, it's super cheap. compared to studio foam, and does about the same damn thing, if not better, when set up right. So you could just get a roll of burlap and use that as your sound buffers. So all I'm pointing out is that the cost of setting up the studio is far less than having the space, the appropriate space. It's far less important, to worry about than having the space, because the whole thought process of a car is going to come barreling down, or your lawn, or someone's lawnmower, to be able to stop noise like that is going to cost a good penny.
Yeah,
But
like that's where you actually have to completely soundproof the walls of the room.
It becomes a serious issue.
It becomes very impossible, I would say.
But I mean, I've seen people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on cement rock type things, and still you can hear the mowers outside. Yeah. But the thing is, though, is like that right there is your main issue. But as far as setting up, I would like to put a price tag of, outside of the PC, I'd say you could probably have a good studio setup for about $400 or $500 USD, and be able to make really good quality stuff that could definitely be used in a pro level production. Like, you don't need $1 million.
I think
$1,000.
Yeah, but I think an issue with it is not so much that that it's not cheap and doable. It's that the person who has to make that call, they don't necessarily, like, they're stuck at the stage of there's like a barrier to entry where you don't even know what to do. Like you're just completely at a loss for, I don't know how to set this up. And like, maybe there's a resource out there that would quickly tell you you could do it for this much. It's not that expensive. It's easy.
YouTube.
But
you're also assuming
Funimation have a guide made.
No, but all of this assumes that they even have the space to do it, right?
True,
Some of these people are doing it in their closet because they don't have anywhere else to do it.
Closets are pretty good for makeshift recording. I'll tell you that.
I've done it.
Just in terms of the noise dampening of being around the clothes and stuff, yes. But as Aaron Dismuke had said previously, that the problem with it, of course, is that, like a lot of times, like when we're on the call here, when we're talking, sometimes one of us is getting a lot of background noise, and we hear the background noise in real life, like where we're at, but we don't realize necessarily that it's coming into the microphone.
The mic, yeah.
And so people who are experiencing a slight rustle of the clothes as they're talking, like they're giving a performance, which is causing them to move a little bit, and like their head, let's say, is resting up against a coat that's hanging down. So as they turn their head, they kind of barely hear it, but like outside of that, it's picking up on the mic, like, because it's right there next to you.
Well, you have to account for that.
But I'd like to ask a question. Who the hell isn't going to listen back to a recording?
No, they're saying that it wasn't something you could do in that thing. Moment? And if you're listening to it, like if you are playing it back and you're hearing, sounds good, but then the audio engineer, when they finally get it and they're listening to it with high quality headphones on, then they're hearing, oh shit, there's all this like rustling going on.
There's no,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
I see
let's put it this way. Everything, like all these bumps in the road for them, it's like they can get around them. The point is that this is just way less practical. They'll get around it sooner or later, but it'll take so much more time and resources to get the final product.
Yeah. So there was a something that got brought up during the Amber Heard trial. Amber claimed that she got cut from Aquaman 2 and had to fight her way to get back on the contract and everything. And Depp's team claimed no, that never happened, and to prove that, they called in the CEO, either the president or CEO of Warner Brothers film division, basically the top guy,
the executive.
And he came in and he was like, no, we never released her from her contract because her contract was an option contract. There's literally no incentive for us to release her. We did tell her at one point we weren't going to fulfill our we weren't going to call her for the option. weren't gonna pull it, because her chemistry was bad with Jason Momoa in the first Aquaman, and Amber's team was like, well, she did a chemistry test with Jason Momoa, and she passed that chemistry test. That's why you hired her in the first place. So how could it be that you're telling us now that she has bad chemistry? And he basically said, well, listen, yeah, we have this test, and we thought they had good chemistry in the little test, but when we actually started making the movie, we realized there wasn't good chemistry, and we had to work really hard with movie magic to make it look like they had chemistry in the final product. And if we had got an actor, which they were considering for Aquaman 2, to recast her, that had better chemistry with them, they wouldn't have had to do as much movie magic, as much work. They wouldn't have had to put in as much effort to fake the fact that to fake the chemistry. Yeah. So if an audio engineer might be able to take a audio clip that has some rustling in it or whatever, post process it to remove the rustling or at least make it so it's not noticeable. But it's a lot more work. Whereas if they just come in, then we can make sure that there are no rustling right away.
You could get rid of the post process. I completely see where you're coming from.
So let's finish this little snippet here real quick. So Jason Scott mentioned to me that one thing Jason Scott mentioned to me is that even some big name pro voice actors were normally able to head over to their agent's recording studio when they needed it. But now being able to remote record almost acts as an additional prerequisite to getting cast, particularly in the case of role reprisals. It might have been worth delaying an episode for longer than usual in order to ensure the needed actors were set up. Sadly, though, in cases like the character Davis in the latest Digimon movie, Brian Donovan was recast due to issues with his home setup. It's also possible that really good voice actors could be excluded from projects simply because they couldn't meet the new higher threshold. Granted, there are definitely some who adjusted.
Hold on.
And there are now undoubtedly cases. Hold on, let me. What's up?
I got a company.
Okay,
come on in.
I lost where I was at. Granted, there are definitely some who adjusted, and there are now undoubtedly cases where remote recording can be seen as the more convenient option. I mean, why drive an hour or two down to a studio just to record a few minutes of audio when you can do it from home and save time as well as money? And again, this is regarding how they recorded during COVID when there were reasons for them to not come in. Now, on top of this, I've got these responses to Anime News Network's article. We're going to come back to in a minute. This one, where Sean Chiplock said, actors in Los Angeles are still battling with getting paid as employees. Again, actors in Los Angeles are union for the most part. So a codified law in California for almost a decade now, getting paid as an employee. Because studios keep using terminology that's meant for musicians to continue paying actors as 1099 independent contractors. They're violating the labor law. Okay, well, and he replies, quote, so why don't you just tell them to stop? Because we really enjoy what we do, which is why you get taken advantage of, and are still trying to figure out how to successfully convince some of the biggest names in casting/dubbing to stop screwing us over on taxes while there's thousands of actor options who won't ask. All right, so if this is such a big deal, Clifford or Sean Chiplock, here's what you need to do. It's called a class action lawsuit. I'm sure that you've got plenty of other VAs who could come in and put their name to it, so that it's not one person being litigious. It's the group of voice actors, and the more of them that get involved, the more pressure is put onto the companies who are doing things wrong, who will have to go to court to argue that they're not violating the labor law. And at the end of the day, it's not going to come down on anybody in particular, because you've got the entire industry that they rely on effectively behind the class action lawsuit, right?
They'd need to get some big people on that though.
Yeah,
Like,
but I think they
people.
could if it was such a big deal. And the thing is, like you said, because we really enjoy what we do, is that yeah, you're a pussy. You're not going to stand up to them because you let them walk over you because you like to record for anime.
Well, that's why I said they need big names, because
Yeah.
if they don't get big names, then they're like, how much do we really need you?
Yeah.
Scoop you out. We'll just hire someone else, because there's
That's why I'm
tons of people
suggesting...
that are willing to be like, oh, I'm a fan. I can, and like, is it worth them fighting you for whatever money they're, or rather just, okay, we deal with a couple years of anime where we get new people that aren't maybe as good as the people that we just lost. As long as they keep like the big ticket names, like used to be, like Vic used to be.
Yeah. But think about it.
Then
But think about it from the perspective of, if you did it through a class action lawsuit, it's not like the lawsuit just disappears. They have to fight the lawsuit to prove that they are able to violate the labor law that you're claiming they're violating.
If they're doing something illegal,
which is what he's claiming,
then yeah, then they still have to. They'd still have a claim, and they could go after them for that claim, and they would owe them back taxes. But they could still fire all of them,
right?
And rehire them under new contracts, and
which is ultimately the goal that they want. So I'm just
move
saying,
everyone to Texas.
I'm just saying that this tweet here from Sean Chiplock is a pity me tweet. It's like, I can't do anything about it. It's like, you've got plenty of options. You're just a pussy who's not gonna exercise those options, right? If you actually want to see this change, and not just give me a pity me tweet on Twitter about, like, you got to support us because we're getting taken advantage of. It's like, well, you're letting yourself get taken advantage of. Now, Kaiji Von Tang had this to say: the conversation isn't about LA talent being barred from Texas shows. We'll be fine. But the slow removal of remote recording will be wrecking many new VAs who were able to shine during the last 2 years. We've enjoyed a huge new range of voices. What a shame to stop now, right? So this is the idea that during COVID, when they were doing all the remote simuldubs, they got voice actors we'd never heard before, new people in other states and whatnot, that diversified the content pool, right? Which is something that, again, is, as he said, it's a shame to lose that. And I think, again, that Funimation is moving back to in-person dub recordings, because the people who held the monopoly previously in the Texas-based stuff with Okratron and whatnot, I think that they're a little bit peeved at the fact that they don't get to continue to get the major roles that pay their bills and allow them to stay on top, right? I think there's probably some of that going on. And then we've also got Kara Edwards, who said, quote, so yeah, this is in response to the Anime News Network tweet about the article. A studio I did a ton of non-anime animation work with in New York through the pandemic went back to in-person recording, and I haven't been cast since. I live in Texas. This is normal. Basically, again, the Kara Edwards, the Dragon Ball clique that is close with Sabbath is like, fuck you, Anime News Network. This is normal. Get over it, other voice actors, because she's back in the good graces of getting roles because of her proximity to Sabbath. Is how I'm reading that. And look at good old Ron Toye. Absolutely. It's really sad that this news outlet has put out a few articles that seem like they are fishing for outrage or wanting some breaking hot take. Also, I get wanting the union for dubs, but they are not considering how that could impact actors who do more than just anime here in Texas. I don't do a good Ron Toye voice. Sorry about that. Anyway, so back to the actual article here. I forgot where I left off. Okay. So the 2-hour discussion and audience Q&A highlighted the benefits SAG offers to its members, which is minimum pay, health insurance, a pension, etc., while also exposing lingering questions from non-union actors about both the impact greater union density will have over on the industry and the path to achieving it. Miller described the anime dubbing industry as being in a, quote, once-in-a-generation industry-wide moment of flux. Citing COVID, the rise of remote recording, and the Crunchyroll and Funimation merger, they acknowledged that it's a scary time for voice actors who often struggled to find consistent work even before the pandemic. But according to Miller, the newly merged Crunchyroll represents a choke point of power. Crunchyroll is committed to producing many of its shows in-house rather than farming out work to external studios. So signing this one company to a union contract, as SAG was able to do with Netflix, would instantly transform hundreds of shows from non-union to union. Crunchyroll's shift toward in-person recording complicates those ambitions. After dozens of dubs produced remotely, many using talent from around the country, this season Crunchyroll confirmed that they have moved back to bringing Texas-based talent into the studio. Anime News Network confirmed with multiple industry sources familiar with Crunchyroll's dubbing procedure that the company is not only bringing Texas talent in-house, but is focusing on casting Texas-based talent in its dubs. The Crunchyroll representative did not confirm that the company had told ADR directors to focus only on hiring Texas-based actors or was actively avoiding hiring talent outside of Texas. But when you've got your Crunchyroll ADR directors who are working at Okratron, it just seems kind of obvious that they are sticking with their clique.
Yep. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
No worries. So an Anime News Network analysis of recent castings of May 10th, as of May 10th, reveals the proportion of Crunchyroll roles going to talent based outside of Texas in the spring 2022 season dropped to less than half that of winter 2022. This is partially explained by the heavier use of Texas-based ADR directors compared to last season. Bless you. But even shows directed outside of Texas had significantly fewer remote castings than in the winter. Excuse me.
Sorry, I forgot to. I meant to mute and I didn't quite get there fast enough.
In public Twitter threads and private conversations, actors complained of roles being recast from remote actors to Texas-based ones, with directors in some cases reportedly told not to cast outside of Texas. Anime News Network did not find anyone willing to go on the record with specific examples, and many performers feared retaliation for speaking out. Notably, Texas is a right-to-work state, meaning that the state laws curtailing unions will likely make organizing actors to demand contracts much more difficult. Why the shift all of a sudden? According to Crunchyroll, they've reopened and expanded, and this is just a part of that process. The company also recently upgraded their studio space and likely wants to get use out of their investment. In the roundtable, Miller also acknowledged the additional cost of remote recording. Most notably, the audio engineering work to normalize sound quality between different recording spaces. Whatever the reasons, the new approach has hit actors outside of Texas hard, and many complained that they were never officially notified of the change in policy. In a Twitter thread, Riza May highlighted the importance of remote recording for autoimmune disabled actors, calling the abrupt return to in-person recording inhumane. May explained in an email to Anime News Network that Texas-based actors who are immunocompromised, that for Texas-based actors who are immunocompromised, it is still dangerous for them to come in person for studio recording. Quote, it is inhumane for them to demand that Texas-based actors with autoimmune disabilities still come to the studio to work. This is not specific to just talent, but for production as well, May wrote. According to Miller, SAG encourages remote recording, but likely wouldn't be able to mandate it even if Crunchyroll did go union. At the very least, it can mandate HEPA filters, regular cleaning, masking, and other COVID-19 safety protocols. I can't wait until they do that. And the lines delivered in every anime are gonna sound like this because they all have
fucking
Okay,
NASCAR
I've got
over the
a
third
call.
studio.
I'm gonna call this out.
I-
I think our whole discussion earlier was delightful about home versus in-house versus what might be good or bad. I think what really needs to just happen is Ogretron needs to get its fucking hands out of everything that Funimation does and stop. It just seems like maybe I'm wrong, and I would love for anyone to correct me and say I'm wrong because I'd like to not feel this way. But it seems like Okratron, if it's Funimation, one of their main things, and all Funimation's like main casting shit. Like it seems like anytime they do something, we get situations like this, where
It'd be
hey,
funny,
we're going to
though.
go with this cast, or we're going to prioritize this.
I don't think this is a particular problem because of Okratron.
Yeah, but it'd be funny to see if they did decide to stop contracting with Okratron, if they just switched over to Sound Cadence.
And see what
no.
happens with the
And the HEPA filter. I don't think they're talking about HEPA filter in their face. I think they're just talking about it.
They're just talking about
using it as
purifying the
a-
air from
Yeah,
the
in the
spring
air
clean.
system.
I was
The air-
referring to the masking.
The problem is with all of that.
Oh,
that
masking.
none of that is going to stop what they're trying to say it's going to stop, because as AC and I agree pointed out, I believe it was last podcast, everyone's going to get it, and eventually we're just going to get to where we have a resistance to it. But all this crap about all this social paranoia is just slowing it down and making people paranoid.
Right.
I think you've all gotten it except me, right?
I have gotten it twice.
AC got it, right?
I never got tested.
Oh. I
don't
think
know.
Reese said he got it. I definitely have not gotten it. Unless I
Sorry,
got
I-
it before
To be
literally
fair- to be
everyone.
fair,
Asymptomatic.
There's a
We were
chance
talking-
you had it.
We're trying to
showed
find
no
out
symptoms.
how many of us have AIDS.
Has
Haha.
AIDS?
Yeah, do you have AIDS?
Do you have airborne AIDS?
No, I don't have airborne AIDS.
Have you
you
had
haven't got
it, though?
COVID?
No. Haven't
Oh,
got
okay.
jabbed either.
Well, Random 11's debunked. Fake news.
I thought
Correlation does
there
not
was
equal-
a
Reese.
I thought there was a
Was it-
time where you said you were really sick and I thought you had COVID.
No, I was really sick. Yeah, like what? First part of May or whatever. That had
I
nothing
mean,
to
you
do
were
with-
in the hospital recently.
Yeah. That had nothing to do with COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
So me
I-
me and
I
Reese
don't-
are
I don't.
me
have
and Reese are
COVID.
clean so far.
It's
I
been
think
first-
the only people who are who we can confirm had it were Foodnum and Lance.
It's
Did
amazing.
Greenline have it?
Greenline.
Well,
said he got
Greenline's not
shot.
here right now, but
Anyway,
If I remember
He
correctly, I might be
mentioned it
wrong.
on podcast.
Anyway, we'll just continue from here and say that at the very least, it can mandate HEPA filters, regular cleaning, masking, and other COVID-19 safety protocols in the studio. Without the union, Crunchyroll can not only require in-person recording, but also require that actors consent to whatever safety rules or lack thereof they have in place. The fate of international... It's funny, like, it's almost like monopolies are a bad thing.
Yeah, no shit.
The fate of international actors is closely tied to remote recording, which was a hot topic in the Coda Q&A session. SAG representatives assured the audience that they don't make casting decisions, and thus the union wouldn't stop any client from hiring international talent. Maggie Russell Brown, National Director of Organizing for SAG, put it bluntly, quote, "Employees have the right to hire and make decisions about their businesses. Workers have the right to either accept that or not. When those workers collectively refuse to accept non-union work, they give SAG the power to get the company on board and negotiate a contract. That's where the organizing piece comes in. God damn it. That's where the organizing piece comes in," she said. One recent example, actor Reba Burr secured an increased rate for the Ascendance of a Bookworm Season 3 cast as a condition of her returning to play Mine. "I wasn't willing to accept the same old rock-bottom rate I had received in the past," she tweeted. Quote, "There's power in numbers," said Stephanie Shea. What's up?
I just on my phone scrolling to like petition to replace Amber Heard and Aquaman 2 with Bruce Campbell, which is
Yeah.
reaches 2 million. Oh my god, Jesus!
Isn't that the one where he like was retweeting it saying sign me up or send me a script?
Yeah. There's power in numbers, said Stephanie Shea, chiming in from the audience at the session. The more productions that sign a union contract, the more union work is available. The inverse is also true, though, and that catch-22 left some audience members uncertain about whether they'd be able to pick up enough work if they joined the union. But as Miller pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, the Netflix contract flipped everything under their umbrella, extending SAG benefits to many more actors. Quote, I'm getting paid 30% more than I was last year, they said. If SAG and CODA can overcome new policies around remote recording to do the same at Crunchyroll, it could fundamentally change the way anime dubbing work is done. And again, it operates from the perspective that companies are not paying you more because they just don't want to, right? That it doesn't have anything to do with budgets, the bottom line, the ability to expand and continue to provide
Management
future work.
abusing their roles and causing problems.
Yeah, and the thing is that without unions, if you actually have talent, right, in a meritocracy, you don't need the collectivism because you can negotiate the rate based on the fact that companies know that when they hire Vic, they make money. You know, those sort of things.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is everyone here aware of the term called union dues?
Union
Yes.
dues? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Having to pay. Yeah, effectively a
Be a
union
part,
is
yeah.
a sort of mafia, right? You
Oh,
pay
you
for
mean
the
like the thing
protection
where you have to
racket.
pay into it?
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
pay for it, and then they get to dictate. In a lot of union cases, they get to dictate what type of work you can take. They force you to not be able to take other work, or else you get penalized. And effectively, they tell you, no, you want to work on this project, but they can only afford to pay you $10 an hour. No, they have to pay you triple that because you're union. I don't care that they're adapting a story that your grandfather wrote. You can't voice in it because it's union. Right, you're a union.
Which is why we never see union actors in Funimation dubs most of the time.
Right. So real quick, I'd like to address, how's it going, buddy? Gilzino says, "What's good, homies?"
It says holies, clearly. No.
Yeah. Musement says, "Union dues sound like a scam." Well, yeah. See, because the point of unionizing is that it is a collectivist attempt to bargain for people who aren't talented or profitable enough to bargain on their own. Basically, just to use Vic as an example, somebody like Vic, or let's use somebody else like Troy Baker, for example, might have a big enough draw and talent or a voice that people love. Stephen J. Bloom might be another good example. Somebody where people will watch a show simply because you cast Stephen J. Bloom and they love his voice, for example, right? So a person like that can negotiate their contracts. They can do okay by themselves because they have that talent and they bring people to your product. But for 80% of your cast, they aren't talented enough to get a raise, right? They don't effectively deserve to be paid as much as a Vic or a Stephen J. Bloom or whoever, right? So they have to band together in order to force. Yes, it is a strong arming technique through collectivist ideology.
I would like to point out that in some cases, it can be helpful, but in a lot of cases, it is hurtful because companies lose the ability to, screen and set up, but then you also have the problem of companies, again, like Funimation, who would, abuse, people not standing up to them.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why people are incredibly worried, will I have a job?
So unions definitely can do good if you happen to be in alignment with the collective goal of more pay or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But the problem is,
except that dues could be the equal amount of whatever more you get paid.
I mean, generally they wouldn't do that because the people that are
Well, no, that's
if
see,
you're-
What's to stop them? What's to stop them?
There's
Hold on.
Okay, one, Reese, I understand where you're coming from, and two, unions wouldn't last very long if they did do that. I've never heard of someone who had to pay more than they made in. They would definitely not want to be a part of that union.
more than the surplus income.
Well, also,
that if they worked at, say, Funimation,
fair.
by working at Bang Zoom.
So if you have a union that says, okay, we want a $2 raise, and that equates to you getting $5,000 more a year or whatever, and they're like, oh, well, our yearly due is $5,000. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense. But the people who are in the union, that are like running the union, know what they can get away with. It's politics, right? Because they're elected and everything like that too. Mm-hmm. So the person, the chair of the union, whatever it's called, I forget what it's called, but the person running the union will know what they can get away with, and if they do something that's not politically kosher within the union, he'll get booted and someone else will come in. There is a possibility that, our raises we got a $5,000 raise this year, but our union due is $5,000. That's possible. It would make sense if they cared about, well, you also got better hours, and you had to work less hours, or you got
this, from
medical
having a hobby,
insurance,
or doing your taxes appropriately and getting your refund and all that kinds of stuff. So all I'm trying to say is that argument doesn't hold a lot of water, since I agree with Random 11 in the fact that yes, you need to get rid of the person that would be doing that to you. If they're
is my mic working okay?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was listening to you. Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah? Okay, I was just checking. Because I added a new setting this podcast, so I just want to make sure it's coming through. You're laughing. Can you not tell the difference?
Well,
no,
it sounds like you're definitely not going to get hired.
I just love how we went from that to, oh, guys, did you hear my new microphone sound?
I was just double checking that it was coming through and it wasn't breaking up or anything.
I mean,
Random 11, you wouldn't be hired remotely by Funimation.
Yeah.
Tell us what it is so we can search for it in our ears.
So, unions can do good things. They can do bad things if you're not aligned with the union, was my point. I was trying to get that earlier. So if you are the person who is excelling, who says, well, no, I can work X number of hours. I want to get paid for those extra hours that I'm working, because I don't care. I love voicing X number of roles, whatever. The union's going to come in and say, well, no, you can't work that extra hours. Right. Because the company doesn't want to pay that, and we don't want to support you in that thing. So now it's like, well, fuck, now the union is limiting where I can work, and you can't do shit about it.
The thing. Go ahead.
My friend worked for Yellow Pages. A friend that he used to be my friend in high school. Anyway, he worked for Yellow Pages. I met up. Yeah. He used to work for Yellow Pages. He was in a union, and he wanted to work there. It was his job, and the union decided to make a deal with the company to basically get rid of his entire department. I was like, okay, well, what can you do about it? You can't do shit about it. So, because he was in the minority, right? Mm-hmm. So he literally got laid off because of his union.
Also, another argument. I mean, it's again, this is the whole potato versus potato argument of, there's good and bad, because a lot of the union workers that I've known in the years were truckers, and it's not a job, not being discriminative or trying to insult people, but it's not a job that you have to have like the highest IQ or a very skill set that's like, oh hey, AC's been doing video editing and all this picture stuff for years, and he has all these talents. No, you know how to drive appropriately, and the laws in that regards. I mean, there's the barrier to entry is low, and they would not be able to get jobs and stuff if it was not for their union set up because it didn't matter what job they took. You know, it wasn't that kind of work. It was, I need a job, I need to get paid, my bills are due. So, you know, that's why I'm saying, that's why I'm totally agreeing with the idea of it's a double-edged sword. It depends on the situation. But I've seen it hurt. I've seen it help a lot of people more than I've seen, you know, personally. I've seen it help people more than I've seen it hurt them. But not saying that people don't get screwed over by being in unions, because that totally happens.
All right.
Did I go off the rails there?
No, you're sorry. I'm working on some
I was just
merch.
double checking. I was just like,
Sorry, did I get out the point that the union there is a case sometimes when the union may say, okay, your raise is $5,000, your dues are $5,000, but here you get medical insurance, right? So that's the benefit we're giving you, even though for the money wise you're not really gaining anything.
Know what you're joining. That's all we really can do.
Yeah, and it's kind of like in the way I look at it is like in YouTube they had multi-channel networks, right? And so a lot of people joined MCNs thinking that they would be good for you, but unless they're selling their own ads, all you're getting is the same deal you had with Google, but they're taking a cut of your earnings.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I forgot about that.
And occasionally, you know, they might have, you know, by letting them have a cut of your earnings, you got guaranteed into them fighting on your behalf against a copyright claim or something. But
a lot of good that's
most of them,
Google.
Well, most of them are predatory, you know, and sometimes, you know, the multi-channel network did have something to offer, like they had limited licenses to songs or whatever. So if you got claimed on something, they could get it waived because you were a part of their group. But if you left the group, the claim came back, stuff like that, which is of course how they maneuver their way into getting a cut of your revenue. But the point is that there were a lot of them where they weren't offering you anything. It was just a sales pitch to trick you into giving them access to your revenue.
It's like that. It's like when you go to GameStop, like, would you like this, you know, $3 or whatever replacement thing on a disc that'll probably never get scratched, and I've only known of one person to return it. It's just the psychological play to keep you. It's playing on paranoia is what it is. Like in a lot in that regards there.
Right. So Stan was saying, if you don't want to negotiate your own pay, then by all means join the union. But good luck getting work to help pay those dues that you can't get out of. Yeah, and here's the thing about SAG. The SAG, Screen Actors Guild, I believe, is what allows an actor to get paid residuals, like royalties over time, right? And those are nice, but the cost of making movies has gone up so much that hiring union actors, you know, like the A-list celebrities, becomes impossible for somebody making a more low-budget film.
I just still want to say that I love how my thought process when I hear you say the cost of making movies, and I think Hollywood films, I'm thinking, man, they're not worth half of what they spend on them.
Well, and part of that is because of the unionizing.
The other thing is companies will, like, it just takes them a little bit of time maybe, but they eventually get wise to the idea of what happens, and they get their lawyers involved. So now you have companies that will say, like, okay, well, yeah, you can have residuals if we make X number above our costs, whatever, right? And then so then they set up like different companies, like this is the, you know, hiring company LLC, and this is the production company LLC, and then so they make it so that contracts with the hiring company, and then they shift the money around so that the hiring company is the one that needs to be in the profit, and so they pay everyone else first, and then they're like, oh, well, you know, we've basically given away all the money, so even though this movie made tons of money, it's already spoken for, and so for residuals, you actually get nothing. And it's like, oh. if anyone wants to Google it, this is obviously what I've heard from. I think Barnes has talked about it.
Mhm.
Robert Barnes. It's called Hollywood Accounting. If you Google that, and that's
God, that
basically what
rings
I
a bell,
explained.
but I don't want to. I don't want to look into it again.
Well, I think the point effectively is that there are consequences to unionizing the dubbing industry, and
Agreed.
Reba Barr, for example, getting weaponizing her Twitter followers in order to get raises on all of her projects, which is good for her, but it makes the companies that are hiring these union actors more wary.
I'd like to make one last point on this on this situation here. Anytime one person does significantly better, someone else has to do less. That's how the world works. And in this situation, when she makes that much more money, they've got to go, hey, our budget was X. So now we have to figure out where the rest of our funds are going to come.
As a caveat, when to take what you said and change it a little bit, when somebody does better without actually increasing the productivity or the output,
thank you.
Yeah, that somebody else is taking less, which is to say that you have one of the people you already have on call playing two different characters rather than having an extra person. It might be something like that to just kind of reconsolidate the budget. But in the typical sense of the word, when people are actually talented enough to negotiate their own contracts and whatnot, where they can actually confidently request more pay and expect to get it, in those situations, you're bringing more to the table by being on the project. Like by hiring you, the project makes more money, and therefore the slice of pie is bigger, and there's more going around.
Yeah, so there's definitely a something to say about, like, okay, I've got so many Twitter followers, they're going to help me get a raise. And it's like, okay, well, fine, we'll give you a raise, but we're expecting these Twitter followers to actually pay for this anime, and thus meaning we'll have higher sales, and then fine, and we'll grant you that this will happen, so we're going to pay you up front now, higher, fine. But if they don't see higher sales because of your massive Twitter following, then the next time they go to hire someone, they'll be like, well, why would we hire her? She's just going to have her Twitter people yell at us until we pay her more. So yeah, I'm not going to hire her.
I think
unless it's backed up with higher sales in the end of the day, right. It's going to hurt her.
I think it'll be interesting to see, because she got, her move got the whole cast to get a higher contract, right? Everybody effectively got raises, but it'll be interesting to see down the line how that affects their employability continuing at those companies, because you might actually find out that they basically stopped casting her in new projects because she's effectively a troublemaker. It's the same reason that Amazon has algorithms that they use to find out which employees are most likely to start unions and to actually separate those employees in the break room. Like, they have all these strategies in order to try to stop people from unionizing at Amazon. In fact, when I worked at Amazon for a brief stint that one year, we watched an anti-union PSA warning us of the dangers of unionizing, right? Because at the end of the day, what unionizing does is it costs the company way more for less. Like, they pay you, like they still have the same amount of profit going around, but now they've got to pay fewer people more money, so they have to work harder and restructure everything and automate tasks with machines and things. Because so it just, at the end of the day, it ends up hurting businesses to the point where they literally write code to try to determine who's most likely to become a union leader, and sometimes fire them before you have a chance to start the union, and all these things.
I hate to go back on my word with the whole one last comment, but you made me realize something, a complaint that I've had for a minute now, and I've thought about this. Why unionizing the anime industry, the dubbing industry, is a bad idea. People can't control sometimes what the show's going to be like. And if the show is ass, and let's say you did, get the best.
If the show is ass, why did we pay so much for these actors?
Exactly. So it's like this whole, it's another reason why definitely don't need unionizing definitely don't need it to force higher wages onto a shit show, because no one's going to give a damn or want to buy it. So at the end of the day, there's a support why it's a bad idea.
Mhm. So continuing from here.
I'll be right back.
By the way, I want to make a quick mention that I'm glad to see that Stan's tuning in, even though we're not talking about like Vic stuff.
Not majorly right now, but yes, that is cool. A lot of our new viewers are here. I'm
I'm
happy to
just
see
saying, I'm glad that we are worthy
guys.
of his time.
that. Yeah, especially considering how bad I feel with my my neck tweaked the way it is, where my brain function feels a little impaired. But the show must go on. Mother of the Goddess.
That's basically the normal podcast anyway. So like, whatever.
Well, not from my perspective, but Mother of the Goddess Dormitory manga is ending in the next chapter. So this had a manga, apparently, and it's ending. So maybe we'll get a full adaptation.
Yeah, maybe.
And there was this guy. You guys remember last podcast we mentioned that Togashi started a Twitter account and tweeted out that 4 more chapters are on the way for Hunter x Hunter.
At least 4 more.
Yeah,
Maybe
Hunter
more.
x Hunter.
No, it's
Okay.
Hunter x Hunter.
So there's this guy who live streams himself doing 1,000 punches a day until Hunter x Hunter resumes serialization. And look at how tattered his clothes are compared to when he first started. So this is the first video from 2 years ago. And this is his current progress.
That's got to be a joke.
Well, I think to an
You
extent.
can click
it
on
looks
his
like-
YouTube name and
No,
see
this
how many.
I can't because it's here. This one I guess I can.
It does look like he fabricated, how ripped it got. That's why I was joking behind the scenes about, like, just watch the second latest video. It's perfectly normal gi or whatever it's called. And then in the last one, it's all tattered. Like he just ripped it up for the latest one.
Well,
So-
Yeah, go to videos.
How does he have so
Nice.
many views on each of them? Who would tune in to watch a guy doing 1,000 punches every day? Why is it even 2,000 down there? Like, holy crap.
Are they just re-uploads? Like even the thumbnail's the same.
that'd be hilarious.
Just imagine getting all of these recommended in your feed with the same thumbnail. It's like, oh yes, he's got more punches coming. Oh yes.
Well, I want you to notice how long they are. 54 minutes, 19 seconds. 54 minutes, 57 seconds.
It's just like
54:01.
the speed run almost.
Yeah, he's
Because
doing. These are taking him an hour every day.
These
He's
aren't.
just-
He's not doing 1,000 punches at this rate in an hour. No way. Absolutely not.
Or they're those like tiny punches he did, but he got like really
I think
fast
he
at the
could.
tiny punches.
Mm-mm.
Because that's 60 minutes times 60 seconds each. So there's one punch in 1.5 seconds, right?
Excuse me, AC. Reese is a kung fu master. And he would know.
He is a kung fu master.
That's I don't know.
Look at how far down I've gone through these, and he's the tearing is. Well, now he's got a different color shirt underneath. How far do I need to go down before it's not torn?
1,000 times 1.5 is 1,500.
So there are tears here on the side that are in the later ones that aren't here for this one. So the tear is slightly less. I don't know. I like to believe that it's real. There's an article here we'll read about it. Manga fan has been throwing 1,000 karate punches a day waiting for Hunter x Hunter to restart. His faith remains untorn, but his gi is another story. So in November of 2018, artist Yoshihiro Togashi put his Hunter x Hunter manga on hiatus. Togashi has reached a level of success in the industry where no one can force him to draw new chapters if he doesn't want to. And Hunter x Hunter's publishing break is still ongoing today. But Togashi shocked the world last Tuesday when he not only created a personal Twitter account, but also shared photographic proof that he's actively working on the series again, and that new chapters are on the way. While he didn't share any timetable for when we'll be able to read them, it's still an encouraging sign that fans waiting will be over before much longer. However, one fan, YouTuber Tarue Totsugeki, hasn't just been sitting around and twiddling his thumbs while waiting for new Hunter x Hunter content. Instead, he channeled that fan frustration into his fists, making a promise to perform 1,000 karate punches a day until Hunter x Hunter restarts serialization. To clarify, this isn't an idea that Tarue Totsugeki came up with after Togashi's encouraging tweet. No, he made the 1,000 punches a day promise on January 16th, 2020, more than a year after the most recent Hunter x Hunter chapter.
Sorry.
More than a year after. Wait, hold on. More than a year after the most recent Hunter x Hunter chapter, and when there was no indication at all of when the series would be starting up again. So basically, after it had already been more than a year since it had last had a chapter. So it's not like it was like 2 months and he's like, all right, I'm going to start doing this. And then in 1 month, he's going to have it and I'll stop. It was like he'd already been a year before he started doing this. So he didn't know how long it would take, you know?
But the thing is, like, no one's going to be around to prove that he does 1,000 punches a day. He could have made a promise to do the Saitama workout and, exactly really gone over the board. No one's going to check.
Yeah, but I think he's live streaming these.
Is he? Oh, that's impressive.
I think that's where the views are coming from, is that people are seeing it in their feed and checking it out for like a couple seconds and then like, oh, wow. And then commenting like, I can't wait till the next chapter. I don't know. I'm assuming that's what it is. In fact, maybe we'd be able to check by looking at the if there's a chat here, a recorded chat. Let's see.
It says stream live on January 16th, 2020. So it's
So he is live streaming it, and he got a million views on it, almost 1.5 million.
Why aren't you doing this?
I don't have an hour every day. You want to devote 365 hours a year? I do 8 hours. I do 8 hours a week on the podcast instead.
Reese is the Kung Fu master.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
So, but fortitude and honor are cornerstones of the martial artist mindset, and Tarue Totsugeki has indeed been throwing 1,000 punches a day every day for the past 2 years and 4 months. So I'm surprised they haven't mentioned the Netero thing. Reese was telling me last night that the reason he does this, like if you look at his punches, you'll notice he puts his hands together like he's praying in between each punch.
Huh.
This is something that the character Netero does in the show, where he's it's a gratitude thing. Like he's grateful for his life and strength. And so between each punch, when he's practicing his 1,000 a day, he does the prayer in between each one. So that's why he's doing that.
Way more tedious.
Yeah.
Than just like.
And on top of that, at one point in the series, I forget what was the thing that causes him to do it, but he does 10,000 in one day in the show. And so when the announcement came, hey, look, we're live. And when the announcement came, instead of doing 1,000, he did 10,000 on his live stream.
So if we say one punch is 1.5 seconds, right? 1.5.
So that would be 1.5 seconds times.
Oh, wait, hold on. 60 divided by 1.5, which is a minute.
Okay, so to find out how many you can do in a minute.
40 punches in a minute. 40. Okay, so that's
So 1,000 divided by 40 is how many minutes? 2.5 hours. So it should be taking him 2.5 hours to do it.
But his videos are only like an hour and a half.
I don't know. You have to watch it and actually count. Maybe.
Oh, God.
Let's say, okay, all right, how about this then? Instead of 60 divided by 1.5, let's do 1.25, right? That gives us 48 per minute, right? And then 1,000 divided by 48 per minute equals Is that 20 hours or 20 minutes? That's got to be only 20 minutes. So how did I fuck this up before?
Divide that number by 60 and you get the hours.
Hold on, no, this can't be right. Oh, I'm fucking up all the math. I think it's plenty doable. So let's just say that one of us is going to need to watch the live stream and count with the counter, a little clicker thing. I think Reese, I think you're the one who has one of those. So I volunteer you.
that.
You're also the karate master, right? So so you'll know.
I'm just looking at the rate and it's like I don't see you doing 1,000 of these in less than an hour.
Well, you have to understand
25 and
that
one girl push-up.
basically you can time a punch per your So it's like, ha! 1, 2, 3. That's generally how they're gonna do it. But I could be wrong, and I don't want to delay this going on any further than it already has. Because I don't know where to go with
It'd
this.
be nice if there was a counter on screen, right?
Hold
Really
on.
would be, wouldn't it?
You're saying how much per punch did you say?
Let's say like 1.5 seconds.
So that's 25 minutes then.
Yeah, that's what I said. Right? I did the math again, and it only came out to 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how we got the other number before. Anyway, I must have done.
So even if he's taking 3 seconds per punch,
yeah,
he's still under an hour for his
right.
stream.
That's what I thought. So he's been throwing 1,000 punches a day every day for the past 2 years and 4 months. What Tarue Totsugeki hasn't done, though, is replace the top of his gi, continually wearing the same training jacket for each and every video. At this point,
And never
it looks
watching
like,
it.
Well, there's a joke in, I think it's in the Proud Family. I think there was an episode where Penny starts to learn Kung Fu or something. It might be a different cartoon, but it's from a cartoon where they start in their white belt or whoever the main character is. And the master tells them, like, you know, they're talking about like, how do I want to get the colorful belt, right? I want to get the next color. I want to get a black belt. And they say, no, you don't understand.
You wear it until it turns black.
Yeah, exactly. Over years
years
of training, the belt will slowly become a brown color and eventually black. I suggest you don't wash it, right? Is what the character says. And I think that's where the legend, like that's where the whole belt color system comes from, is that over time, if you continually wear the same belt over all that time of training and sweating and all that it literally goes from white to black because you've trained in it for so many years.
I honestly think that might be a play on the Japanese katana thing, because you're not supposed to ever take the rust off of the I should be ashamed not knowing this name off the top of my head, off of the part of the blade that goes down into the hilt, because it's
called the tsuba.
The tsuba. Okay. Into the part of okay, there you go. In the tsuba. And it's like a sign of disrespect towards your family. So that might be a way this what?
The tsuba is the hilt, the guard. It's the hold on.
This is what I get for doing 3 things at once right now. I apologize to all those at home. I love katanas, but I'm also an idiot.
It's called the
tang. Oh my god.
No. Oh, you're talking about the part of the blade that goes
the metal part that goes down the tang. Okay. The tang of the blade, you're never supposed to actually clean it. I have katanas that came from Okinawa, and they were hand forged and whatnot. So when I opened one of them up before I knew this, and before I got a friend of mine on me about this, the full-size katana, I cleaned the tang. I got the rust and stuff and oiled it up like, I would something like a katana I'm trying to protect. But the short wakizashi, I did not do that to. So one of them is in traditional fashion, while the other is devalued as hell.
And in the tang in Japanese for the katana is called the nakago. That's what the Japanese word for that part of the blade is, nakago. The idea is that you're supposed to avoid the rust by cleaning the blade after each kill or whatever, regardless. Where was I? So So he's been wearing the same gi, continually wearing the same train jacket for every video. At this point, it looks like the garb of a warrior who's wandered the world testing himself against stronger and stronger opponents, as opposed to a manga fan whose patience is being tested on a daily basis. Honestly, I kind of wish that he did them shirtless. So you could see how simply, literally, just your only workout is punching 1,000 punches. It would be interesting to see if he had any body transformation as well, you know?
Yeah. I had a friend, someone I knew went into the military, and I was talking to one of their like instructors, and he was telling me, he said, it's not the difficulty of the exercise that makes the largest difference. It's the fact that you do it every day that really changes the human body. And it was kind of an eye opener.
Well, I was talking to Reese about this last night. Bruce Lee used to say, what did he say? It's like, I'm not afraid of the warrior who's practiced 10,000 kicks one time. Be afraid of the warrior that's practiced one kick 10,000 times.
Yeah.
That was what FDM had said last night.
No, that was
it?
that was a comment on the Netero.
Oh, you're right.
video
Okay. I thought you were saying one of us said it. Sorry.
No.
Reese is out here contributing. What's the word? Assigning the words of Bruce Lee to FTD.
Right.
I'm that wise.
So is Tarue Totsugeki now free from his regimen? Nope. Remember, his vow is to throw 1,000 punches a day until Hunter x Hunter resumes serialization. 1,000 punches for May 27th, bringing the total to 862,000 punches and counting. So until you can actually hold an issue of Weekly Shonen Jump with a new Hunter x Hunter chapter in your hands, Yoshihiro Togashi's fists will still be flying.
I mean,
why would you say it? That's not his name. How'd you fuck that up so bad? You mean Tarue Totsugeki?
Aren't they only? Isn't he only working on like 4 chapters?
Right.
So is that even really classified as serialization?
I guess
Well,
it counts.
he said 4 with maybe more on the way.
Yeah. So anyway, that's pretty cool. I love to see the resolve of a person who has dedicated that amount of their life.
I will personally do this tomorrow. Don't worry.
Day one,
shirtless.
Reese is going to be fap 1,000 times a day until Interspecies
Reviewers
gets a season 2.
No.
Funimation has to dub it. That's what we're doing.
No, fuck them. No.
Reese's porn.
Keep it under critical command.
You're gonna.
Okay, then we'll dub it.
Can you imagine the title? Man masturbates 1,000 times a day, every day until Interspecies Reviewer gets the second season. Dies. First
I don't think 1,000 would work, dude.
We'll have to tune into your Pornhub live stream.
That's way. Look, man. I've heard
see.
the rumors that
Hold on. If it takes Reese 30 seconds to come every time.
Oh god.
That would take 500 minutes. What's 500 minutes divided by 6?
Brother, I've heard of a quickie, but that is new records.
500 divided by
500 minutes. What is that? That's like almost 10 hours. Like 8 hours.
8.33 hours of nonstop sleeping.
After 5 hours, he calls his doctor.
8 minutes and 20 seconds of nonstop happy time.
8 hours and
Forget
20.
And
less
Arm gets
happy.
tired about halfway through hour 4, so I gotta switch over to the other one.
Oh my god.
Dude,
Which I can't even turn my wrist right, so that's
Dick would
kind of
just
a weird
fall
angle.
off. Whew. Anyway.
Oh wait, no, I guess he did define masturbation, so
Dude,
Maybe it's just
your
1,000
name would go down in
strokes.
history. You would be the masturbator.
So Azure Lane's Indomitable is dominated in Chinese censorship. So China continues to purge anything and everything riveting about the female form in games as the mighty Azure Lane is once again affected. probably should be affected, not effected, but whatever. The upcoming new aircraft carrier known as Indomitable, having her bosom covered up in the Chinese version and even being changed further for select situations.
Well, that's effected because there's an effect of censorship. It's a joke. Never mind. Move on.
I totally got it. I was just
Okay.
waiting for what happened.
Now
It's
you're
a-
making me second guess myself on the correction, but
No,
I think
you're
I'm still right.
correct. You're
Yeah.
correct on the grammar. I was making a visual effect
You're
of
making
censorship is getting
oh,
added.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's funny.
A visual effect is E.
If I had
Anyway.
subtitles on while you were talking, I might have got that joke. The official Azure Lane Japan Twitter account introduced the buxom Indomitable and shared artwork that will surely have the gacha addicts compelled to acquire her. Another illustration of Indomitable that emphasizes her top-heavy nature. However, a Twitter user checked other versions of the game and found the Chinese edition covers up her bosom, while a second Chinese edition, solely for public advertisements, commits blasphemy by not only wrapping up her breasts completely, but even shrinking them for further insult. So,
Oh no, the heresy.
It's
so
blasphemy
the
against
Chinese. What's
the
different about the
forgiveness for
first
this.
Chinese version? Oh, I see. They
it's
moved
covered
this up to cover up the little.
I-
bit of
I'm gonna speak to heresy, but I like the Chinese third version.
I do too. I am not a fan of monstrously large tatas.
Knockers.
If they're bigger than your head, they become a weapon.
A weapon.
A Twitter user found an advertisement.
If they
on-
can suffocate you, it's a problem.
If they could be classified as melons, AC is afraid.
A Twitter user found an advertisement on a train where the Chinese billboard version of Donald. Oh, whoa. Wow. Is this in Japan though? Or is this the Chinese one? Let me see.
Who's the maid character?
Good question.
Not Indomitable.
They found an ad of a different girl someplace else and provided a screenshot of how she really looks in game. I guess this is Indomitable.
No. They literally just showed Indomitable, didn't they? That
No,
white...
this is this other girl, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. I don't play Azure Lane. Give me a break. Anyway, so there's the news
JPEGs
there.
for the win.
All right,
I'm not
I've
gonna lie,
got-
I don't see anything outside the censorship. I don't see anything wrong. with
Are you
it.
guys ready?
They look great.
Never.
Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl to remove unintentional reference to My Life as a Teenage Robot adult porn parody.
Huh.
Oh no.
This game
no.
is gonna be amazing.
Unintentional? I doubt it. It was an
Because
intentional Easter egg.
It's already out. What do you mean?
Okay, so hold up.
What?
Yeah, this is
I'm
like a DLC. This
Pretty sure
character-
it's
No,
already
I don't
out.
think this game is out because if
is.
it's out, why do I?
The
not-
game's already
hold
out.
on. If we read the article, it might actually answer
Read
the
it.
question. So I'm going to read the Sankaku Complex one. I just liked the headline for the Bounding into Comics one more. So the developers behind Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl have removed the line of dialogue from Jenny Wakeman /XJ9 after people started claiming that it was a reference to My Life as a Teenage to the My Life as a Teenage Robot erotic parody from artist and animator Zone. Even
Oh
though
no.
even though the Zone parody actually altered the original line. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl recently announced a DLC pack, and the first new character to bolster the and the first new character to bolster the roster is My Life as a Teenage Robot's protagonist Jenny. Someone who paid for the DLC accumulated attention on Twitter by pointing out a line from Jenny that they recognized from the adult parody of the show. Who let this line fly? Here's the line. You wouldn't like my brain. It's all circuity and metallic. So this dialogue comes from this
That's
scene
incredibly suggestive.
in the show. There's a scene here.
Oh my god, are you watching the porn?
We can't
this
hear
is-
it, just FYI.
I know. I'm just prepping it. This isn't the porn. This is the actual line from the show.
Yeah. So it was perfectly fine to have in there.
Right.
It seems fair that we get to eat your brain.
You wouldn't like my brain. It's all circuity and metallic.
Oh, good.
Anyway, that's the line from the episode, right? Switch it back to this mode. Okay. Considering the dialogue in the adult parody is different, it could be assumed that the line was merely a reference to the show and not the erotic animation, perhaps proving the perverts aren't the ones allowed. Proving the perverts aren't the ones who allowed the harmless dialogue. Zone took notice to the event and replied to the initial tweet with an upside-down smiley face emoji. In all seriousness, so the artist had also praised the game. So they said, in all seriousness, I played Nick All-Star Brawl for the first time on Friday while streaming and had an absolute blast with it. And I'm not even into Smash. It's currently 60% off on Humble Bundle, so I recommend picking it up if you like Nicktoons at all. So then they linked to the Humble Bundle thing. So Lance, it sounds
no.
I'm looking on PlayStation right now. I want to bring something up about this game that's pretty interesting. If you play Tom and Jerry, they're trying to be true to the character's nature. So Batman is kind of like it's kind of a reverse Sheik, where he does a ton of damage but can't kill easily because he doesn't want to kill. And Tom and Jerry.
How do you know about the game? I thought you said you didn't know it was out.
Because I've been waiting for this game to come out, which is why I'm surprised to hear that it's
already been out for like months.
All-Star Brawl? Nickelodeon. Wait a minute.
The Nickelodeon game, yeah.
Oh, and I'm getting games mixed up. What is wrong with me? Never mind.
Well, what are you thinking about?
You're here. He's thinking about the Warner Brothers one.
Yes, that's the one I'm thinking.
Oh,
that's why he said Batman.
I was also thinking about that for a minute.
That's why he said Batman.
But I think this is actually out though. So but it's the Warner Brothers one that is.
The Warner Brothers one is the one I'm referring to.
Right. I totally. I was on the same page as you. I thought they were the same thing for a second.
I'm gonna eat my other taco.
The fact that they replied to Zone is hilarious.
Right. The official Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl Twitter account replied to the artist, only to later delete the message where they said, "Glad you're enjoying it."
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Damn.
I want off this crazy ride. So Thaddeus Cruz, a character designer, programmer on Nickelodeon.
Okay, sorry to go back, but I love that we're here, but I still don't see how there was the difference and how that difference is big enough for them to say it definitely came from the Zone animation.
It didn't. It was just the quote.
It's the exact line from the show.
It's the exact line from the show.
Oh.
I can't click on this, but it's in the doc if you would like to click on it. And you can actually watch the porn parody, which, by the way, the production values on are unbelievable. I cannot believe the effort for this incredibly long, completely unoriginal art style with the same color palette and everything, like porn parody animation with updated dialogue that sounds just like the original characters. It's outstandingly high production value for just a porn parody.
I was under the impression that didn't you read that Zone's dialogue was slightly different?
It is different.
Yeah, right there. You wouldn't like my body. It's all circuitry and metallic. The different word is my body instead of my brain.
Oh, okay. So the game used the same line as the show. The porn parody used the different line.
Yeah, but there's no connection between the game and the porn parody.
Okay. The game
I
probably saw the porn parody and didn't know that the line was actually from the show, but a different line.
Because they'd only watch the porno and not
these filthy degenerates thought that it was the line from the porn parody versus the show because they weren't fans of the show. They just beat off to this character at some point in their life.
So there you go.
She's 16. I have an understanding now.
She's a robot.
He's a sex robot.
I have an understanding now. Thank you.
Okay. So Thaddeus Cruz, a character designer / programmer on Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, was apparently disgusted to discover the line had been added into the game and swore to remove it immediately, despite it not even referencing the adult parody.
Clearly, he was a big fan of that parody.
Well, Thaddeus Cruz said, to quote my reply to that tweet in fall, I can't even begin to describe the flow of emotions I got after seeing this, checking the files and seeing that it was real. That's getting removed immediately. What the fuck? I love the idea that somebody at Nickelodeon's game studio for this is getting fired over this completely.
Imagine they didn't even know that about the porn thing at all. They were just like, oh, this is she's getting attacked. It's some quippy line. Let's use it. And puts it in the game.
Yeah, it's precisely like. I mean, I didn't really like this show, so I probably only saw like 1 or 2 episodes. But this specific moment, and by the way, why is this like guy in a bikini? But at this specific moment,
did you just misgender her?
At this specific moment, the character is being overpowered, right? So it is an appropriate line to use in a situation where they're going into battle, right? I suppose. So, I mean, anyway, so they took it out. Person probably got fired, right? When a Twitter user asked him not to remove the line, he issued the usual disrespectful tone many have come to expect of entitled game developers in the modern era. Please don't remove the line. Petey Wheatstraw, shut up.
Yeah, the idea of you if someone is okay, obviously you don't know if this person's an actual fan or if they're just someone on Twitter saying don't remove the line because I think it's funny, but if you don't have to reply to everyone, right? You could just let it go, leave the fucking comment there, don't reply to it, just ignore it,
right?
If they were a fan that were so enthusiastic about the game and was like, yeah, I like the game and it's cool that the line's there, leave it in, right? And you tell them to shut up. Now you're just like, the developer of the game I like just told me to shut up. Are they gonna, come back and buy your next DLC pack or whatever? No, you're gonna be fucking
1,023
upset about it
at the time of the screenshot of this
and it's
tweet.
this typical smartass who let this all happen.
Anyway, and then it says Zone didn't take issue at the removal, where somebody said, bruh, they getting rid of the you wouldn't like my brain dialogue, to which Zone replied, the game will be just as fun without it. Anyway.
Yeah, but they're taking out something that didn't need to be removed. The fault of somebody else.
Right.
Who wasn't even involved.
Well, let's just acknowledge the humor in it and move on.
It is funny. The best part is the official account replying his own and then deleting it. that's up there in the.
Glad you're enjoying it. Oh no, they're beating off while watching the game.
That's up there with the calling Clinkenbeard fat.
Right.
I don't think there's much going to be off that.
That is a perfect representation of what that is the calling Clinkenbeard fat fetish art. All right, so Activision, Blizzard, and King develop a new tool to measure character diversity in video games. This is a little old. We didn't cover it last podcast, and it was from almost right after the podcast before that, but here we are. So amidst a rapidly declining player base across their library of Blizzard titles and multiple sexual misconduct lawsuits, Activision Blizzard has sought to reingratiate itself with the public by revealing their development of a new tool which quantifies the diversity of a given video game cast according to their superficial characteristics.
The hell? Continue?
Crafted by Activision Blizzard subsidiary and Candy Crush developer King, the company's new diversity space tool is the end result of a world where players' demands for diversity in video games amount to nothing more than, quote, we want non-white, non-male, non-straight characters, end quote.
That's exactly what they want, though.
Well, effectively, yes. Revealed on May 12th and heralded as, quote, a leap forward for inclusion in gaming, the tool appeared to be born in response to the results of the 2019 International Game Developers Association, quote, developer satisfaction survey, wherein respondents noted that, quote, the most important factor in the growth of the gaming industry was, more diversity in content. Notice that it says more diversity in content, not more diverse characters in games.
Yeah.
Or more diverse gameplay.
Which is, I think, what they meant. But I don't know. No, let's be real. They probably are super woke. From there, King sought to answer the question, how do we convert this feedback from collective desire into tangible reality? In 2016, the subsidiary began working on a method for guarding against unconscious bias and exclusion when it came to the creation of their games and characters, eventually partnering with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Game Lab, a video game-centric arm of the noted research university, to turn the concept into something tangible. Alongside King, explained Activision Blizzard, the MIT techs helped turn a mission statement into tangible software that would create and monitor guidelines for character conception and creation, looking into all the ways basic elements such as gender, body type, roles, hero versus villain, and even such granular factors such as pose or body movement can suggest powerful things about a character one way or
Does
another.
a privilege gauge fill up as they do it?
Yeah, essentially. Also,
Notably,
hold on. I just want to say I hate office business speak. It's so irritating.
Oh yeah.
They chose to do this mission statement or whatever, like all that. Oh, it's just. They made a fucking program. Get over yourself.
Notably, as pointed out by King Globalization project manager Jacqueline Comadas, the diversity tool was developed, quote, mostly as a volunteer effort.
That's because it would have taken 2 hours, maybe.
With employees supposedly, quote, spending their off hours working on the tool, simply because they believed in its potential so much. An important principle for us at King is that all players should feel welcome, she asserted in promotion of the tool.
Except white ones.
The intention is to inspire game teams, not just at King, but throughout the Activision Blizzard King network, to think outside the box and challenge preconceived notions around how characters should look and act. All right, so this is the tool in action. So what we've got here is culture, race, age, cognitive ability, physical ability, body type, facial features / beauty, gender identity, sexual orientation, socioeconomic background, and I'm not sure exactly how this is supposed to work, but you see we've got culture. Sorry, it's really hard to read this. Culture, race, age, cognitive ability, right? So we got gender.
If you right-click on it, there you go.
So we've got gender, men, right? Now I just noticed gender identity points associated to men, 0, but to women, 5 points.
Well, I mean, I think you're taking that a little bit extreme there. They're basically, so they're basically saying there is a binary here. Men is 0, women is 5, and then non-binary is in between, right?
Maybe.
I mean, that's what I would think.
Socioeconomic background, men is 0.929, women is 0.357. Facial features and beauty, men is 1.286, women is 0.571. I don't know. I don't know
why. My brain said when you said 3, I was like 3.14.
So if you're good or evil is neutral for gender identity. Okay, so that's fine. But if you're moral neutral, you're not neutral for gender identity. You're more man. So if you're that's weird to me.
But I felt this is the most awkward D&D fucking class system.
That's what it is. Do not get yourself anywhere wrong on this. They've essentially made a D&D character creator with little spinny wheels on all these fucking traits to pick whether or not the character should be, XYZ, just so that they can say, listen, We did not have any unconscious bias. We spun a wheel and it popped out some character stats, and that's what we built this character on.
Well, my
That is
favorite
all
thing
this
about
is.
my favorite thing about this is that, of course, naturally you're going to want to get the highest ranking possible, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to make your character is going to be double queer. They're going to be black. And
No,
they're
they
gonna be
don't
a
want
woman,
anything.
and
They
they're
don't
gonna
want that though. They want no agency in picking these stats.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm going to say that you keep spinning the wheel until you get one of these that gives you all of these things, right?
Sure.
Because you're like, well, this is the most diverse character possible because they've only got one leg. They're in a wheelchair. They wear glasses. You know, you're going to have like.
See, that would be abusing the system, though.
Right, but what I'm saying is that eventually, in your efforts to be as inclusive as possible with your gender, social politics or whatever, that you end up making a character that almost no person on Earth can relate to.
Yeah. So, well, read the rest of the thing, and I'll chime in with more of my comment.
As a result, the King manager maintained, quote, hopefully we will create more characters that break the mold and better represent women, non-binaries, and other underrepresented minorities in the industry. Turning to the tool's actual mechanics, Komatas continued, quote, the diversity space tool is a measurement device to help identify how diverse a set of character traits are, and in turn, how diverse the character and cast are when compared to the norm. Once it establishes a baseline for typical character traits, which is done by the creative team working closely with DE&I experts, diversity and inclusion, is
Yeah, probably.
something like that. It can then weigh new character designs against it to measure their diversity, she said. Komatas added, during this process, the tool can also uncover unconscious bias, such as why certain traits are seen as male versus female, or why characters from certain ethnic backgrounds are given similar personalities or behaviors. As seen in a demo of the screenshot provided by Activision Blizzard, the tool assigns characters a number metric based on which diversity boxes they happen to check. These boxes include culture, race, age, cognitive ability, physical ability, body type, facial features / beauty, gender identity, sexual orientation, and even socioeconomic background, with higher numbers being given to those characters which are seen as more diverse.
So basically, it's discriminatory against people who don't have several.
So does that or does that not mean that men?
So
no, hold on. Doesn't that mean that men are less diverse in their gender identity because they're ranked 0 and women are maxed out at 5?
So wait a minute.
I guess
so
so.
Gender discrimination against men?
I mean,
Yeah, I
that
guess
was kind of
this
the clear point
this
here.
is a overcorrection effectively on the idea that there's so many men in video games that against all the other, gaming characters that exist, by making your character male, he's not diverse at all because there's already so many males or something like that.
See, that's not what they. I thought this was. I can't believe they make.
His
They
brain
made
is shitting itself.
No, but seriously, like this wasn't hard, and then they made it stupid. Like they wanted a way to say we're not unconsciously biasly creating characters that because that's the fucking tagline of all these people, like, oh well, you're white, so you hired all white people, and that's racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you create a character thing where you're like, okay, 10% of the population is black, whatever, and blah blah blah, spin the wheel and pick up people, fine, and then ideally you're supposed to spin it once and then make that character, but it seems like they're weighting things specifically for what they think should be a diverse
exactly
thing. Like hell. Okay, you said the character creator thing. Like hell, I'm going to use a character creator and then spin a random wheel. If I'm doing that, I'm just going with the base bitch.
No,
it's just showing my thought process.
But that's they're trying to get into a world where they aren't accused of being racist, right? And so they want to
have no opinion at all.
they want to, and because they're white, they're brainwashed into thinking that they are inherently racist. So they need a program to tell them what kind of character to create, right?
Because
And
they bought into the gaslighting that it's impossible for them to not be racist, so they need to create a machine that can be not racist for them, and then they can blame it on the machine when it's still somehow racist.
Yeah, and so now they're and it works for Overwatch. Okay, I'll give it that. In the very core of its idea, it works in Overwatch because Overwatch is like a group of random people all working together. So fine, you want to be super diverse and fine, but like if you use
sure,
this,
they still have the blind spots though of like,
yeah,
you can't have a white male.
no, yeah, they've completely screwed it up by weighting everything in a specific ways that say that a woman character is a more diverse character than a man character.
Well, yeah, and they're like, well, we have a character here he's a white male. But we made him gay, and that negates his white and maleness.
You know, a male character from Overwatch, Winston the gorilla.
What's the pig guy?
Roadhog.
I always love hitting people who let shit like this, be a problem. They're like, oh, hey, we have, there's not this equality in this. I'm like, it's usually in their heads where the problem is. And not something they're actually seeing in the world around them, but they're just making an issue out of it, so it becomes a problem.
One of the problems with using this as a tool for creating a story, though, like I said, with Overwatch, the story kind of fits the fact that there's random people all working together. But if you're making another story in a different context where you have to like cohesively work in all these different characters together, if you keep throwing like some person is going to be in a village or whatever, more than likely the people in that village are going to be of similar social, accumulative,
similar biological makeup.
Do you think this applies to
and socially though?
More specifically,
like we get a village of cat girls or overweight gamer dudes. Roll that D12.
Sorry, what did you say, AC?
I was saying, do you think that this is specifically for characters you play as, or do you think it's also including the non-player characters?
I mean, I would think that they would have to use it for both, yeah. Because unless you can create your own character, then obviously they don't have control over that. But if they wanted to be properly diverse or whatever, they should be using it for literally every character they make. And those characters should also be spread out. Again, if they wanted to do it properly, those characters should be spread out. So, like, if you spin the wheel and you get, a gay 5'2" fat man, that was your character, and it's like, okay, well, that's going to be in the you can't put all of those characters on Gay Island, right?
Right.
If you wanted it to be proper, they should be spread out everywhere. So
I like the idea of an artificial intelligence writing their story. Like, yes, so we gave it the gay characters. The whole island is gay, and we asked it to write our deep lore, the 1,000-year-old lore, and it's like, yeah, they all died and nobody had kids at the end.
I would like to point out that no one here is hating on people who are gay. We're just
correct.
Everyone's just trying to point out the fact that for some reason this just keeps being beat down everyone's throat when there's no difference between someone, hey, who you like and what you like.
No, it's not about that. It's about the hyper fixation on diversity to the point where it stops being about writing good characters and starts being about being inclusive.
Well, yeah,
checking boxes.
And this goes back to what I was saying before about you make a character that is so diverse that nobody can relate to them anymore because nobody is a double amputee and a glasses wearer and queer, like two-spirit and like with purple hair and all these different things. Like you eventually get it to a realm where in your attempt to make it inclusive and relatable to people who don't typically have characters that represent them, you actually go so far overcorrecting that now they don't relate to them anymore because they're too specific.
Also, whereas, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, for example, if you had a character who was black, then a black person in a wheelchair might, they might still, what do you call it? They associate with, or I guess I hate to use the term feel represented by, but like they have a common kinship or a relation to that character where they are more deeply connected to that character than a white character, right? But at the same time, you could have a cast of all white guys, but one of them is in a wheelchair, and for the black person in a wheelchair, they still are going to relate specifically to the person in the wheelchair, right? It doesn't, that person doesn't need to be a carbon copy as if they are themselves in the game to have them be black and in a wheelchair.
I'm just going to point
and
out,
a lesbian and all those things.
Yeah, I just want to point out that 9 times out of 10, when it comes to fictional stuff, people don't want to play themselves. Game companies. Right. I know you're not watching, but I'm going to say.
But the game makers want to insert themselves in it. That's for
sure. It's this whole retarded sandwich of, we're going to try to beat this inclusivity thing into everyone's minds, when it's not inclusivity, when what they're doing is they're literally pointing out that these people, they're making it look like these people don't fit by trying to say that they're trying to include them, when there's no difference between these people. Okay, you're gay, you're black, you're white, you're orange, you're yellow, you're pink, I'm colorblind. But the problem is, there's no difference between these people, and by pointing this out constantly, they're making it look like there's a difference.
And the irony here too is that you actually, like, for example, I don't go to watch James Bond movies because I am also a super spy, right?
Exactly.
I go because I'm not, right? In fact, I think you could argue that a doctor has a harder time watching movies about doctors because of all the shit they get wrong. Like, it actually starts to become a chore to watch it because it's not accurately portrayed enough that it just becomes a distraction. You know what I mean? Like, the actual guy in the CIA who does effectively the things that a James Bond character would do, you'd watch it and go, can't believe he fucking didn't put gloves on right there. Can't believe he used this tool. Like, God, that was dumb.
He really just leave his fingerprints in that fucking
exactly. Like, oh, you're just gonna abandon the car right there? You're not even gonna try to park it off the road?
Oh my God, he dropped
stuff like that. Like, you're gonna start to.
Dude.
I think that's what you were saying is, like, people want to play a game where they're playing as somebody that they're not.
Yeah. They don't want to be themselves. It's like, I have a friend of mine who's a police officer, and him and another friend of mine always, every time they watch a fucking movie, I love hearing it because it makes this point, and it's always fun to hear them. Why the fuck are they dropping their mags? What retards? Because they're just like dropping, like, in something that just like, they'll be like quick doing the whole show off, drop their mag kind of thing you see in video games. It's like, these guys are idiots. And I'm just thinking to myself, no one's gonna know that unless they're doing it like they actually know anything about it. Like, because
I mean, in a situation where you're in a shootout, dropping a mag.
Well, yeah,
you're not going to sit there and reload it right there. And it's like, well, if I drop the mag and end up killing everybody here, I can come back and pick them up and reload, kind of thing.
Fair, but
yeah, I get what you're saying.
We're talking more.
A better example would be how often they rack the slide and eject a bullet. Like, you see this all the time in action movies where there's already a bullet in the barrel of the gun. And then because it looks cool, they pull back and rack the slide and literally just eject an unspent shell. An unspent bullet gets ejected. You literally just waste a round to look cool in that moment, kind of thing.
Well, there are two things on that. One, there's that image of Shadow the Hedgehog with a gun, and it's got a.
You mean the cover rifle of the game?
Shadow the Hedgehog?
Yeah, I think it's on the cover. He's holding a rifle that has a magazine in it, and it's also got a pump on it, like a shotgun.
Oh my God, you're talking about the intro cutscene where it's a pump action MP5.
Yeah.
As a kid, I was so baffled. I'm like, why don't they make guns like that? I don't see.
Yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
Beautiful.
Like, I
it was a pump.
I kept on looking at like MP5s later as a kid. I'm like, why don't they make them like Shadow the Hedgehog?
And then secondly, whenever there's like movies where there's a computer involved, because I'm a
The hacker
programmer.
spamming the keys.
Yeah,
at mock
every
speed.
time there's a hacker, or if someone's playing a video game, they're mashing buttons on a controller.
Oh yeah.
But the other thing I was gonna say was this for creativity, right? When they spin their stupid wheel and they get their my diversity character, now they got to go write down like a backstory for this person, and they got to create lore and stuff. Now, because it's diversity, obviously all that backstory has to should integrate their race or whatever makes them diverse, right? And now, so now we're having a bunch of white people create stories for all these diverse characters. You think that all these freaking woke people aren't going to complain about that? That's their next thing. Oh, you didn't have a black person write a story about the black character.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you didn't have a disabled person write the story about the disabled person. So
and
no matter what, you're
day,
still going to get fucked.
That's the point that has been made from the beginning. Like, it's that you will not win. Like, no matter what you do to bend over backwards to placate people who are telling you you're not inclusive enough, you will never be inclusive enough. We see it over and over again. You cast a black woman as Batwoman, and the response is, well, she's not disabled too. It's like nothing you do is ever going to be good enough for the woke crowd in that regard.
You can't please people who do this just because they make these issues just because they don't want to be pleased. They want to make an issue. Thus, we have the issue.
Stan says, I have the same problem with military movies, especially the movie Pearl Harbor. Spent the whole movie going, that is wrong. What is that? And so on and so on. Right. Precisely. And I'm not sure what this is in reference to. Why is it got to be white? God damn it. Why is it got to be white? I don't know what this is.
Care to clarify what you mean by that?
Watch the VOD.
Yeah.
We've been in this conversation for a while. I don't know how to break down. It doesn't have to be wide.
Nobody. The answer to your question is nobody is making that assertion that it has to be white.
Yeah. Thank you.
But what we're talking about here is the fact that there's an overcorrection occurring, where in an attempt to make it more inclusive, you actually exclude more people. Because you go to the full identity politics route of character is a cripple and an amputee and wears glasses and is gay and is a minority, right? To the point where
every movie character from now on to be blind. That's now a rule. No one else is allowed to have eyes because I'm a
that way you can relate, right?
Yep. That way I can rule the universe. And no one else has to, be any different than me, because wah.
So regarding the scope of this thing even existing, it feels like it makes complete sense. Now, I don't think they're connected at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if whatever company makes like Apex Legends is the same, because the only I guess you could say straight white male characters are like ancient or like obese and all this stuff. It's like you don't have like at least, I don't know, the vanilla character or whatever type thing. It's like, well, I wouldn't mind being like some old man or whatever, but why is he ancient and have like I don't like the design of that
nipples.
Game as a whole. 5 nipples. Oh god. Yeah. Where's the third nipple representation? Like the
Hold on. We're going next level meta here, dude.
So, as seen in a demo of the screenshot provided by Activision Blizzard, the tool assigns characters a number metric based on which diversity boxes they happen to check. These boxes include, I already read this, hold on, we're on this part. Kamada's added, quote, the tool identifies what stereotypical characters in different video games, in what different genres look like, which are not always the most conducive or representative of diversity. It helps identify those stereotypes while also helping creatives look closer at their designs so they can dissect their own assumptions and presets. The project manager elaborated, quote, it also helps identify opportunities for more diverse character narratives to ensure that we are not only creating diverse characters in appearance alone. The tool, says Activision Blizzard, allows King and others. What games does King make? other than Candy Crush, where this would even be necessary.
I am honestly wondering myself.
I mean, I'm not really a big gamer, so maybe I'm just behind on that, but I haven't seen anything personally. So it allows King and others to ask these important questions at the earliest possible moment to promote more thoughtful creative choices from the ground up, which in turn leads to games that are more representative of their player base. Again, I don't need to be represented.
Less representative, because
Like-
do they want like how many of the people who are going to buy this game are going to fit the exact bills that they're trying to push out there?
Right, which is the point that we keep making. Yeah, that they overcorrect on this issue. So Elena Cole, the diversity, equity, and inclusion manager at secondary Call of Duty subsidiary developer Sledgehammer Games, revealed to the surprise of a few, considering the Burger King Kids Club Special Forces team the game centers on, that the tool had already been tested by developer teams working on Call of Duty Vanguard. Oh, what do you know? We use the diversity space tool to figure out what more diversity looks like across all our characters in both campaign, multiplayer, and live sessions, she recalled. And now we're going to use that data going forward into the next games that we're working on. Unsurprisingly, Activision Blizzard noted that the Overwatch 2 team at Blizzard has also had a chance to experiment with the tool and with equally enthusiastic first impressions. According to Komada's, though the tool will release internally across Activision Blizzard starting this summer, the project team's ultimate goal for the tool is to put it in the hands of developers industry-wide, as they, quote, strongly believe in the tool's potential to change the gaming landscape. Further, Komada shared her belief that the tool could have a similar impact on other mediums, posting, quote, the traits and measures are applicable to wider entertainment verticals, including TV, film, and literature. The only change required, if used in these verticals, would be the baseline traits, which would need to be calibrated to be more relevant to the genre and universe each character exists in, she concluded. Like anything, this is simply a tool that provides insights. It's up to the teams to create the characters and games to apply them.
I don't know. I'm starting to get the idea that this is less than wanting to be diverse and more than want to be lazy with their character design, so they can just take a like random character generator, press go, and be like, all right, this works.
So this part here that they add on, I'm going to just skip because it's basically covered here. Activision Blizzard clarifies a recently revealed diversity tool is, quote, not being used in active game development following the backlash. So skipping the recap here. When analyzed by the tool, video game characters are graded on such factors as culture, race, blah, blah, blah. I'm skipping this part right here. Suffice to say, the tool received plenty of backlash following its reveal, though surprisingly, not just from the average player, but mainstream video game news outlets as well. Kotaku, Game Rant, Goomba Stomp, and even the Mary Sue were among the many publications who took issue with the tool, finding it to be aimed more at mechanically meeting. Aimed at more mechanically meeting token inclusion goals than providing any sort of useful information. Another point of contention was how the tool denied diversity, as many saw it as fostering needless competition of who was more diverse based solely on superficial features. Others still accuse the tool of being an empty gesture from Activision Blizzard made to avoid taking any actual steps to diversify their workplace.
Is that a maple leaf on her shoulder?
Yeah, she's Canadian.
Seems like it.
But that's the argument right there. Oh, you don't have black people writing the character, so no, you're not doing good.
Do they have a Canadian making a Canadian character is the question.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
I don't approve of non-Canadians writing Canadians.
Oh God. So you see, there's the very problem that happens with that is that the characters become written often shallow or misrepresenting how the actual experience or whatever. Because like sometimes you'll see people like hey, I'm lesbian, but like you're grossly under characterizing like what the lesbian experience is like or whatever. It's like they trivialize just being a lesbian sometimes, as an example. So you're gonna run into that if it's all like, oh, we need to write, we need to make it diverse for the diversity's sake. You know, it's not organic to the story and everything.
Yeah, and real quick, Stan was pointing out that this character here is Laura Bailey in Call of Duty Vanguard. But
that's cool.
I totally lost my train of thought now. What were you saying just a second ago, Funham? It trivializes the
experience
I
of
remember.
the diverse
I remember.
person.
I was going somewhere completely different. And when you think back at the video game characters that people like, doesn't matter if you're gay or it doesn't matter if you're white, black, Asian, whatever it's going to be. People grow up liking a character, and it doesn't matter what background that character had. For example, Link in Zelda, or fucking Kirby. Kirby, like
Kirby eats everyone.
Yeah, like at a certain point, like you fall in love with the character regardless of what their race or gender or how close they are to you. You fall in love with their humanity and their struggle and how close you get to them in dealing with the human issues rather than the specific thing that they are. Oh, he's black like me or whatever it is.
I mean, I'll say this. Teen Titans, the cartoon show.
Mm-hmm.
Cyborg was my favorite character.
There you go,
dude. Cyborg rocks.
The other thing I wanted to point out was
I think they got the Steam VA for another show in the live action or some show.
They're complaining about the tokenism and this is just.
And that's again, you can't fucking win. They will always find a reason to turn it around on you because it's a virtue signal at the end of the day.
Sure, but as if movie companies aren't doing this as well. Like, just because they don't have a stupid program that says, oh, yeah, spin the wheel. Like, they're doing the same thing.
If they start doing that shit for movies, because movies are so widespread.
It can only get worse.
And it'll only get worse.
They're going to be like, damn it, we can't find an Asian actor who's also a double amputee and crippled, right?
We'll see.
Video games are such a small, for what I've seen, like a more of a niche group than ever. Like,
are you sure? Because they make more money than movies. The video game industry nowadays.
Well, I suppose that's true, but it feels like an insignificant number to the populace at a whole, because everybody watches movies.
Well, because the barrier to entry of a movie is a little bit less than a console.
Yeah,
and
you
only
turn
the
it
exact
on
game.
and you watch.
Yeah, like
video games, you have
like
to
you fly on a fucking airplane and you've seen a movie. So They said here, perhaps even more telling of its reception, however, was the fact that some of Activision Blizzard's own staff also seemed to have little faith in the diversity space tool. Not only that, but they also pushed back against the company's previous claims that the Overwatch 2 team at Blizzard has also had a chance to experiment with the tool with equally enthusiastic first impressions. Quote, yes, we're definitely using a tool that we all found out existed for the first time yesterday. So they're claiming like this is bullshit, right? Tweeted Overwatch 2 senior game designer Dylan Snyder with dripping sarcasm. For sure, a real thing that happened, right? In my time on Team 4, I've met nothing but genuine, wonderful people who not only want to make an amazing game, but are also incredibly open-minded and laser-focused on making a good and inclusive world that Overwatch promises. Making good on the inclusive world that Overwatch promises. Nekavolt says, I am a lesbian and sex makes babies. Who cares? And why make it a point to point it out? I am not a fan of Overwatch, by the way. Yeah, I never played it. They've gone on to say, it has been such a punch to the gut for us, he added. Snyder would later clarify that he was speaking purely for himself rather than on behalf of his whole team. I don't think there's any point in continuing to read it. It's basically more people are saying similar things. And I think we've...
Yeah, and Reese is like dying over this article going on as long as it is.
Yeah. So there's
also just
disgusting feet.
Sorry, now we've finished. You have to stop Googling feet pics because they're targeting ads to you now. Okay.
Excuse me. It's
They're all
hearing
for you, bro.
neuropathy. It's like it's hearing me talk about the pain in my neck, and it's like, oh, let's give him some.
No.
Maybe your
No,
foot hurts too.
No, here's what's happening. It's not that you're getting a lot more feed ads. It's just Random 11.
It's just that random.
Because of
It's
this
the
condition, is
feet
noticing
jokes
the
that
feet.
get made on the podcast where the microphone is plugged in and it's listening. All right, you guys ready for this next one? I have a presentation for you.
Don't push me.
I thought it wasn't real. Your mind makes it real.
A researcher says that her avatar was raped in the metaverse. It points to a bigger safety issue in virtual space. I don't know if that joke quite landed the way I wanted it to now.
I don't know what just happened.
So the girl was doing the VR game where you're standing on the plank and somebody pushed her. And
Oh God.
what happens, it's a weird disconnect that happens where when you're in VR like that, it actually makes you, because the world you're interfacing with is closed off into the VR realm, it makes your body react differently than it should in the situation.
Effect, and it's not just a
so
physical one.
in that game, when somebody tries to like jump off the plank, like naturally you think, okay, just hop off. But we must have watched, how many people you think, 30, 40 people in a compilation on YouTube Reese and FDM and I watched last night, where every time they jump off, they jump out instead of just hopping off. Like they're diving, and they dive into tables and chairs and the corner of a fucking TVs.
Door punching a freaking chandelier right above them.
Yeah, and they're getting like mangled and hurt, right? And so the girl's like, "Don't push me!" And then she pushes her, and she screams because the interface that you're seeing when you fall off the plank is that you're falling to your death.
Building.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
I've done this,
right? And the idea,
lo and behold, it didn't affect me.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that, and it's funny because going into it, I was doing it as a joke, but I started to think about it like about, quote unquote, getting raped in the metaverse, that it actually probably does have a different psychological effect than you might immediately think was getting teabagged in WoW.
Let me give you a little bit of a scenario here. This has been actually a big part of my life, because your psychological situation, what you believe to be your surroundings, changes things big time. It's how blind people do a lot of what they do, because they make a picture of the world around them in their head rather than using what their eyes would give them to their nervous system, to their brain, to them react to. They will take a situation, a room, and then they will picture it, and then they will go about it accordingly. Well, here's the thing that's very, very interesting about this. If you believe something is happening, it's like when like a lot of cops will have to get tased and whatever, and then they'll tell themselves that they can't breathe. Their body will start reacting to that. Your psychological situation and what you believe to be happening can make you react physically.
Yeah, and I think so. It's a funny concept because we all sort of know that, like, especially the way VR chat rooms are and everything, like, oh yeah, getting raped is literally just some guy like humping the air and you didn't step aside, right? You know what I mean?
But the thing is like it's not, that's just a modern, faux pas or whatever. I don't know the word to use in this situation to throw out there. Someone getting raped or whatever that.
Are you blaming the victim?
In the fictional sense, but
I think that was in a reference to Nekovoltscom.
Oh, okay. That. If you take like in a video game to where okay, I want to make an example. Let's say you're doing Smash Bros or something, and you're all excited and everything, and next thing you know, your teammate, its friendly fire is on, turns on you and hits you. Yeah, you're gonna jump, and you're gonna have a reaction. It's because just a moment of excitement.
Turned on for this game,
but I'm not. What? Should I just shut up?
No, I like it. You said friendly fire was turned on, so I said friendly rape was turned on for this game. I rape thee in the name of the Lord.
Oh no!
Who's our VR Lord?
Oh,
Woo!
but oh no, wait a minute. That might be a good thing for some people. But the thing is that I'm trying to point out is that the whole getting raped thing is hard to really wrap my head around thinking it's something
To
because
rape your head around?
yeah, to wrap my head around because
Oh
it's like
my
in a
God.
fictional what?
They have video of the rape.
Oh.
Seriously?
All right. I'm
Can we
not
show
allowed to finish
that?
this thought.
I'm watching it.
So-
Hold on.
Show it.
Are you fucking kidding?
They're
I
fucking,
can
apparently.
show it, but I can't play the audio because there's music. Okay.
It's turned down
my
for what?
God. Okay. All right, Lance, I'm going to ask you to talk. Continue your thing. I'm going to take a leak so I can think clearly during this.
All right.
So you don't piss yourself laughing.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, actually, that's not
my
connected.
thought was pretty much complete. It's just it doesn't make any sense for people to let that bother them since it is a fictional situation. And once you realize what happened, it was just a psychological moment. It's like jump scares. There's no real difference between that, but at the same time, at least that actually affects you because it scares you. But don't take me wrong. When I've played some games and stuff, and I knew my character was like getting a sword through their chest, it didn't hurt me or anything.
Am I gonna sue everyone that kills me in Call of Duty?
Are you gonna go around and hunt and like send the FBI after everyone who invaded you in Dark Souls 3 and killed you?
Yeah,
These
so
people
that's
killed
more
me.
akin to it. Like,
Yeah.
so I used to play World of Warcraft, and I think
really?
the word
Nice.
was
Wow.
I think the word was ganking. Is that the
Yeah,
right word?
I think that is the word.
Where like high level people would just sit by like in a PvP area and
they would just
kill
jump.
low level people, and then wait for them to respawn, and as soon as they respawn, just kill them again.
Yeah.
And it's like you're stuck there basically until they get bored, or you just give up and log out. And it,
So
you know,
Exactly
we
what they want
lived
you to
the
do.
South Park experience.
yes, essentially.
That is such a good show. Win that watch club.
All right. All right,
Hey,
let's
AC.
read this. Let's read this bitch.
Hey, AC, real quick.
Yes.
South Park Watch Club win.
No.
Hold on. I'm gonna download. Oh, I already downloaded. Okay, cool. All right, I got the video.
I love how Reese's just like, no.
Okay. A researcher entered the metaverse, wanting to study users' behavior on Meta's social networking platform Horizon World. But within an hour of her donning her Oculus virtual reality VR headset, she says she was raped in the virtual space.
Oh boy.
Metaverse, another cesspool of toxic content. A new report published by nonprofit advocacy group Some of Us on May 24th details the researchers' violent encounter in Meta's Horizon World. According to Some of Us's account, users invited the researcher to a private party on Horizon World earlier this month. Users in the same room then asked her to disable a setting that prevented others from getting within 1.2 meters of her. That sounds like consent!
Okay, so this is what I was gonna say, because I swear this was already a news thing like months ago, and then they added in this feature that allowed or that blocked people from being able to like intersect with your character model. That there was like a barrier.
Yeah.
And so I guess this is a new thing because they tricked some girl into turning it off.
This girl got an invite.
Tricked
to come
in
party
quotes.
by
This
Swag Daddy 69 and didn't
No,
think,
Yeah.
Jesus
and
Christ.
didn't think that disabling the setting would result in bad things. Now, I'd like to point out that this woman has said that she was raped by avatars with no lower body. Watch this video.
The definition of rape has changed throughout the years.
Nick Cannon's over here raping her.
Oh God.
He's digitally getting her drunk.
Yeah, and she took it and drank it. Let me out.
He put something in her fictional drink. Let me metaphorically bitch slap
That
you.
was it.
That's
Not
it.
this-
He could have just been dancing right next to, like, you know how they do the
Oh my
freaking...
God, people. Did I miss something? What did they say? We've been. You're gonna need more of this, Shorty. Laughter. That's a Grey Goose or something. Hey,
I mean, did he give her a wine or some oil? What was it?
It's Grey Goose vodka. It looks like.
Ah, my favorite lube.
The report linked to a video that the group said shows what happened to the researcher's avatar from her perspective. In the video, a male avatar is seen getting very close to her, while another male avatar stands nearby watching. A bottle of what appears to be alcohol is then passed between the two avatars, per the 28-second video. Two male voices are heard making lewd comments. What lewd comments? You're going to need more of this short.
Oh no, lewd comments. No, can't have that.
In a part of the video, some of us opted not to share but describe. The researcher, quote, was led into a private room at a party where she was raped by a user who kept telling her to turn around so he could do it from behind while users outside the window could see. All while another user in the room watched and passed around a vodka bottle.
Was it cuck porn? You guys got to watch.
Even though it happened in virtual reality, the incident left the researcher disoriented, she said in the report. The researcher noted her controller vibrated when the male avatar touched her, resulting in a physical sensation that was a result of what she was experiencing online.
Okay, my question is this. Did she one, if she was uncomfortable with the situation, why did she stick around?
Yeah, I'm starting to believe the plot points of Sword Art Online and .hack where they can't log out.
Yeah, it's
somehow once you're in VR,
you can't swipe left.
Once you're in VR, your hands stop working and you can't take the headset off.
Well, we forgot about the rule of Sword Art Online is when you get raped in game, you get raped in real life.
That was the other thing I wanted to cut from the Matrix is like you die in the Matrix, you die in real life, and I was gonna change it to you get raped in the Matrix, you get raped in real life.
like when Kirito wakes up and picks up Asuna, like liters and liters of jizz just start coming out of her.
Oh God.
Reese, don't look, man. People don't need any more ideas than they already have, bro. You're giving them gold here.
I'll say what I want.
Zone, porn parody extraordinaire. If you're listening, we've got an idea.
Oh my God.
You.
Hit Reese 2753.
I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
This is awesome.
So the controller vibrated when the male avatars touched her, resulting in a physical sensation that was a result of what she was experiencing online.
Did it remind her of her favorite vibrator? Is what happened? She's like, oh no. Why is my mind going there?
Quote, one of my brain was like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, I'm sorry. One part. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Quote, one part of my brain was like, what the fuck is happening? The other part was like, this isn't a real body. And another part was like, this is important research. She said in the report.
That's, you know what? Next time you go to a bar and you ask some chick back to the hotel, just tell her, this is only research. It's all for science. Because apparently this is what she was thinking.
I want this report to just go in another direction.
God,
it's like when retarded. I got home, I had to get a rape kit, and
I would love. Look,
I found out his avatar didn't wear a condom.
I couldn't even see his legs.
Calls the police. I just got raped in games. Like, what were you playing? God of War,
right?
Like, it's still, like, again, how could that be considered rape? Like, you know how people dance when they're trying to pick up chicks? They just dance right next to them and, bump and grind on them a little bit, and then you just walk away or something. That's exactly what he was doing.
Reese is speaking from experience.
Truly.
That's the mating ritual.
He sounds like a man of the world, but none of her argument, none of what she says makes any sense. Dude. Okay, first of all, we don't have sense activation in video games. She felt nothing other than the fact she knew what was going on.
Well, as soon as Elon Musk finishes Neuralink,
Oh God, you know what? That is a interesting prospect. You might be able to fix it where people who are blind, like they did in Sword Art Online, people who are blind couldn't walk and all that. They were able to enter the world and they were able to see and hear.
I think in the next 20 years, we're gonna have the movie Surrogates.
Oh God!
But it's gonna exist instead of with a surrogate body. It's just gonna exist entirely in the metaverse,
neural space, in net space, or something.
And you're gonna feel the sensation of paying the hooker in the metaverse and getting your Trojan virus,
and feel the sensation of killing her and taking your money back.
Yeah, as soon as you nut,
you didn't do a good job.
As soon as you nut in the metaverse, it unlocks the passcode, and the Trojan goes to work stealing your credit card data.
You nut in the game, you nut in real life. Are you really sure the metaverse is actually going to be sustainable when even the other crowd doesn't want in right here with the "you're going to get raped online"?
I think that the people who are gonna be existing in the metaverse are gonna be the guys, the crypto rich guys who bought all the NFTs and shit, and they're gonna be like, finally, I can party with my Bored Ape Yacht Club.
The Mile High Club is now the online club.
How much does a mansion cost in?
No, but that's what it's going to be. It's going to be like in the real world, the global elite
how much
have fostered these poverty-stricken people to feel rich in a game, whereas in real life they've got actual mansions and islands and stuff. But in game, you're baller as fuck with your fancy shoes and your rides. Like none of this shit literally exists at all. You're just hooked into the fucking matrix with your neural link, just like in the movie where they're feeding off of you like a battery or a neural processor.
Like what are you doing is like in that kind of situation where it's like your buddy shows up and he's like, all right guys, where this shit's going down tonight, but someone's got to pay the pizza guy or it's gonna get real. Because you got to think about it, like if they go as far as all that becoming more real and reactive, then there's going to be online digital transactions. Someone's got to pay to
I just love the idea that they have sent these complete normies into the metaverse and they're experiencing internet culture that has always been there for the first time. Look at this. Some of us researchers also reported experiencing homophobic and racial slurs in Horizon World and said they witnessed gun violence on the platform.
They've never played
that's
GTA, man.
To this game?
Yeah, but this is the funny thing is like, this is the internet. Okay. You have lived in a world where it's super safe and you live in the United States where even though you like to claim otherwise, the majority of the people who live here are not racist. And yet you go online and you meet Ukrainians, Russians, Eastern Europeans of all types, and they are throwing the N-word around. They're extremely racist. They have something to say about everything.
You don't even have to be racist to throw or homophobic to throw those kinds of words around.
It's just like, and you're just going to see it and you're going to just be like, oh, my sheltered bubble of liberal ideology living in the United States.
Little tiny worlds
to the
falling
internet.
apart.
So they said
it's an amazing thought process because I've talked to some people who like when I played some PvP games and stuff, there'd be open rooms and you get like the ultra shit talkers in there along with the newbie, I want to say churchgoer crowd who don't know what a cuss word is, and that's usually when someone gets reported and banned because they've never played an online game before.
So it says Meta launched Horizon Worlds last December to users 18 and up in the US and Canada. Oh, okay. So they are.
Oh shit.
Unless those Russian, Ukrainian, Eastern Europeans are VPNing in, I see. No. By February, there were at least 300,000 users on the platform, according to The Verge. Four other users also recently claimed that their avatars were sexually assaulted or harassed in Horizon.
But according to AC, I got to interrupt you. Remember, you covered an article. Remember, apparently, what was it? Of 300 women, 150 of them liked it incredibly rough. The hell is wrong with these articles?
So 4 other users recently claimed that their avatars were sexually assaulted or harassed in Horizon World and other Meta's VR platforms. Great job. According to the Some of Us report. In November, a beta tester reported that her avatar had been groped on Horizon World. Hold on, I gotta find out. I gotta find out.
They
Maybe
need to
there's a
change
video
the
on this.
terminology to digitally assaulted because that's what it is.
Look, guys, she was reincarnated.
Pretend assaulted.
Look. There's another Avatar: The Last Airbender Avatar, and this is the Earth one. And apparently, when they hit the ground, someone touched them, so their avatar got groped. So who's the next Avatar? Is what I want to know. I'm sorry, that fell apart really bad.
Yes.
Someone just
I didn't follow
shoot
that at
me.
all.
I'm doing something, and my brain fucked itself because I was like, "This is such a great idea," and I realized how it wasn't.
So in November, a beta tester reported that her avatar had been groped on Horizon Worlds. At the time, Meta spokesperson Christina Milian told the MIT Technology Review that users should have, quote, a positive experience with safety tools that are easy to find, and it's never a user's fault if they don't use all the features we offer. We will. What you just need is a safe word or a panic button. You
You mean log out?
Yeah, no, like a button that's like, oh no, I'm being raped. Hit the panic button. It's like, this is assault. This is assault. Like just like a like an alarm's going off.
A digital rape whistle.
That's essentially yes. We will continue to improve our UI and to better understand how people use our tools so that users are able to report things easily and reliably. Our goal is to make Horizon World safe, and we are committed to doing that work. But the next month, metaverse researcher Nina Jane Padham disclosed in a post on Medium that within 60 seconds of her joining Horizon Worlds, her avatar was gang raped by 3 to 4 male-looking avatars. That same month...
Male-looking?
Yeah, male-looking avatars.
Oh, wait a minute. So we may have had a Fuda situation on our hands. Where's that bike company? Because we need...
That same month, the New York Times reported that a female player's avatar was groped. See, here's the thing. Every male player that has come in has also been raped, but they didn't complain about it because it's just a fucking game, right? So that same month, the New York Times reported that a female player's avatar was groped on a Meta-owned shooter game. Separately, a player on the sports game Echo VR said a male player told her he had recorded her voice so that he could jerk off to her cursing.
Oh, God.
Well,
Some of Us and Meta did not immediately respond to insiders' requests for comments. In response to the Some of Us report, a Meta spokesperson told the Daily Mail it doesn't recommend, quote, turning off the safety feature with people you don't know. So my favorite thing about this is like all the people who are in the metaverse are the terminally online crowd who don't go outside because they're socially awkward already. Right. So you've given them the internet that they use to masturbate to on a regular basis. And then you put them in a place where they actually are able to interact with other people. Of course, this is going to happen. So at least 2 major metaverse investors expressed concern over emerging details of harassment and abuse on its metaverse platforms. Meta has staked its future on building its immersive metaverse virtual reality. It plowed $10 billion into designing the metaverse.
Oh God, plowed.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg is playing the long game with his investment, recently saying that the project could continue to lose money for the next 3 to 5 years. However, at least 2 major Meta investors were alarmed by emerging details of harassment and abuse on its metaverse platforms. In December, investors Arjuna Capital and Store Brand Asset Management, together with Some of Us and several other advocacy organizations, co-filed a motion demanding that Meta publish a report that would examine the potential harms users could face on its metaverse platforms. Investors need to understand the scope of these potential harms and weigh in on whether or not this is a good idea before we throw good money after bad, Arjuna Capital's managing partner Natasha Lamb said in the release. At Meta's May 25th shareholders meeting, a proposal was introduced to complete a third-party assessment of potential of potential psychological and civil and human right harms to users that may be caused by the use and abuse of the platform, and whether harms can be mitigated or avoided, or are unavoidable risks inherent in the technology. However, the proposal was voted down. Earlier this month, Nick Clegg, president for global affairs at Meta Platforms, said in a blog post that, quote, the rules and safety features of the metaverse, regardless of the floor, will not be identical to the ones currently in place for social media, nor should they be. But he continued, quote, in the physical world, as well as the internet, people shout and swear and do all kinds of unpleasant things that aren't prohibited by law, and they harass and attack people in ways that are. The metaverse will be no different. People who want to misuse technologies will always find ways to do it. The end. Whew, that's good.
Well, that was one humdinger of an article, AC. What's next?
I was reading Necrovolt's comment.
What'd she say?
She said, wow, Lance retard sandwich count now at 420. And
Oh, thanks.
I love how people often forget that males get raped. So pushing the female got her hair assed online means nothing to me. You're welcome, improper use of your tisk for the clever wording. All right. So in release news, J Novel Club announces 10 light novel and manga titles at Anime Boston. So for the light novels, they got Now I'm a Demon Lord, Happily Ever After with Monster Girls in My Dungeon, Oversummoned, Overpowered, and Over It. Did I seriously just get reincarnated as my gag character? Rebuild World. Isekai Tensei, Recruited to Another World. And for the manga, they got Tear Moon Empire, Oversummoned, Overpowered, and Over It, which previously we were looking at the light novel. This is the manga. The Skull Dragon's Precious Daughter. Did I seriously just get reincarnated as my gag character?
What?
The Wind That Reaches the Ends of the World. Oh, that's awesome.
Do we need to like count all the reincarnated like titles?
Yes.
The good thing about getting reincarnated as a hilly churl is... All right, continue.
So Discotech announced... these are the Discotech announcements, but they're not all of them. Discotech announces Planet With, Virtua Fighter, and more. So they got Aho Girl.
Which is a limited run series, unfortunately.
Ah, mother...
1,500 copies.
Fucker, are you serious? I need to order
It's like half-length episodes, I think. But still, I don't know why that would...
I need to watch it, though. Lou Talks
How much-
Anime was
how much
talking
is
it
it?
up on Twitter for a while.
I'm curious, since I'm not looking at the screen.
Flying
it's
Phantom
sub-only,
Ship,
so...
Oh, come on.
released for the first time on Blu-ray,
Yeah, I
will include
forgot
original
about that.
Japanese with a brand new dub.
Well, I'll put it this way. The way that Reese put it is, if it's not worth putting out more than 1,500 copies, it's not worth dubbing.
True.
However, the Flying Phantom Ship apparently was worth dubbing.
Mm-hmm.
The 1969 children's, I guess, anime, as they put it.
Lupin the Third, Dead or Alive, with the Funimation dub. Planet With.
Does that include the beach bikini babes?
What?
Huh?
The
I'm listening.
The Lupin one?
Lupin Dead or Alive?
Oh my
that-
god, this man with the meta.
Do we got beachy? Do we
Dude.
got bikini babes?
Oh,
that
Dead or
love
Alive,
beach?
as in the video game series.
Pick from
Man, it
Lupin,
takes
I
you
don't
guys
know.
too long to get that. God damn.
Whew, that took me way too long. Yes. Okay. Planet With
I tried to help you there, Randy.
and Shogun
I'm sorry.
Samurai. So
And
is
they
this
announced a lot more.
is this actually Shogun Assassin?
I don't know.
The Yagyu clan conspiracy.
Reese, do you have like a song playing on in the background?
probably the TV from the other side of the house.
Okay.
So they also got Symphogear AXZ and Virtua Fighter.
Well, that's interesting.
Panel additionally gave updates for the upcoming releases of Beelzebub, Fatal Fury, the motion picture, Lupin the Third versus Detective Conan TV special, and more in their Twitter announcement thread.
Beelzebub is the one I was excited for and also disappointed at because I thought I could have sworn I watched it on HD on Crunchyroll, which sounds like that was the case, but as Sabekas put it, that was like it seemed to be an upscale. Like France also has a Blu-ray, but that's probably the same materials. And like it came down to like I guess it was a tough choice whether to put it on SD Blu-ray or I presume doing their own upscale that looked good. So I'm simultaneously.
AC, just go to the Twitter thread so you can get all the stuff that they've
How dare you? We'll have plenty of opportunities for that to show up in future.
The solicitations haven't been
put
up yet.
Fuck? That's not what I want. This third.
It's funny you mentioned Beelzebub because there was a conversation happened literally right before the podcast of how they always misuse the name Beelzebub because everyone always forgets that it's the Lord of the Flies and they just distort it being the being whatever.
Back up, AC.
Back that ass up, AC. What's going on?
That one was in that list.
But they always distort and change the Lord of the Flies into just some variant of Satan, and I'm just like, oh come on, it's a totally different entity.
Okay.
Wrong picture.
Which one do you want me to do?
He wants the one from Pornhub.
I want the freaking slideshow, the PowerPoint picture for this release.
Reese, you got quiet.
You picked that one. Right
Okay,
there.
I thought I was about to ask, can anyone hear him? Can anyone hear him? Because I can't. Like he's well, I can hear him. He's whispering. It sounds like.
No, he's just far from the mic.
Get closer.
Yeah,
Anyway,
be a close whore.
So this is it. What do you want me to say about it?
That's coming in August finally, and Brady had a nice tweet about why it took so long for that to come out. Probably, I think he. It'd
be so great if you just provided these when you want to talk about.
I linked it actually in our Facebook chat.
You guys are killing me. In which chat? Fastlane? What the fuck? I can't believe what the fuck? I didn't see this before. Opinion: the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial was the female Holocaust.
Oh God.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, that wasn't the thing I was supposed to pull up, was it? All right.
Well, I know they announced a steelbook too for the the Fatal Fury series or something.
No, it wasn't Virtua Fighter. You're probably right about the Fatal Fury.
I don't see this tweet. I don't see it.
Well, all we're looking at is the Conan.
Yeah, no, I'm looking on another window trying to find this Brady tweet.
Okay, here we are.
Here's the steelbooks. Konosuba Season 1. Oh, these are the existing ones. Now the next one is what's next? Fatal Fury the motion picture. Woo!
When was that?
These are the limited print runs.
Yeah, and they also mentioned the update to the Fuse, Real Huntress or whatever.
Fuse Memoirs of a Huntress, I think.
Yeah.
So, Oh Girl's going to be limited, or any of the other ones going to be limited?
We just said Fuse Memoirs of a Huntress.
Is limited, or?
Yeah, it's going. That was not announced before, but but once the solicitation goes up, they'll bring it up again.
Which is kind of dumb. It's like NIS let that expire, and it's like, oh, we're gonna get a reprint. Oh, it's only for like, a few copies, and it's like, oh, okay. I mean, I was looking forward to getting a standard edition, like a real one, because they only released a limited edition, unless I'm incorrect about that.
Also,
so I just made
movies. Yeah.
Ooh. So I made my own standard edition, but it would be nice to have an official standard edition and a slipcover. So I'm kind of torn on if I want to get it or not.
So, it looks like their live action samurai line is going to be under a new label called Nihon Knights.
That's all news about Nihon Knights.
There's Beelzebub, Urusei Yatsura movie 4 or 5? No, movie 5.
Yeah, movie 5.
Project Echo 2 update. Project Echo. Okay. Symphogear. Okay. Where's this Fuse? Oh, here's Fuse. Okay. I gotta remember to buy these fuckers that are limited.
That's right, production companies. If you make them limited, more people will buy them. That's how that works.
Why are you telling them that? They're just going to do it more now, Lance. No.
Anyway,
that's what's going to suck is that more and more people will become customers of Discotek. So then when the limited things come out, they're going to sell out way quicker.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm already feeling that pain.
So I am so hyped for this for reasons I've said on podcasts before. I can't wait to see the full version of it with all those extra
I
episodes.
can't either. I was like, damn, I guess we're getting the full release now. Sweet.
Fuck. No, it's only the first 24 episodes that are dubbed. God damn it. I could have sworn the whole thing.
But they give you all the episodes in a collection. Whereas before you couldn't complete it.
Yeah, I guess. But the thing is that they have that thing where they're like they have all the words like he's incorrigible, a fight is unstoppable. Like every goddamn commercial break, they had something new, to where it just became impressive that they could keep going. And I was hoping they would do that all through the whole 35 episodes.
Sustainable, marketable.
They just had so many.
Entertainable.
Anyway, so that's it for Discotek.
Check the fast lane.
Motherfucker, you didn't. I don't see anything in the fast lane.
I just sent it.
It says no internet connection.
Oh.
That's what Reese meant to send.
Yes.
It was all according to plan.
Can you send it in the Discord mod channel? Oh, I got it. Hold on, I got it. Still says no internet connection, but okay, here we go.
How are you here?
The big reason this one was a lot of work to fix is that it was animated in standard def, interlaced, somehow upscaled, edited, interlaced, and then all of the title works was done in HD at 30i, so 30 frames interlaced. The native res footage doesn't exist anymore. Okay. There you go.
There's more than one tweet.
So we had to do a lot of work to fix interlacing issues and then scale it back down so it could be astro-resed. I will say that it almost looks native HD. Never looked this good before. Also, as far as I understand it, the version of the special on here has a few retakes and bits of fixed animation which don't appear on prior releases that I could find. Also, the original video issues of this release weren't anyone's fault. It was made during a time when TV was transitioning and best practices weren't all figured out yet.
Yeah, it was something like 2009, but I still think it's like, did they not realize that, I don't know, 24 frames a second or not scaling the frame rate to like 30i was a good idea? Like, I don't know.
Is this caught up? I think
what
it
was
is.
that one? Oh, the Ryoma Princess Tennis. Did you cover that?
Ryoma, the Prince of Tennis,
Okay.
CG anime film hits Blu-ray on July 5th. It's going to have a slip cover, which is
Yeah,
why
but it's called Ryoma.
Ryoma. Anyway, yeah. So
Okay, just because we had to go like 2-3 pages
Yep.
just to find that one again.
So there you go. That's it. Okay. Now, Baby Assassins, which would be a much funnier movie if they actually hired
That
Baby.
sounds awesome.
I was so when Reese first sent it to us, it was only the text, and I was picturing like Boss Baby of the criminal underworld.
Not they're assassinating babies.
That's also funny.
And then I had that whole manifesto about like a group of assassins got counted down to being like 1.5 years old, and so they were trying to find, it's a series, they're trying to find the cure, but they still have to assassinate people, and so like these toddlers are walking down the street with guns and shit and having all these dirty conversations.
I mean, I'm picturing what's it called? It was the show about the all the kids before they got like 2 and 3. They had like super genius intelligence.
Baby Geniuses?
Baby Geniuses? Was that it?
That was a movie.
Oh, it was a movie. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said so. There was a clue. But that's what I'm picturing. But they're all assassins.
Hey Reese.
It's like Mama puts me down to sleep is what she thinks.
Reese.
Hey, AC.
As you were saying.
Fucking what? Yeah, exactly. Like I didn't want to bring this part up on podcast, but I might as well. I was like, oh yeah, these 2 toddlers are walking down the street unattended, having this. Oh yeah, but so I found out I still have my hymen. Oh really? Cool.
Oh, Yikes! Okay, so the Bell Collector's Edition 4K HDR 2K Blu-ray.
As I was anticipating.
I'm gonna look at the steelbook cover compared to that.
It's not the same.
I like the steelbook one better. I hate the way she looks in the what is it? In the world of the game.
Dare judge a
Yeah,
fictional
it's like you literally look at the package next to the trifold. No, go.
I know.
Yeah.
I got it.
You know.
I knew what it was called. I was just trying to find the proper verbiage so that I wasn't saying the letter U, and you were thinking I was saying U as in like YOU. Anyway, so yeah, that's a thing. I don't know that I really want to get it, but my wife will probably want it. And even though we don't have a 4K Blu-ray player, but maybe I can convince her now. Also, Fern Gully, The Last Rainforest. Ooh.
That sounds like an anime.
With Robin Williams, Tim Curry, and Christian Slater. And Samantha Mathis.
4K?
Just
no, Blu-ray DVD.
Oh, lame.
Released
Also,
by Shout Factory.
Gulliver Returns.
Only on
Also
DVD.
From the team behind Moana, Zootopia, and Big Hero 6.
Seriously?
Huh?
Based on an idea by Volodymyr Zelensky. Is this the fucking Ukrainian president's story? Are they that big of a simp for... No.
Back that train up.
No. Impossible. Motherfucker. The president of Ukraine wrote he had an idea for Gulliver going back out for more adventures, and artists at Disney and Pixar came together to make it a reality.
That's why it's only
Why
on
isn't
DVD.
this released under Disney though?
Because they probably didn't
it's
do it
artists
with
from
Disney.
them. It's not Disney doing it. It's just virtue signaling artists who simp for Ukraine decided a portion of the net proceeds of home entertainment sales will be donated to provide Ukrainian relief efforts.
I animated the palm trees in Moana. Put that on the box.
Yeah, this is pretty cringe. Well then, also Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water, the complete series.
Oh, they have a listing.
This is
I
what we were
realized.
talking about previously.
In the details, does it list the movie?
Nope.
Rip.
Then don't buy it.
I guess it has a slipcover, so I'm gonna. Damn it!
Fucking slipcovers, man.
And that's
I'm still
Discotech?
waiting on that.
This is
G
G
Kids.
Kids.
Okay, so it should be Amazon.
Because they're getting every Hideki Anno, or
It's
whatever his name.
Hideaki Anno, thank you.
Hideaki Anno.
I still pronounce it Hideki Anno.
You pronounce it wrong.
Kind of get
Okay, Mr. Thanks.
Ah!
So I heard my dad say "scene."
Oh no.
Well,
I-
everyone
like
says
Reese-
"seen." It's whether or not they
Reese-
say it grammatically correctly
when
by
it should have
having
been
the
saw,
"have."
but he said
No, you can-
"scene."
You can use the word "seen" if you use the word "have."
I haven't
Reese-
seen it.
No, he
I
said
have
"I've seen,"
been,
and then I
yeah.
can't remember what it was. There was no "have."
Okay, so
Then
if you guys
He's
want it,
Canadian. Your dad is Canadian. I'm sorry to break the news to you.
No,
here you go, Random 11.
you can have my dad. Merry Christmas.
There's your.
Oh, you can date his dad. Way to go.
So, did the previous Blu-ray released by Sentai have the movie?
No,
No.
This
it also had this cover though.
It did. Oh, I'm looking right at it.
But no
$54. God damn it.
The previous Blu-ray from Sentai is only $418.
I'm
Okay,
betting when
I'll-
they do a collector's edition, the movie will be on it.
But that would be a bit of a slap in the face. Unless they release the movie separately, then that would be cool, I guess.
I mean, they slapped you in the face with Evangelion, so
With their dicks.
I mean, that's the dub, not just because in the standard you get both movies with the TV.
yeah, but also, of course, they could have just released a single release with the dub, a standard release just with the dub.
I know, but I'm just saying it's not like they cut out like the entire movies.
All right. Anyway, moving on from here into random merch. Oh, actually, no, it's our merch.
All
plug.
the merch do belong to me.
If you are looking for
Don't
some
belong to us.
apparel in your godforsaken life, there is Stealth Weed. There's many such great things. I still have not gotten that fucking your boy Kong Ming merch up, but I'm working on it. I'm probably gonna get it some more Rent a Girlfriend merch up as well. If you're
I
interested,
believe
in that kind of
in
thing.
AC.
Thank you. There's also the OCA podcast merch store. I'm also working on Fappy Mart. Joke from podcast like 44 about the Japanese convenience store Family Mart when they decided to stop selling porn.
Ha.
All right,
They went under
Footnum, take it away. So this Tatami Mat platform with built-in vibration speakers promises the ultimate sound experience. So what are your thoughts and takeaway on this, Footnum?
So they describe it as vibration speakers. So that leads me to believe that at best this is going to be kind of like a subwoofer, like you're only going to get the low frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that has the potential to be cool, but I also think that it could be unbelievably stupid, which I'll get into in a bit. But if this could be somehow directionally, like in a surround sound sort of manner, like if they could configure it that way, it could add to another sense of immersion. But I mean, at the same time, you're probably going to have stuff on the
How do you
mat,
think
like your
you plug it in?
I don't know, man. But it's like you'd probably have like your couch or something on there, which would be like covering some of the speakers. But
Well, this is Japan, of course, so they don't have furniture.
so
They sit on the ground.
like I was saying, is like I think it has the potential to add another depth to a surround sound, like point of view. But A, it's probably not going to be supported. via like the actual Blu-rays you're getting. They're not going to add speakers underneath. It's and B, from
Keep
what
talking,
I
I'll be right
can
back.
tell, from what I can. Oh, great! I'm about to.
I'm
end
gonna
it.
listen. I've got the AirPods. Don't worry.
But so
Keep going.
from what I could tell from this, I mean, I didn't dive too deeply into it, but from what it looks like, to use the thing, you have to be laying on the goddamn mat and like have your ear to the floor to like use it. And I'm just like, what is the point of that? Just why? So that's
While
what I'm
you're
saying. It's like
sleeping.
it has the potential to do well, I guess, for people who want ASMR, but it would have to be like, assuming it is like sub frequencies, you'd have to have this really bassy ASMR, which I don't know if like it vibrates the whole mat. I don't know if that would help you sleep or not, but yeah, like I think it has.
I can't say the idea of my bed vibrating is something that I've really wanted in a mattress.
Oh god, I'm sure they straight up make those, but like, so I see the potential in this, but I doubt it's gonna hit the mark.
They should put like an alarm. They should put an alarm built into it.
In a new way with our vibrating butt.
Oh my god, a new sense of immersion, new depth.
Experience your VR rape in a new way.
If you donate to the fictional streamer on screen, your vibrator will go off.
If you fall asleep on this tatami, it'll wake you up.
All right. I was pouring some whiskey.
It sound like you popped the top.
I did. It's one of those.
Ah.
Hey,
Anyway,
I seen you moving pretty nimbly back
I felt
there.
as though it might be beneficial because my neck pain from yesterday to today is like day and night.
What attorney
difference.
did you use?
Well, that's what I was going to say. You seem to be moving pretty nimbly back there for someone with neck pain.
Yeah, well, I was like,
he's
yesterday morning.
Attorney.
Insurance fraud.
Yesterday morning, I was like bedridden, right? Or the day before that, I was definitely like bedridden. And then yesterday morning, I was able to get out of bed, which is a win. But I was saying that I wonder the relaxation from the whiskey is perhaps what loosened it up enough. So I'm gonna try to keep that going, and acknowledge this is equally just a bad idea. Anyway,
now Random 11, you said you seen him. I didn't seen him. I did saw him though.
I did.
Oh. Did you saw him?
Yeah.
Hey, that's the only fan. Shut up.
Right. So, Golgo 13 takes aim at hunger in hard-boiled wiener yakisoba web commercial.
Nothing says fighting hunger like shoving a long rod down your throat. Wait, what?
So you might ask yourself, why Golgo 13? I have an answer for you. This is Golgo 13, and I'd like to draw your attention to this section. Lures all the women in the world to the, quote, height of ecstasy. At any rate, an amazing penis.
Oh, I was going to say, is there a reason it's pointed right at his dick?
I mean, he's literally screwing every other episode in the TV series.
He's James
what are you
Bond
talking
if James
about?
Bond was an actual man whore.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, is that from like Viz's few volumes of translated manga? Like that's an official translation?
Yeah. It's official.
Oh man. Every other page, some chick gets some dick.
Yep. And it's always his dick. That's the important thing.
Always his, specifically. Never yours, the reader. This is definitely not an isekai.
Well, if I wanted to watch if I wanted to read a manga, if I wanted to read a manga that was inclusive and reflective of me, you know,
the pages would be
he
far
wouldn't
more
be getting laid at all. No. So Hin from Howl's Moving Castle now comes as an amazingly detailed life-size figure that is creepy as fuck. Moving on.
Oh my God, wow.
Bo-chan tissue box plush from Cran Shin-chan keeps runny
Oh my
noses
God.
at bay.
What are you doing these movies?
How many people you think have raped his face?
AC, I know what you're picturing.
I mean, he
don't
was pretty
love what- I know what you're picturing.
descriptive with that alone. So I'm pretty sure we all pictured that. Like,
Everyone was pictured someone sticking their dick into
Okay.
a shoebox.
All right, so I haven't read this, but I thought it might be interesting based on the title. Because personally, I think that there actually is a value in NFTs, but what they've been used for and got their reputation for so far has been a grift and not actually the value that it might potentially
All right,
have.
guys. Guys. Wait a minute. So now you're flipping script and saying that there's a use for them. How
No,
are
the
you
concept of
planning to spin this?
non-fungible tokens and the smart contracts that can be embedded into them
Mhm.
does have a use. So far, they've only been used to put kitschy artwork into some Ethereum wallet. That's it, right? So Japanese startup to use NFTs to simplify the music copyright system. So Japan they're notorious for losing track of who owns the rights to things and then not be able to continue the franchise or release a Blu-ray of a show, even though they find the real, because they don't know who the rights holder is. So this is an attempt to use non-fungible tokens in order to use the blockchain to record who has the rights to what, so that going forward, this solves that problem. So,
but didn't friggin' Seth Green lose his supposedly secure whatever NFTs? So
yes,
is it secure?
because they were he was hacked on the marketplace. So that's an issue, obviously, that has to happen for them to patch the vulnerabilities, right? And again, the NFTs in that situation were theoretically had a smart contract that gave him the copyright to it, which is why once he lost them, it caused a problem where he no longer owns the copyright because it had a smart contract attached to it.
I'm
Basically-
gonna hack this blockchain and steal the Dragon Ball Z contracts.
It would be great if you could hack it and steal the rights specifically to an episode of Nekopara so that I could get podcast 94 unblocked
Oh my
worldwide.
God, what a madman.
But so basically, the one way to solve this from getting hacked, have like a records vault that is on its own isolated system that doesn't go out. It doesn't connect to the internet anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They already have it. It's called the Copyright Office.
Well, so in Japan, and I don't know, maybe we'll figure out when we
It's
read
all
this,
on a floppy disk.
maybe
Don't
all
worry.
maybe all of the
clear
questions
one.
and things we're bringing up will get cleared up if we just read it. I don't know, but
We're
in
not
Japan
gonna
they
let you
have
read it, AC.
in Japan they have things like Hanko seals, right? So effectively, when I have my phone, it's reading the biometric data through my Face ID or my thumbprint or whatever. So you could theoretically connect things to the company in a similar fashion, right? To a unique ID, a UID or whatever. So, okay. So Japanese startup to use NFTs to simplify the music copyright system, but to TM an NFT is NGAFAIK, right? Cringe. There's been a lot of talk about non-fungible tokens or NFTs recently, with a lot of the criticism calling to the notion of paying for digital art that one doesn't own ridiculous. But beyond all the ugly apes and Jack Dorsey tweets, there are other more useful applications for this concept as well, and ABC Records may have found one. Short for Authorized Bootleg Community Records. Yes, Authorized Bootleg Community.
ABC.
ABC Records is setting up a digital marketplace that lets anyone purchase digital music sources from the original creators directly via an NFT. Like always, the owner of the NFT does not have copyright to the music, but through this service, they do gain commercial rights to it.
So it's not even what you were saying then.
What do you mean?
It's not like a registry of of who owns the copyright. Like I can't sell
Yeah,
Drake.
but what I'm saying is that using the blockchain to record these things, that is a potential usage of non-fungible tokens. This specific project is not seeming to be that, but it is something that the potential, like I'm saying that, like, I'm not flip-flopping on the concept of NFTs being good or bad. I'm saying they have potential, but so far the potential that they've used has been terrible.
Yeah,
Basically, it's just like anything. It's like you can have a screwdriver, but then you can also stick it into a light socket. There's a good idea and a bad one. Pick your poison.
Like, I guess continue reading, but like iTunes figured this shit out. I don't see why we need NFTs.
Right. So upon purchasing the NFT, the owner immediately gets exclusive rights to use the music in their own social media projects, such as background music and videos. Commercial rights to the music can also be obtained easily through ABC Records simply by clicking on the application form, which is submitted directly to the copyright owner. So I'm curious what like the
Drake
price
and Jay-Z are look people like all these big popular people who would probably benefit from these NFT, kind of things. I'm guessing a lot of people would, but it's going to be kind of funny in like 30 years when a lot of this mainstream music now is all public domain. Or slowly works. The stuff starts working its way into public domain.
I would be willing to bet that the era of public domain is going to disappear.
Yeah, I know. But
I think that
let me dream.
I think that corporations, because now an artist's work is owned by the
company,
instead of the artist. I think that they're going to fight to maintain those rights in perpetuity because the company is longer than the lifespan of a human.
A friend of mine's one of his favorite bands. There's a song I cannot off the top of my head remember it. I'm sorry, but this literally just happened not that long ago. Their company said no more of that song. So now you can't find it on any streaming service like Spotify or anything. The song is just gone because the company was like, "Yep, we're ending this now."
If a company is the copyright holder, the copyright only lasts for 75 years.
Right. So
it's not like a company never dies, so they'll never lose copyright.
Yeah, it was an oversimplification. But anyway,
notably, just quickly, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a Winnie the Pooh.
I might have saw it.
He's seen it.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy that the fervor I came at our private DM conversation over how I pronounce things, that you guys are just doing the work for me.
Yeah. Just like how you guys pick at me mercilessly.
I don't know if you've seen it. There's a you've.
All right, hey, wait a minute now.
It's a contracted have.
Are you sure I've seen it?
Yeah, I'm being bigoted.
I'm blinking my eyes really fast.
Right,
so I don't know if you've seen it, but there is a horror Winnie the Pooh movie coming out now.
Yeah, I have seen that.
Winnie the Pooh entered public domain.
I feel like this is going to go south.
Let me express my immense gratitude at you providing me with this knowledge.
Oh, it's like that right there to me is almost as gut-wrenching as finding out Teletubbies had like over 700 episodes.
That was my way of not saying the word thanks. Anyway, so
you're welcome.
So commercial rights to the music can also be obtained easily through ABC Records simply by clicking on the application form, which is submitted directly to the copyright owner. The owner is also free to resell the NFT, but in doing so would lose the rights that come with it. And as a nice added bonus, in the event that the value of the NFT goes up, the original creator is ensured to get a cut of the resale price thanks to everything taking place on the blockchain. The service was created by Japanese entertainment agency All Entertainment and Hiroshi Fujiwara, a designer and music producer who started out as a DJ in the 80s and knows all too well the frustrations of sampling music with the existing copyright system. For example, in addition to the busy work of tracking down the proper channels to seek permission to use a sample, he would also have to go back and request permission each time it was used in different projects. There's a picture of this guy.
An old school disc jockey dealing with modern day problems. That sounds like a manga series.
ABC Records format streamlines that into a single application for commercial use. And because usage is limited to the NFT owner, it also prevents the music creator from getting inundated with requests and having to look into and vet each one. More features are planned for this ambitious project down the road, but ABC Records will first need to gather a large enough community of users to be able to thrive. The service will launch on the 26th of May, with the first 3 pieces of music having been created by Fujiwara himself. 10 different versions of each track will go up for 24-hour auctions from the 26th to the 28th, and since these are NFTs, all bids must be made in the cryptocurrency Ethereum. It remains to be seen if this idea bears fruit, but it's an interesting way to use the potential of NFTs and could really help to update and simplify the murky waters of copyright ownership and enforcement. This might end up being Seiji's ticket to success in the music industry.
Yeah, that's his fucking hope. Jesus Christ, this is exactly all that shit about there's good uses. Yeah, okay, there might be good uses. This is not one of them. This is essentially,
I agree. It's not. And I hadn't read it before. I was hoping it was more than this, but
yeah, this is essentially the same thing as the Bored Ape, but with music.
Yeah,
that's all
so
it is.
I'll just say that during the pandemic, I looked up who the copyright owner was of the Nekopara clip that got flagged and got episode 94 blocked worldwide on YouTube. And I found out that they're actually located in LA. And I could literally walk down there and ask for a meeting and try to find out what it would take for me to gain access to that on YouTube again.
Do it.
But I don't want to, like, right now, I don't have the time, and I certainly don't have the funds to walk in there and say, look, all I want is to pay you maybe $300 for perpetual use in just this one video. So I basically just pay you one time, and you grant me access to this to be able to use this in the stream, which is 8 hours long, by the way, and your content that is blocked worldwide represents less than 1% of the content of the video, right? I
less
really
8 hours long. That means you could have streamed the entire TV series twice.
Yes, but I only got blocked for like 20 seconds of footage or whatever. Anyway.
Man,
also,
dude, it's almost like they were like, yep, this guy right here. We're gonna watch his video and we're gonna nail him. We're gonna pin it to the wall. Over 8 seconds of Nekos.
So I have the unfortunate task of sharing this with you. Thank you, Mirage Leonardo. Make womb for breakfast. Uterus-shaped cereal aims to normalize conversations about periods at the breakfast table. You know what we don't talk about enough at the breakfast table? Taking massive shits, having sex with your kid's mom. Like, there's all sorts of things we don't talk about.
Your kid's mom, not specifically your wife, but your kid's mom. Okay.
There's plenty of things we don't talk about at the breakfast table. Do we really need to normalize all subjects to be something that is discussed at the breakfast table?
How is that anything that needs to be normalized? That is like the opposite of what some kid like. That is still going to be embarrassing for some young girl.
I want to talk about wet dreams at the breakfast table.
You know what we don't talk about enough? Sodomy. Let's have sodomy O's. You know?
All right, kids, let me tell you about what I did to your mom last night.
By the way, this is why I had to run out and grab the whiskey.
Drink some for me, man. I need it.
So a uterus-shaped cereal has been launched with the goal of putting conversations about periods on the table. Feminine care brand Intimina developed its raspberry-flavored period crunch to encourage families to discuss menstruation more openly at breakfast.
Why can't they be, honest with this and just have it be blood-flavored?
Yeah, right. It's oh god, like think about it.
Hey guys, look, there's this natural thing that's gonna happen to your body, yada yada yada. You'll know when it happens.
It's more than that. There are certain topics we don't discuss when we're eating because you lose your fucking appetite.
It's not just that. It's the simple fact of, oh yeah, this is the optimal dinner conversation. No one's gonna be like, I would love to see the dinner table. It's let's say stereotypical. It's a man, woman, boy, girl walks there for breakfast. Mom's like, all right, honey, we gotta talk about your period. And little brother's like, what is that? And Dad's like, this is not a conversation for you.
Let's talk
Despite-
about boneros. And normalize
the
boners.
gross thing is
They happen.
the gross thing
is
is
there gonna
as
be a sausage dog that like extends slowly to explain what a
as
boner
the cereal sits in the milk, the red
Gets
dye
soggy.
from the
Yeah, milk
cereal
will start to
is
turn red.
is gonna go into the milk. Yeah.
Even worse yet, it's white to begin with.
Oh no.
So
So-
the
so
wheat
it's- so-
based.
So when the cereal,
No, no, no,
so when the cereal starts to like get bigger from absorbing the milk, if let's say they do that, is this we're gonna go from
It won't get
period
bigger, but
boners
it
to
will get
conception?
soggy.
And you can squeeze it, the milk will come out the tip.
Oh, God.
So despite being marketed as womb shaped,
Killed
the
wiener.
cereal actually resembles the entire female reproductive system. The wheat-based cereal, a PR stunt. No fucking duh. Which won't actually ever go on sale because nobody in their fucking right mind would buy it, is dyed red to mimic the color of blood. Intima claims conversations about periods are not truly normalized, and it wanted to make a statement about the issue. Although it won't ever be stuck, I think you mean stocked, on supermarket
No,
shelves.
they mean stock.
I guess they could mean stuck. It won't be stuck on supermarket shelves. I mean, it will be stuck there if you start to stock them,
Yeah,
because no
shit.
one's gonna fucking buy it. People can get a free box by contacting the Swedish company. No, do I need to do this? No.
Hey,
I'll
see,
do it.
it.
I'll
Do
do it
it.
for you and fill out your address.
Oh, no.
my
I was
God.
reading ahead. I was gonna say something like the worst part about this is if it's sold in my grocery store, I kind of have to buy it. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh, good, it's a PR stunt. Not gonna. Fuck.
Now it's free and you must partake. Oh,
Would
wait a
you
minute, wait a
eat
minute.
it, though?
So
I
when-
eat
Fuck
that
no.
shit on camera.
guys, look. For the podcast, would it be a good idea if we all just got a box just to be that assholes? It's like they're
you would
saying free.
email some random company in Sweden and say,
I'm gonna
me a
give them
box
your
of
email
cereal,"
address.
and then eat it.
I think we have to.
I mean,
It's
that's
free.
the perfect way of displaying
Oh.
our male dominance by eating a bunch of uteruses.
Oh,
All right,
God.
here's how you do this for everyone at home. Use a PO box. Give them an email address you don't care, so they have to send them all to there,
Oh my
and we'll
god.
distribute them amongst ourselves
Oh!
just for the bit. This is called entertainment. This is called eating and choking on a retard sandwich.
So Intima claims conversations about periods are not truly normalized, and it wanted to make a statement about the issue. Although it won't ever be stuck on supermarket shelves, people can get a free box by contacting the Swedish company. A survey of more than 2,000 people by the company found that 48% of girls. What is this percent? Is this how we do it? Is this how we're supposed to do it? Go away, Facebook share. Go. The company found 48% of girls and women are too embarrassed to talk about their period.
It's probably because it's nobody's damn business.
You know what I don't talk about? My irritable bowel syndrome. Like,
What the hell wants, who the hell wants to
That's
know
the
about the last time
perfect
you beat off?
conversation for Thanksgiving dinner.
Can you pass the gravy? Yeah, I will,
Guys-
Bob, but let me just tell you about the diarrhea I'm taking constantly.
This reminds me of that time I was at a baby shower, and this like 55-year-old dude walks out of the bathroom. And it's like, damn, that was a good one. I'm like, I didn't want to know that. Why does that have to be
no.
extra attention?
But funny thing about the gravy, you know the irritable bowel syndrome diarrhea? It's the exact same cover as this gravy I'm having here.
No, I didn't know that. Now I'm scared. Because gravy a lot of times tastes like shit anyway.
Like, no, I don't want the gravy now.
So previous research has shown a stigma around the time in the month. Has shown stigma around the time in the month can cause boys to mock girls at school. What in the
What?
movie Carrie? Like, well,
have
nearly
never-
half of women say they have been period shamed.
Okay, first of all, when I was a
Where,
kid,
can you cite
in
the
all
source,
in
please?
like
It says
that shit
previous
was like
research. Look, we've got a research paper right here.
what? Okay,
Girls
I
on
have
the
never
metaverse
known-
are getting shamed for having vaginas with periods.
what? I have never known one dude to make fun of a girl for that. They were more afraid to mess with them because they're like, I'm gonna be fucked over.
Stigma around periods is prompting boys to mock girls, claiming they can smell the blood, reveal experts as they call for both sexes to be taught about the
That is
subject.
the weirdest pickup line I've ever heard in my life.
Are you in heat? Because I can smell the blood.
That sounds like some Edward from fucking Twilight.
I always wanted to do it in the library.
The serial killer bathed in the blood of my lovers. I mean enemies. I mean lovers.
What?
The serial campaign comes after Spain last week became the first European country to propose paid unlimited menstrual leave for women in pain. Unlimited menstrual leave. Do these people work at Twitter for 4 hours a month?
Oh my god. Okay, first of all, okay, it's none of my business, ladies of the world, but okay, that is a natural thing. How in the world does it make any sense to take unlimited leave other than you're just going to try to collect the money from the company so that they have to hire someone else to do your fucking job?
Intimida's Daniela Zagar said periods are normal and talking about periods should be normal. I think the guy's making fun of you and mocking you for it. That is the extent of normalizing that I think the world needs. If you can mock somebody over something, I think it's been normalized. But because of the ongoing stigma around menstruation, period conversations remain difficult and embarrassing for people, even with loved ones. I mean, you should be talking to your doctor.
I don't know of any stigma. It's all just like made up.
There's no more normal and everyday a scene than the whole household sitting down together at the kitchen table and talking over a meal. Wow.
Okay.
And if period conversations were truly normalized, then they wouldn't be off this table or off any table for that matter. It's like if I'm elected, there will be mandatory period discussions at every meal.
Okay. What are we having for dinner? Spaghetti and conversations.
No. We're having smegma soup for supper.
Smegma.
Smeghetti?
I do not want to make this merch. Period Crunch's box is illustrated with a diagram of the female reproductive system to help educate children. Dr. Sri Datta, a gynecologist at King's College Hospital, said, quote, "I'm delighted Intimida has taken the bull by the horns and developed Period Crunch to help raise awareness of the ongoing social periods.
No.
Periods are a natural part of who we are, so it's deeply concerning to hear that so many people remain uncomfortable discussing them when they are just another part of our health." Do you guys want to hear about women to be offered menstrual leave for period pain in Spain?
I feel like we just covered that.
Not really.
Is it funny? I'll listen to it if it's funny.
The bill allows workers experience period pain to an unlimited amount of time off. With the state, wait, is the time off paid though?
Yeah, is it paid leave?
See, that's probably how they get you. It's like you can take as much time off as you need, but you only get paid for when you're clocked in.
It's like, I mean, I'm
that's how it should work. Like,
oh no. The bill allows workers experiencing period pain to an unlimited amount of time off, with the state social security system, not the employers, picking up the tab for the medical leave. I'm just going to hire my wife. She's going to work at my company, and she's not going to work a single day. She's on perpetual period leave. That now I've got an extra paycheck at the expense of the taxpayer. And I gave her the highest position. I'm not the CEO. I'm just substitute CEO, while my wife, who makes 300 times as much as I do, is on perpetual menstrual leave.
Wow, I see.
Oh
You're
my
giving them
God.
all these trades of the secret.
As with paid leave for other health
This is
reasons,
how you destroy a country's
doctor must
economic system.
approve the temporary medical incapacity. All right. My wife, the doctor, has decided she has decided to grant herself perpetual medical leave at the taxpayer's expense. So the proposed legislation must still be approved by Parliament, with a vote not expected for months. But if the bill is passed, Spain will become the first Western country to give women menstrual leave. How about you just menstrual leave the workforce?
I mean, there's a Bard song in there somewhere.
Oh
but...
boy.
Menstrual leave is currently offered only in a small number of
do
countries.
Bards get menstrual leave? Because they're minstrels?
What?
I'm being legit here. Do Bards get menstrual leave? They're minstrels. You know? They're musicians, minstrels, bards.
So South Korea, Japan, Zambia, and Indonesia are the only ones that currently offer menstrual leave. Under the reform package passed by Spain's cabinet, schools will be required to provide sanitary products to girls.
I just picture the Pied Piper of Hamlet just walking off with everyone's...
And there will also be changes to the country's abortion laws.
What?
Wow, sneak that in right at the end. Under the reform package passed by Spain's cabinet, schools will be required to provide sanitary products to girls, and there will also be changes to the country's abortion laws. Wow. It seems like a kind of an important topic there that you just kind of snuck in right at the end.
That's a common practice in politics these days.
Yeah, gross. Okay, what was that other article I pulled up? The research. Okay, I gotta add that later. All right. In miscellaneous news, we've got quite a lot of funny ass topics.
Yay.
First and foremost, a security guard was arrested in Shizuoka for abandoning 13 liters of urine at a pachinko parlor. Going to the toilet was too much as hassle. Okay. Was too much a hassle for the suspect, but hauling it across town, an age-old dilemma that has haunted humanity for centuries is what to do with 13 liters of urine.
Well,
right?
Conventional wisdom might advise against accumulating that much pee in the first place, but hindsight is 20/20 and doesn't help someone dealing with this much golden liquid in the moment. So where does one put so much urine? A toilet comes to mind, but I suppose if that were an option, this wouldn't be a problem in the first place. We already firsthand ruled out drinking it. Are you kidding me? What is this article? A life straw can make all kinds of water drinkable, but does it work on urine?
Someone has a lot of chlorine tablets.
Oh my God. Pretty sure urine is sterile, so I don't know.
I mean, there is a survival tool called the toilet straw.
That's disgusting. Here's the trick to surviving the toilet: you drink from the back of the tank, not the bowl.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, oh come on, man! When the toilets attack, you know we're all going to be assaulted.
We already firsthand ruled out drinking it. A tree or shrubbery could work, but when dealing with such large volumes, it could backfire. God damn it. How many articles do you have on urine? We covered this one.
What is with
This
the
is
massive
so
amount
news,
of bodily
remember?
function
Did
breakdown
you
happening
forget
on
where
the
you
planet?
are?
Perhaps some of these ideas floated through the head of a 46-year-old security guard in Fujinomiya City in Shizuoka Prefecture before he ultimately decided on a place that's often used in the same sentence as waste. A pachinko parlor. On the 6th of November. Good.
We have over 3 times the likes to viewer ratio.
Great success. On the 6th of November last year, staff at a pachinko parlor in the Nakaharan... Oh, God, there's no N in there. Nakaharancho. God damn it, I still put an N in there. Nakaharacho area of Fujinomiya came across an abandoned cardboard box in the facility's multi-story parking garage. Inside the box was a collection of 27 plastic bottles ranging from 500 millimeters to 2 liters, containing a grand total of 13 liters of urine.
Jesus.
An either really involved or really low priority investigation was launched, and police managed to track down the producer of the pee using surveillance cameras. On the 24th of May of this year, they finally found their man and arrested him on charges of violating the waste management law. According to police, the man said, quote, "It was a bother going to the toilet, so I saved it. But I had trouble disposing of it, so I threw it away at my favorite pachinko parlor."
When you started with it, I was just waiting for it was me. There's no
right. I was also hopeful that phrase would come up.
There's no question about it.
He must have a love-hate thing with this pachinko parlor. Readers of the news were naturally amused by the absurdity of it, with some comments suggesting the suspect may have been a bottler. This is a Japanese term for a person who gets so engrossed in an online game that they can't tear themselves away long enough to use a toilet. And, well, the name really says it all. This is what I should be doing for the podcast.
Damn.
Taking a shit on camera.
All this time I've been leaving the room.
And we'd have to
guys,
hear that stream going into that hollow bottom.
I love this is the comments from people online. What does this guy guard? I never tried to pee in a bottle before. It looks really hard. Spoken like a woman. Is there some kind of instinct behind this, like hoarding or marking territory? Truck drivers just throw it out the window. We got a bottler. Even if you throw it away, why in a parking lot? So he was playing a game, right? Maybe he didn't want to waste water by flushing. Just pour it into a public toilet somewhere. Reduce, reuse, recycle. If you're planning to gather that much at once, it's probably worth investing in a gas can. A gas can would be a good investment. Or perhaps one of those old-timey hollowed-out sake gourds for a touch of class.
Well, okay, something just came to mind. Why the fuck did he accumulate so much before he tried to get rid of it?
Good question. Then again, such forethought is probably a little too much to ask of someone who can't be bothered to operate a toilet. Probably the only way to deter this behavior is to remind everyone that police in Japan do not take waste abandonment lightly. Whether it's pee in plastic bottles or poop in bento boxes, they will find you unless they have something better to do at the time. I think we might have covered this.
I have a particular set of skills.
Is there no grass? Is there no lawns or grass in the area?
I guess.
I mean, that's the optimal place to do it. Inconspicuously.
Just pour it down your fucking drain in your sink,
yeah.
NHK can now
unless his water is turned off.
Even still, just put it in the drain.
It would still stink just because it's still in that.
Get 3 more bottles of water and pour after it. There's a million ways he could have done this better.
What about the guy we covered who learned that drinking your own month-old urine is the cure to depression?
Oh
no.
God.
Have we tested that out yet?
Next.
Are you volunteering?
Next.
All right. So
if I do it, everybody else has to.
Oh God. NHK can now pester you through your mail thanks to new service from Japan Post. So you guys know in Japan how they have like the stereotype or I don't know if you call it stereotype, but they have that trope in anime where you see the girls who are hired to look pretty in a costume on the street and they hand out flyers and shit. Like to people who are walking by, and the people who live in Japan, they just ignore them. But like to the tourists who come, they end up at the end of the street. They've got like 50 bajillion like business cards and flyers and brochures and stuff. So that's because Japan doesn't have the ability to send out junk mail. But it looks like they've just been granted that ability. So ignoring the ringing doorbell might no longer keep you safe from the ever persistent NHK man. Ask anyone who has lived in Japan for a period of time what the 3 most annoying things here are, and they'll probably tell you: mosquitoes, cockroaches, and the NHK man. It might seem surprising that a public broadcasting company has earned such universal loathing, but as the collection agents who come along for NHK fees are notorious for collecting fees in a way not dissimilar to loan sharks, it's not hard to understand why. Now, thanks to a new initiative from Japan Post, the NHK man's ruthless pestering to get people to cough up for their TV license won't just be limited to persistent door-to-door calls, but through the post as well. On June 17th, Japan Post announced a new social service where post can be delivered without the need for the recipient's name. Just an address will be enough to get it delivered. The service was introduced on a trial basis. The service was introduced on a trial basis last June to help, quote, support NHK subscription fee collection operations in areas such as sending out bank transfer forms and documents to households without an NHK license. This seems ripe for scam. Like, send me back this bank transfer form filled out with your bank numbers. After several other companies requested to be able to use the services, the special delivery mail service was made official. Each item sent will cost, on top of regular postage fees, an additional $1.17 US for standard mail, considerably cheaper than the average NHK man hourly salary. Netizens had a lot to say about Japan Post's new initiative, considering how unanimously disliked NHK is. Most of the comments were unsurprisingly negative. Quote, NHK are getting desperate. This is no different to regular junk mail. Trash. Okay, so I guess they did have junk mail previously. If the NHK have the money to spend on this kind of thing, they should use it instead to scrap the license fees. That's a good point. Considering all we're going to do is rip up the letters and throw them away, what's the point? I can see this turning into some sort of breeding ground for fraud. Yeah. Sadly, the new initiative from the post office means that this tactic at getting the NHK man to leave you alone might not be as effective. Oh, so it's just a link to another article. Anyway, anyone wishing to avoid paying the fee will have to think of more creative ways to keep their letterboxes NHK free, like nailing a board over the mail slot. Alternatively, you can just, pay up. Anyway, that's just an informative one. Now, let's talk about the Japanese man who spent $15,700 on a dog costume to fulfill his lifelong dream of transforming into an animal.
Yep. This guy's the extreme furry.
To fulfill his lifelong dream of transforming into an animal, a Japanese man spent 2 million yen, approximately $15,709. I'm sorry. Oh, that is what they wrote. Okay. On a realistic border collie costume. It is creepy as fuck. For his costume, the man, Toko, commissioned a Japanese company called Zeppet, which specializes in sculptures and models for movies, commercials, and amusement facilities, as well as TV costumes and mascots. The costume reportedly took 40 days to create. Toko also went through multiple rounds of revisions, including meetings and fittings for the costume. In an interview with MyNavi, Toko explained that he chose a border collie costume as the long hair can mislead the human figure. I made it a collie because it looks real when I put it on. I mean, what if this guy's not actually like a sick furry and he's using this as a way to sneak into like girls' bathhouses and stuff? Because it's really authentic looking.
I could not imagine trying to maintain that angle of the neck when you're on all fours for a long time.
Oh my.
Clearly, he has never had problem with dropping the soap.
Look at the other title for this. Hold on. So this is from May 25th. This one's from June 2nd. Man spends over $15,000 to play rough collie dress up. Disprove existence of a loving God. We gotta read that. I made it a collie because it looks real when I put it on. My favorite is quadrupedal animals, especially cute ones. Among them, I thought that a big animal close to me would be good, considering that it would be a realistic model, so I decided to make it a dog, Toko said. I met such a condition and made collie my favorite breed of dog. A Zeppet employee said that creating the costume was difficult as it requires a significant amount of time to study how the dog's figure can correspond with the human figure. Quote, the point is that the skeleton of a dog can't be reproduced on the skeleton of a human. Since the structure of the skeleton is very different, we spent a lot of time studying how to make it look like a dog, the employee told MyNavi. In addition, we collect photographs taken from various angles so that the beautiful coat of the collie can be reproduced and devised so that the coat will flow naturally. Toko posted a video to his YouTube channel on April 12th where he tries on the Border Collie costume and transforms into a dog, making dog-like motions. He can be seen waving his paw in the air and flopping to his side as a real-life dog would. The story
But can he
continues.
wag his
Oh,
tail?
no.
I don't see him wag his tail.
Can he catch a rabbit?
Sorry, I was doing something. Did they explain what he did with his hind legs? That's my only mystery.
Well, here's a video of it.
Yeah, but it doesn't really. Does it show him getting into the costume?
Not yet.
Like, my only guess is that either his feet are like just not shown, like conveniently hidden behind his body.
I think his feet are like crossed and like held really close to his ass, and he's like walking on his knees.
Does he have his like ankles duct taped to his thigh?
Yeah, so that I think that's probably what's going on.
So he's walking around on his knees?
Yeah, he's got these little like high heel feeties underneath his knees. It's so creepy.
Can it run?
If he's running on his knees, he probably can't run very fast.
Can it rape you in the metaverse?
Possibly.
I can't figure it out. Oh,
What,
it's so
the,
creepy.
The answer to your last question, or was he doing with
Maybe
the leg?
maybe he's a double amputee beyond the knee. Maybe he made that commitment for his sick fetish.
You mean like the guys from Star Fox? How they cut their
Yes,
legs off?
yes, exactly. Yes, precisely like the characters in Star Fox.
I under
not to save, not to be a better fighter pilot or anything. No, just to get his rocks off twice as fast when the blood doesn't have to go as far to get to his dick.
he's like, look, have you ever tried beating off with no legs?
Sex is
It'd be
great.
tough, I would imagine.
Sex is great and all, but have you ever cut off your own knees to wear a dog costume? The dog lover also posted several photos.
Pussy's great, but have you ever been in a dog suit?
Where he captioned that he was able to fulfill my dream of becoming an animal. It's the same video, right? Yeah, it's the same video.
This is...
Oh, here you go. It's the creepiest fucking thing ever. I'm just trying to picture. I can see like there's a head here, right? And then the shoulders.
The big ass paws on the front.
Right. And then
Brad, isn't your wife the dog expert? Like, how does she think of the authenticity?
I don't know. I can't
design?
wait to show her when she gets back. And then she'll never come back again after that. I don't know what's going on with his legs, dude. I think he might be a double amputee. This is really weird.
You get both.
It's his knees.
You get both a pink slip and a divorce papers at the same time. Reason for a border collie.
I'm getting a restraining order.
Your wife makes you permanently sleep on the couch.
Man spends over $15K to play rough border collie dress up. Disprove existence of a loving God. In the digital age, no aspect of our lives needs to be hidden for fear that it's too unique, too strange to be understood. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. In the digital age, no aspect of our lives needs to be hidden for fear that it's too unique, too strange to be understood. With Earth connected through technology, we're allowed to communicate on a scale never before possible in human history. We're empowered to tell potentially every person on the planet what we're up to, sending our thoughts and feelings, our ideas and dreams into what used to appear to be an uncaring void, knowing now that their match might be found somewhere out there among the billions of our species. We can, in short, create social media accounts and show everyone how much money we spent to fulfill the dream of being a rough border collie in hopes that they will see us in a kindred spirit. This is the same video. Yes,
There's a saying called "Live your best life, just leave me out of it." Look, I don't want to be humped by some guy in a border collie outfit. Is it just me?
Is there one where
I'm pretty sure there's a difference between a collie and a border collie.
Oh, well, maybe.
Maybe rough collie, I guess.
Like
This
the
is
border
so
collies are
creepy.
black and white, I think.
I have no fucking idea. I just want to see him put it on. Like,
He probably doesn't want to dox his face.
did you see that, Random
you
11? This
supposed to
part?
take it
You
off.
see this?
Him walk.
They've got to be on his knees, right?
I mean,
No, dude,
that's
he's literally
literally
just
the
scrunching
only
up
way.
his legs, and that's his knees.
And then the shoes, like the foot area, is probably
Yeah.
right up there. It's got to be
Yeah.
right, hidden in the ass cheeks. God, that looks uncomfortable. Can you imagine? Then you sit down. He had to get back up. He's like, "Oh God, my foot! I'm sitting on my foot. I'm too close to the wall. Ah!"
No, okay, maybe it wasn't the fact that he had to have his legs amputated.
Oh
He had
no!
his-
Hajime Mashite. I became a rough collie because I wanted to be an animal.
Oh no!
Tear it off. He's like-
Oh, we got more. Oh, Jesus Christ.
From now on, I'm thinking of uploading videos at my own pace. Okay, I'm done. It's too
That's
weird.
enough for me.
So a man who goes by Toko has done
Oh,
just that, having spent,
Christ.
according to a Yahoo News article, $15,400 on a lifelike dog costume. He's now taken to the internet to show off his work and presumably seek out the global pack of fur-covered maniacs to which he belongs. Toko's YouTube channel and Twitter account have documented his laborious suit-enabled transformations into the strange beast, a breed that has the slightest disconcerting term of a rough collie. I'm sorry, the slightly disconcerting term of a rough collie. Last month, Toko demonstrated what the final result looks like to a soft jazz soundtrack. We see him walk and lie down on the floor of a minimally decorated room. The collie suit's eyes blank and unseeing, and giving the video the overall effect of witnessing a beloved pet defy mortality to live on without its soul intact. In other clips were shown Toko, the rough collie, as he rolls around with stuffed animals or demonstrates the tricks he knows for the disembodied human hand. Sometimes, as Stephen King wrote, dead is better.
Oh no!
Wow, that's
What
rough.
in the world?
Oh God, who is the other person involved? No. Does he try to hump it? Oh my God.
Oh no, get out of
Oh,
here. No, please
fuck.
don't. No, God.
Okay,
That's
let's
funny.
move on.
While
Come
furries
on.
are nothing new, the abstraction that their suits' cartoon features create, we now know a very important bit of a distance between reality and its staunch opposition. Toko, though, was determined not to grant onlookers that kind of psychic reprieve. The Yahoo News article translates and quotes from a Japanese interview Toko gave to Mynavi. in which the dog man explains the lengths he went to achieve his stated goal of fulfilling my dream of becoming an animal. Toko, who says he loves quadrupedal animals, especially cute ones, decided that a rough collie suit would work best because its long hair can mislead the human figure. He commissioned a prop costume, blah, blah, blah. Same thing that I read. As you watch videos of the rough collie, take solace in the fact that, if nothing else, Toko decided to avoid an even darker path and refused to join the ranks of those eye-blistering humanimals in pursuit of his dream. For that, at least they can be grateful.
God.
I'm afraid to open that link. Oh, God. Oh, no! I know what this is.
That's a good play button placement.
All right, so Japanese political parties agree.
This is how stuffed animals are made.
Okay.
We need that cheetah boy for the thumbnail.
Thumbnail? Oh God, that was Dalmatian, I think. So Japanese political parties agree on an outline of a bill to protect porn victims.
I am a porn victim. Please protect me.
So a planned bill.
I've seen too much. That's random 11.
A planned bill to protect people who appear in pornographic videos against their will.
What?
The outline includes
that's not what a porn victim is. I'm sorry, they're wrong.
Yeah. The outline includes a transitional measure to allow porn actors to annul contracts freely for 2 years after the release of videos in which they appear. Oh. So at any moment, you can just say, you know what, I'm not feeling it. Get rid of that video within 2 years.
Wait, okay. When I literally, okay. When I heard you say
when you were in a porno that you didn't like,
exactly. When I heard the word porn victim, I honestly thought of there's no way this works any way other than they didn't know they were being filmed, not an actual actor, actress, actor. Going, hey, no, I regret my life choices. Let me take down your video. Because that's all this essentially is.
According to the outline, actors who cancel their contracts won't need to pay damages, while production companies would be obliged to delete and collect videos of actors who annul their contracts. This is going to cripple the porn industry in Japan. The move to protect porn actors follows the April 1st lowering of the legal age of adulthood from 18 to 20. To 18 from 20. Previously, sales of videos featuring 18 and 19-year-olds could be halted by exercising the right to annul contracts signed by minors without the consent of guardians. Concerns are growing as 18 and 19-year-olds are no longer eligible for the protection. So basically, because porn could be filmed with actors who were 18 and 19, but the legal age of adulthood was 20, if they changed their mind, then their parent could come in and annul the contract. The planned bill, which would cover people of all ages, would require an interval of at least 1 month between the signing of a contract and filming, and at least 4 months between filming and the release of the video. So basically, there has to be at least a month between the date when you sign the contract and they actually perform the sex acts on you and film it, and at least 4 months between they filming that and then releasing the video, right? So that gives you more and more time to determine whether or not you felt good about the rape you experienced in the metaverse. Actors would be able to annul their contracts during those intervals. Production companies would be obliged to provide documents that clearly state that the contract is Production companies would be obliged to provide documents that clearly state that the contract is for appearing in a porn video. Anybody threatening porn actors to stop them from terminating their contracts could be punished with imprisonment of up to 3 years or a fine of up to 3 million yen. Corporations would face a fine of up to 100 million yen for making such threats. Imprisonment of up to 6 months and a fine of up to 1 million yen would be imposed for any failure to stipulate that a contract is for an appearance in a porn video, and the parties stressed in their agreement that the legislation would not be meant to legalize illegal acts or contracts that run counter to public order and morals. Now, on top of this, I've got this post here on Reddit, and I saw this. I saw a couple of comments that I thought were really eye-opening. Ronan Jaw wants to know if he missed anything.
Only about 5
watch
hours,
God.
43 minutes, and 39 seconds as of right now.
Yeah, so let's see. You've missed Period Crunch, Girl Getting Raped in the Metaverse. There's been a lot. You should probably watch the VOD. So hopefully they outlaw the stupid surprise penetration issues when they make pornos. It's a really scumbag thing to do, to write their terms of payment to be that they have to do the scene to get paid. Then the production team says, quote, you have to do penetration for this to count. So basically,
I mean, don't take me wrong, but a lot of porn companies just have like several guys sitting around and they're like, all right, look, we don't want to go out there and find someone so like an actual partner, so we're gonna pay chicks, to catch our dick. So if they don't, have penetration in it, then they're not getting any.
Footnote, do you see how many users are online now?
Kind of their that's what. Wait, what are you talking about?
It says there's 666 users online now.
Oh,
on r/Japan.
That's a lot. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about viewers. I was like, hi guys. Interesting way to join.
So regarding this concept of surprise penetration, basically they would sign you to do a scene to get paid, but advertise unrecorded that it's girl on girl or a blowjob or a rim scene. Gross. Teasing is what they wrote here. I'm not sure.
What?
Then when you're there, they do the oops, we're going to need you to penetrate. We have condoms. So they're not contractually written up for specific actions or limits, which is where it becomes incredibly dubious. To many of the actresses who are not the top viewed, saying no means not being paid to afford things like rent. Basically, if you're coerced, obviously for an actress, they'd like the scene or their likeness to be completely removed. In my opinion, because it's rape with extra steps. But the studio can sue them for the damages. In the proposed change in the law, they, the actors, can cancel their contracts with zero obligations to face liability for restitution, preventing the film from finishing. And the studios would be obliged to actively remove their actor scenes from the films. In many ways, it's forcing the production companies to negotiate in good faith, like how pornography should be. In an ideal world, pornography would be moral. I can jack off knowing that it's guilt-free. The actors and actresses can get paid under better circumstances, and the film studios will be encouraged to stop acting in bad faith. All right, then another guy says, hey, industry person here, what you are writing doesn't exist, referring to the surprise penetration. Mainstream porn in Japan is extremely by the books. Contracts for IPPA-affiliated studios are ironclad and extremely clear about what acts will be performed. Age of adulthood was lowered from 20 to 18. So bored housewives looking for a problem that doesn't exist wanted to protect the children. In reality, Japanese adult video studios have zero interest in recruiting teens. The law is at fault for focusing on something that doesn't happen. But the industry itself is also at fault as of late for pushing the safety of working with an agency and only mainstream studios when now, more than ever, people of all genders have the ability to be one-person content shops. Think OnlyFans. I can't imagine OnlyFans in Japan like, oh shit, I need to hire someone to blur my vagina.
Or basically just keep your hand down there the whole time.
I don't know if that would fly.
Independent censor people.
Like, do you have to get a special permit to be able to be one of the people who gets to see the uncensored?
It must be a huge industry in Japan being a censorship person.
I wonder if they have an artificial intelligence that'll do it for them. That looks like a vagina. Your face looks like a vagina. Oh no.
Damn it, they're taking our jobs already, and I haven't even applied.
That hot dog looks like a dick. Cover it.
Oh.
There's other things in our country that should be focused on instead. It's similar to how some politicians in the USA focus heavily on certain social issues that do little to actually improve the lives of the people they represent. In mainstream Japanese adult videos, performers are paid very well, and the contracts are crystal clear. I have them. Agencies as well are very clear that in the modern day of the internet, it's not a question of if you will get caught, but when. That performers now have the contractually coded ability to request delisting after X years is enough. They were adults when getting into it and should accept responsibilities that come with it. If the Japanese government wishes to target industries that quote, prey on naive youth, look no further than everyone's favorite black companies that pay little, force overtime, and treat their rank and file like livestock. So those last three were from the guy who claims to be an industry insider. Other people were saying things like,
say prove it.
Right. Other people were saying things like, silly question here, but how does one appear in a full-length porno without agreeing to appear in the porno? A lot of young women pressured into signing contracts that they're not given enough time to thoroughly read. And the contract has a big fine if you do not do what work they offer when the promised fashion model gig proved to be just a lie. And then Mr. I work in the industry comes back. Actually, for some years now, performers are required to read the entire contract out loud while being filmed. Contracts for major Japanese adult video studios have 5.5-year exit clauses in them too. After 5.5 years, the actors can request delisting. At the end of the day, these are adults making adult decisions, and they need to abide by them. I can't speak for the water trade, whatever that is, but adult video in Japan is very empowering for those who appear in front of the cameras in spite of what some may think. Anyway. Thoughts on the
There are a lot of thoughts. I'll hold mine. Anyone got anything? I'm curious.
All right, cool.
Sweet. Moving on.
So the Mandarake CEO is being prosecuted for selling illegal uncensored adult magazines.
Okay.
So the CEO of Mandarake, a major chain of used goods stores, was prosecuted along with 4 store managers for allegedly possessing over 400 illegal adult magazines across several shops in the the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department announced. The adult magazines, known as Binibon, short for vinyl books, are plastic-wrapped pornographic magazines that were popular in Japan from the 1970s through the 1980s. However, much like adult videos in Japan, magazines must also censor all genitalia by law, and these Binibon in particular were illegal due to the fact that they had fully exposed genitals. According to the Secretary Division, the suspect had posted images of said adult books on the company's website from October 2021 to January 2022. It was also confirmed that 3 Mandarake stores in Tokyo, Osaka, and a warehouse in Chiba were also in possession of the illegal magazines that were confiscated by the police. The 5 suspects admitted to the charges, and the 50-year-old unnamed executive claimed that he was simply selling eros as art. It is estimated that Mandarake has sold about 14.4 million yen worth of adult magazines from 2010 to 2022. So there you go. Can't catch them all. Also, apparently I somehow skipped this one. Chinaman arrested for gifting small mirror containing a hidden camera.
Wow.
A clever Chinaman's ruse. Listen to this fucking thing. This is unbelievable. A clever Chinaman's ruse has led to him being arrested, as the small vanity mirror he gave to a female colleague as a present contained a spy camera inside of it, which was clearly meant to record the women, which was, goddamn it, Shut that over. A clever Chinaman's ruse has led to him being arrested as the small vanity mirror he gave to a female colleague as a present contained a small camera inside of it, which was clearly meant to record the woman while she was indecent. The culprit, known as Zhang, happens to be the owner of a hidden camera store that is available online, and he has managed to hawk over 200 spy cameras similar to the one he handed to his female coworker. So I don't understand this.
Wait a minute. Did he give it to her as a present of, hey, here's a spy camera?
No. Just understand this.
Okay.
Understand this.
I'll try to.
He's the owner of a hidden camera store who handed this camera-infested mirror
to a coworker,
to his female coworker. Am I missing something here?
Oh my God.
Right?
Why did it take me so long to get that?
The female colleague, Lee, who is also a live streamer, explained that Zhang instructed she keep the mirror active for 24 hours a day or the circuit board would engulf into flames. A preposterous notion and suspicious request that would alert most normal individuals. Lee allegedly only became wary after Zhang mentioned the mirror had a feature for, quote, putting on makeup while naked, described as nude beauty.
Okay.
Prompting her to have the
totally a feature.
Okay.
I mean, it's not the fact that you got to keep it on 24 hours a day or it will engulf into flames. No, it's the part like that wasn't enough of a tip off, or the fact that you work with a guy who works at a hidden camera store. It was the fact that he said, by the way, the mirror's got a special feature for putting on makeup while in the nude, described as nude beauty. So that prompted her to have the mirror checked for cameras and leading to her discovering the presence of 4 HD pinhole cameras and 5 32 gigabyte memory cards within them. One of the memory cards contained a recording dated 2019, implying that Zhang seems to have been indulging in a voyeurism fetish.
What the fuck? He gave this mirror to someone else and then broke in their house apparently and stole it back?
No, I think it's very possible that that with a camera that small, the date isn't right. Like it's the internal clock isn't set. That's possible. I don't know. Zhang was arrested following the victim's report of the matter to police, and he admitted to stealthily inserting the cameras while also disclosing he had cameras installed in the abode of his ex-girlfriend.
It's still none of that makes any sense considering she 100% had no reason not to believe there was a hidden camera in it since he told her, hey, keep it plugged.
Yeah, for sure. Right?
It makes no sense that she wouldn't have realized that.
Like, this vanity must have a light attached to it or something. Otherwise, why the fuck are you plugging it in? Now, I think it's possible.
It would have to be something like a selfie mirror or whatever.
Giving full benefit of the doubt, it's possible that his hidden camera store that is available online is like an eBay store where he sells these cameras, and that he actually has a day job with her working at McDonald's or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's possible, but I do think it's funnier.
Advocate.
I do think it's funnier to read it the other way. All right. CDP proposes to ban real sex from adult videos, quote, because you don't actually kill in TV murders.
What?
Yep. Which I find hilarious. I just like you get to.
Well, next time James Bond makes someone explode,
bring out the stunt dick. You know, like,
yeah.
You know?
Sex change when? Because apparently this world is getting weird.
Bipartisan talks about a proposed adult video appearance damage prevention and relief bill recently picked. I wonder if this is actually about the thing we were just covering.
Might be.
So bipartisan talks about a proposed adult video appearance damage prevention and relief bill recently picked up, intending to ban actual sex in the production of adult videos in Japan. Okay, this is so bad. Look, I want to remind you.
CG the penis in, okay?
No, in Japan, you can't show genitalia. And because of that, the Japanese had to get extremely creative with their eroticism, developing all sorts of degenerate fetishes in order to still get hard. while enjoying disgustingly mosaicked pornography. Now you can't even have sex in them. And look, this is a community where they are grossly, the population is in gross decline, right? So now we're going to stop people. You're going to develop fetishes where it never goes in.
But this is the world. But look, man, they want e-girls to take over. So it's like, no, from now on, there's no more dudes in any type of pornography.
What AC's trying to say is that the rape rate is just going to skyrocket.
In the metaverse, yeah.
But won't that solve the population issue then?
Well, I have an article after this.
Oh no!
that might actually.
Don't be losing any articles. We don't want to see it.
So the proposed bill by Kaname Tsutsumi, a 61-year-old female member of the Constitutional Democratic Party, doesn't require sexual intercourse. The proposed bill.
She doesn't require sexual intercourse.
The proposed bill by Kaname Tsutsumi, a 61-year-old female member of the Constitutional Democratic Party, doesn't require sexual intercourse at the time of the shooting as a condition for invalidating the agreement.
What?
Which would essentially eliminate any sexual acts from the making of an adult video. However, parties have expressed concerns that the proposal will, quote, invite the legalization of sex trafficking. Okay. I'm not sure how they got there from what I read.
That's a major stretch.
Because prostitution is illegal, and so sex acts would be legal prostitution. That's why they have all these soap rooms, where you get soapy massages and yeah.
When Tsutsumi inquired about the possibility for a political party to separately consider a law to ban sexual activities in adult videos, proponent Hiroyuki Moriyama stated that discussions and considerations of sexual activities in adult videos could be had after the law is established. Tsutsumi made absurd comparisons to murder and fiction. Okay, I'm sorry, but you know how they say 1984 was a warning, not a guide? Shimonetta was a warning, not a guide. I think that we need to make that merch.
Also, I would like to point out that someone, I'm not trying to age shame, but 60-something years old probably doesn't know anything about the world around them.
I gotta make that shirt. Shimonetta was a warning, not a guide.
Okay, does this woman know anything about the world she lives in, or is she stroked out? I mean, there are a lot of people in their 60s who are really smart and know about the world around them, but I highly doubt she knows much about the porn industry.
Well, it's got to go through first, and there's probably a lot of young guys on that panel that's like, no, don't do this.
We can only hope, but I mean, she, you know what they say, in for a penny, in for a pound, and it might be a gilf, man. If
Japanese videos just turn into, masturbation videos.
But that would be a sexual act.
No. They're saying you're missing the point.
Am I or is Reese? But continue.
It says ban actual sex.
Oh man. Okay. You said the words were sexual acts. I apologize that I misunderstood that.
It says stated the discussion and consideration of sexual activities in adult videos could be had after the law is established.
Masturbation videos are just boring.
But they're also sexual acts. So
what we do? But that's not what they're banning.
Yeah, but
that's all the merch is going to be. It's just masturbation videos.
Yeah, well, I mean, to each their own, I guess.
Oh my God. Okay, so Tsutsumi made an absurd comparison to murder in fiction. Quote, you don't actually kill someone in a TV or movie murder scene. Allowing the recording of sexual acts and the sale of such videos means allowing the sexual exploitation that damages an individual's dignity. What? I call for a meeting to further consider countermeasures on the matter.
Yep, she had a stroke right before the meeting.
Despite the Constitutional Democratic Party's terrible track record in punishing sex crimes, the party is adamant about banning harmless adult videos, something the internet denizens didn't find favorable. So they eat food in meal scenes, walk during walking scenes. Are they simply against regular human activities? There sure are many sex experts out there. Am I the only one that thinks that the ban of adult videos would only lead to fewer ways to eliminate sexual desire and increase sex crimes? The feminists are only talking about men, but I'm sure there will also be an increase in female sex offenders too. I expect an increase in underground adult video, kind of like America's Prohibition era. It's fine. Japan, it's fucking Shimonetta. Like, it's fine. Japan has something known as 2D that happens to be at the top of the world. I spoke to my wife about the adult video ban. A daughter-in-law burst into tears. I'm sorry, you can't watch adult video anymore. I'm about to tell my children that adult video will be gone and that from now on, they can only watch Pornhub. Some people live on Fanza, you know. I will never forgive the Constitutional Democratic Party. I'm sorry. I don't understand what just happened here. I spoke to my wife about the adult video ban. A daughter-in-law. Okay, so his son's wife. My son's wife burst into tears.
Because no more porn for her.
I'm sorry, you can't watch adult videos anymore. AV might be referring specifically to Japanese adult videos, though.
It's adult video. It is
adult video,
AV.
Yeah, so, and that's why they're distinguishing it versus Pornhub, right? I'm sorry, you can't watch AV anymore. I'm about to tell my children that AV will be gone and that from now on they can only watch Pornhub.
That's
even then, it's like it just doesn't make sense. Like, they're talking about like their grandkids.
Which is hilarious because Pornhub is completely uncensored.
Right.
Yep.
And it's like,
and it's not blocked in Japan.
Forcibly sending them to watch the good stuff.
This is the thing. It's actually not illegal to view uncensored pornography in Japan. It's
illegal what you told the officer?
It's illegal to produce uncensored pornography in Japan.
Yeah.
So people in Japan are on Pornhub all the time. Watching Pornhub.
You said heb. You totally said Pornhub.
I have had like so much whiskey tonight. Forgive me for slurring my speech.
No, we refuse.
We need to remake the Pornhub logo now.
Pornhub.
Oh, come on. The world. I just think we should just immortalize this quote. The world is talking about how to protect themselves from the threat of Russia. Meanwhile, the Constitutional Democratic Party says AV ban, AV ban, AV banned, sex work banned, no erotic manga, no sex, no childbirth, no population growth, no defense. What exactly are you trying to constitutionalize? Are you trying to keep the erotic only for the privileged class now?
Erotic privilege.
It's like
I tell you,
it's like the privileged class. Instead of saying "let them eat cake," let them beat off. If the AV prohibition law is established, it would only increase the circulation of illegal AV. Haven't you ever heard of the American prohibition law? Cannabis crime and now an AV prohibition law. Japan is finally starting to feel like a dystopia. Not the banning of your guns or the mandating of no, definitely. It's these things. These are the final straw, damn it. Shouldn't have given up those guns. What will I do? What will I do if AV gets banned?
Could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine?
Shimonetta would be a real different show if they were armed.
Going to a photo shoot.
Gets banned? Do any of you want to get married? Banning AV sounds fun. How about we ban sex and humans altogether? I'm begging you. AV ban, why not start by punishing sex offenders? If you're going to compare sexual activity with murder to ban AV, why don't you put some effort into punishing sexual predators? Anyway, that's it. So then we've got one more article. Wow. That is a big fucking paywall thing. Japan to approve abortion pill, but partners' consent will be required.
Based and abortion pilled?
I like this because it's like, all right, boys, we got it right where we want them.
I feel like that should be something for all types, all over, because he's an equal party here too.
Takes two to tango. Delay in approving pill and possible $780 cost reflect priorities of male-dominated parliament, say critics. So women in Japan could be forced to seek their partner's consent before being prescribed the abortion pill, which will reportedly be approved late this year, 3 decades after it was made available to women in the UK. Under Japan's 1948 maternal protection law, consent is already required for surgical abortions, with very few exceptions. That's good, because you guys should just ban abortion altogether with your aging, not screwing population. A policy that campaigners say tramples over women's reproductive rights. Quote, in principle, we believe that spousal consent is necessary, even if an abortion is induced by an oral medication. Yasuhiro Hashimoto, a senior health ministry official, told a parliamentary committee earlier this month, according to Bloomberg. Campaigners are calling on health authorities to ditch the rule requiring women to gain written consent from their partners before a doctor can prescribe a course of abortion drugs. Kumi Tsukahara, a founding member of Action for Safe Abortion Japan, said spousal consent becomes an issue. Spousal consent becomes an issue Spousal consent becomes an issue is when there is a disagreement with the spouse or the spouse is forcing the woman to give birth against her will. For women, being forced into a pregnancy they do not want is violence and a form of torture. The policy can have tragic consequences. Last year, a 21-year-old woman was arrested after the body of her newborn baby was found in a park in central Japan. The woman, who was given a suspended prison sentence, told the court she was unable to end her pregnancy because she could not gain written consent from her partner.
So she has the kid and then kills it?
Oh, yeah. Honestly, if you can't, the way that it should be structured is, okay, so you're not letting me have the abortion, but I'm opting out of raising it. So you're going to be legally bound, not only to child support, but you have to care for it from the moment it's born.
They just completely give the child to the other member of the party.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what Brad's saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a lot of thoughts here. Just continue.
Doctors had insisted that she obtain consent, even though the health ministry later said hers was one of the few cases in which it was not required because the father could not be contacted. So, okay, I read that wrong. They meant the father of the child, not the father of the girl. So she basically had a one-night stand and didn't get his number. Japanese media have also reported cases in which doctors refused to approve an abortion for women who had been sexually assaulted, forcing health ministry officials to write to the Japan Medical Association to clarify that consent is not required in rape cases. Campaigners say Japan's failure to approve a drug that has long been available in more than 70 other countries reflects the low priority the country's male-dominated parliament and medical community give to women's health. Japan took 40 years to approve oral contraceptives in 1999, according to Tsukahara, but only 6 months to approve the erectile dysfunction drug Viagra. Yeah, but see, the erectile dysfunction drug is used for more than just procreation, and therefore has a better, it's more profitable return on it. Anyway, in December last year, the British pharmaceutical firm Linapharma International, also fucking the drug manufacturer for Viagra, definitely lobbied in Japan to make sure it was available. Although the oral contraceptive one should have too.
Pfizer?
I wonder if the oral contraceptive drugs are generic form. In December last year, the British pharmaceutical firm Linapharma International applied for approval of a combination of 2 drugs to terminate pregnancy, the Yomiuri Shimbun reported, adding that approval was expected within a year of the application. Japan, where 145,000 surgical abortions were carried out in 2020, is one of only 11 countries that require third-party consent for abortions. Despite calls to end the practice by the World Health Organization and the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Hold on. Oh, referring to the act of requiring third-party consent. Got it. I'm like, wait a minute. The World Health Organization, the UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women wants to outlaw abortions? Spousal consent is unnecessary for abortion and should be removed from the maternal protection law, said Chiaki Shirai, a professor in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Shizuoka University. Campaigners for safe abortion. How fucking long is this article? Okay, good. Campaigners for safe abortions have warned that the abortion pill, which will not be covered by national health insurance, will be prohibitively expensive for many women. Well, you see, you're going about it the wrong way. You got to be sleeping with the rich dudes who are either going to take care of you and the baby or are going to pay for the drug. Women just have the wrong perspective in Japan on how to weaponize their pregnancy.
Dear God.
Japanese media reports say the cost of a single dose could be around $780, around the same as a surgical abortion, and that women who take it must do so under strict medical supervision, possibly including hospitalization. The reality is that for some women, abortion is not possible for financial reasons, Shirai said. Contraception, abortion, pregnancy, and childbirth should all be publicly funded. No. Avoid having sex. It's that fucking easy.
I mean, Japan's doing a pretty good job of that already, right?
Green line, just in time for the watch club, brother. Come back in. Thank you for the $10, bro.
I'm glad you're able to come back, because I remember you had stuff to say about Berserk.
Yeah, and you've missed some very great articles.
I
missed
sure
a lot
I
of
caught
conversation
some of
about
them.
porn.
Japan has decided that they can no longer make porn that actually has sex in it.
What the
And right now, we're reading about an abortion pill to be approved that requires consent of the male.
Okay.
Mizuho Fukushima, an MP with the opposition Social Democratic Party, has warned that the high cost of surgical abortions and the consent required are forcing women to go through with unwanted pregnancies. Oh, the horror. Women are not the property of men, Fukushima said in Parliament this month. Their rights, not those of the man, should be protected. Why should a woman need her partner's approval? It's her body. She doesn't need to have sex with him.
Are we talking about the morning after
The
pill? Or are we
baby
talking about
literally
something else?
has different DNA. It has his DNA.
Right.
There's this joke a friend of mine makes, and this is incredibly crude, but I feel like everyone watching, if they put up with this bullshit, would go along with this. And this one's for Reese, not sharing an opinion, just sharing a joke. When you put a coin into a vending machine, the soda comes out. Whose soda is it?
Dr. Pepper.
Does the guy get a choice in where the butt happens to the baby?
Okay. I'm not following this logic at all.
Okay.
The vending machine is the whale cooker, and your peenie is the quarter.
And you put
And
the
the- and
coin
the-
in,
and the
and the
top
baby
is the
comes
child.
out. Who's
At any rate, an amazing
it's
penis.
incredibly crude and retarded, I know, but I just wanted to say it.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about Berserk. I'm thinking
What
I'll
a
let you guys
conversation to
start.
lead into it.
I'm going to put on my AirPods.
And speaking of abortion,
I'm gonna put on my
tried to
AirPods.
abort him, but it didn't quite work. I'll hang myself
And
maybe
take a
this baby
giant
will come
dump.
out.
All right, I'm gonna I need to grab my lunch bag and just put some stuff in it so it goes in the fridge before it gets too late and it's not cold in the morning. So I'm gonna listen to this through the AirPods here. Go ahead and talk about Berserk. I have lots to say too, but I want you guys to go first.
Brad's gonna have too much to say.
Too much.
Who's gonna start first?
The opening was the opening theme song when it first starts off jarred the fuck out of me.
Yeah, people.
Oh, hell yeah.
People give credit to that. They're nostalgic for it. I fucking hate that song. I fucking hate the opening.
I the opening was okay, but I despise the ending.
I apparently stroked out on
the ending is all right too. The ending is kind of mid. Like it's just kind of like I don't know.
So what is it? The opening? Well, yeah, obviously it's like completely contradictory to this quote dark fantasy anime. But in addition to that, I mean, Lance, correct me if I'm wrong, but that guitar sounded out of tune to me.
It sounds weird, doesn't it?
At
the very beginning, I felt like the guitarist was like just
slightly
fucking around.
sharp.
Yeah, it didn't even sound like it was right. And then I kept listening. I was like, no, it's apparently what they're intending to do. Which
I got the feeling that it's supposed to be like a garage band style, like
that wasn't garage band. That was fiddling around until you find the notes.
No, not like whatever. Are you thinking of like the program?
I wouldn't want to play
about the real thing where a bunch of teenagers playing in a garage.
Oh well. I mean, I wouldn't even say that because if you're talking about a jam session, but I'm literally
not
referring
quite in tune with where they should be, but they're still good.
I don't know where the still good part comes from, but
I guess if you want to pat them on the head and give them a trophy anyway, yeah. I mean, when I was 14 years old, I was able to.
I totally disagree. I love the opening and ending.
Okay, Dad.
Are you done already?
What?
Are you done already?
That was the quickest shit ever, man.
Shove some water bottles into it and shove it in the
You
fridge.
said you're gonna go take a piss again and just was like come back.
No, I said I have to go load up my my lunch.
It sounded like you were gonna be gone for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I respectfully disagree. I really think the opening and to an extent the ending just doesn't quite fit Berserk, and you can argue that with a lot of.
I like the music by what's his name, Susumu Hirasawa, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Susumu Hirasawa.
I love his music with like forces and whatnot. The song that plays in like the Next Time on Berserk segment or whatever.
Yeah.
I love that. Like I love all that music. I love Guts theme. I love all of that. But I like the intro and the ending. I think there's a certain charm to it.
Is it fitting?
I don't know if I would say that it's fitting, but I think there's a certain charm to it, you know. And like Greenline was saying, I think it is probably nostalgia related, you know. But it kind of reminds me, the opening, the Tell Me Why, it kind of reminds me of Fist of the North Stars, from the movie, the song that I call it Japanese Eye of the Tiger. If you cross that with the Violent Femmes, is what the sort of style feels like to me.
Brad, I'll give you an example of a perfect example of why I think the opening doesn't fit. Imagine playing that at the eclipse when everything goes down. Fits perfectly, don't it?
If you want to look at it from an artistic standpoint, I can't comment because there's too many opinions to have. But if you want to look at it from driving me up the fucking wall, and I finally did remember what I didn't like about Berserk. What my main complaint was, it was the fucking opening, because I was literally skipping the opening when I was watching it the other day, and I was just because I'm like I'd seen it before and I needed to get through it. So,
which is what people do.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I loved Berserk, but it is extremely repetitive.
Oh, no,
isolated, like when I actually think about it objectively. Each battle that occurs is important in the progression of the story for one reason or another. But actually marathoning the show through each battle, like if you were to sit down and watch 2 episodes a night kind of thing, it might be better than trying to watch 4, 5, 6 and just going battle to battle to battle to battle.
I still took breaks in between, and I still felt very...
Oh, I mean,
exhausted.
How many weeks now have we been on this watch club? I have taken many breaks in between, but yeah. So, have anybody, have any of you guys read the manga?
No, I have.
Part of it.
No.
So I've read it, I think, to like chapter 24. That's what I owned in physical release. And I don't remember almost anything beyond the Eclipse from what I had read. But
that's the only thing worth remembering, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, because I've watched the anime multiple times, so that portion of it is sort of ingrained in my memory more.
Now, how do you feel about the Black Swordsman segment as far as the manga and the anime? Because they introduced the Black Swordsman segment like at the very
Comment on
start.
the Black Swordsman.
So universally, the Black Swordsman arc is the lowest rated arc. It kind of sucks. Especially the manga goes way more than just the Serpent Lord in it. Like it has a lot more to it.
I've read that.
And the purpose of it is to establish the post-apocalyptic world,
right,
and the character of it, and especially showing you Guts when he's at his worst.
Yeah,
right? Like he literally lets that entire town die in order to defeat the Serpent, right? And they show him at his least caring, worst self, so that you can then watch the story in the Golden Age up to where he got to that point and what caused him to become that.
Now, do you think it's too much of a spoiler, though? Like, that's what I mean. Like,
some people actually read the manga and they specifically choose to read it chronologically. I've actually seen I saw a post recently on r/Berserk where somebody said I just got I just finished the Black Swordsman arc and I hated it. And people in the comments were like, "Wow, you just got through the first arc, did you?" Right? But the thing was, oh shit, I should have mentioned I read it chronologically, right? So I actually
hold up. I have a question. Black Swordsman arc comes after the anime, or it is the anime?
The anime starts episode 1 of the 97 series. It takes place in the Black Swordsman arc when Guts already is missing his arm. He's missing his eye. He's got the Dragon Slayer instead of the sword that he has through most of the show. And it takes place after Griffith has already become king.
Yeah.
When he fights the serpent that has the Bayolet.
So are you saying the arc it goes into is regarded as the worst arc?
The very first arc in the manga and the anime is the worst arc. Then it backtracks. It does it.
Hold on. So the Golden Age arc is the worst arc.
No.
You didn't let him finish.
The first arc in the manga and the anime is the Black Swordsman arc. That's after the eclipse when Guts has the brand and he's being attacked by all the demons and he's hunting the apostles or the apostates, whatever they're called. Yeah. So the first episode, when he fights the serpent guy who turns into the giant snake creature, right? That's part of the Black Swordsman arc. That's Guts when he first meets Puck in the manga, or in the anime when he saves the girl in the bar from the guys who are harassing her. Okay? And it goes from there back to when Guts is fighting Pazuzu on the battlefield. When he first gets introduced to the band of the Hawks, because he defeats one of their strong, one of the people that is part of the place they're defending, right? And they're impressed by the fact that that some random guy was just able to hack away at Pazuzu's helmet until he killed him, right? And people recognize that as the worst arc, and why wouldn't it be? Because it's the first one. Like Miura's art gets way better as time goes on. The one thing I'll say that Miura sucks at is making the character's legs are always they aren't dynamic. Like when you see the way that people draw Guts, like if you've ever seen comic art here, this is a perfect example.
I want to make
I just got to make sure there's nothing salacious I can't show.
I want to
because it's Berserk,
right?
Yeah,
like the way that Guts is drawn, he feels almost like an action figure's legs.
Like his legs look stiff.
They're stiff, and they're not dynamic, right? So if I pull up some if I pull up some fan art of some of like the Western comic artists I've seen that have drawn Guts,
because like their legs are so dynamic, it looks out of character.
No, like you could just tell the difference, like right away, what I'm talking about. Because when you see it, you're like, oh shit, yeah, like. But so that's one thing that Miura is not very good at. And if that's all that it is, then I mean that's
Well,
I can let it
cover of
slide.
volume like 3 or 4 was
Yeah, there's a
pretty dear.
couple of really shitty, like he just doesn't feel grounded in the detailed background because of the way that his legs are drawn, where they're just not quite where they should be. But going back to the thing though, so I've read the manga. I've been reading it. Like I've been jumping around to a bunch of different areas while doing my rewatch here, and I think that the manga is way better in terms of the pacing.
Obviously, yeah.
Battle scenes, like moments in the manga that happen over the course of like 3 panels. Like the panels are so big, and they're like, it's 3 panels, but it's effectively 1.5 pages, right? Or 2.5 pages, I should say, because it's like a 2-page spread, and then the panel that led into the swing or whatever. And the moment and the impact of it is like it's like it's realistically it's only like maybe a 15-second thing, you know?
Yeah.
But it feels like a 30-minute thing, you know, when you're experiencing it in the manga form versus just the quick in the anime. You know what I mean? Like it's over so quickly, and it's not as gruesome in the anime either. When you see people get hit through their armor and their faces just explode in the impact of getting hit with such a blunt sword. And I think that just overall, Kentaro Miura's writing is incredibly authentic in how Guts gets raped as a kid, and that sort of trauma and abuse makes him who he is as an adult when you see him in the Golden Age, where he sort of freaks out when people touch him.
Yeah, that guy's
like
trying to
one
hire him to
time.
be it's like, hey, touches his shoulder and he's like, don't fucking
yeah,
touch
like
me.
don't touch me, and other people like Pippin picking him up and taking him down to the party, and him basically being a loner and reclusive and whatnot. And the purpose of the Golden Age arc is that you watch Guts. No, you watch him learn how to make friends, right? And sort of escape from the loner, trauma and into being a member of this family of the Band of the Hawks, right? Which is what makes the eclipse so traumatizing.
Devastating.
And devastating. And then later on in the story, without ruining it, Guts regains comrades, including Rickert, who made it through the eclipse.
Yeah, which they don't show in the
well, you see him escape in the anime by virtue of him not being there. Like at the beginning, there's something that takes him away from the area right before the eclipse starts. And then like I'll just say, like, I love the manga. There are a couple things that I like better in the anime. I think that
it's dubbed.
I actually don't love the dub.
I want to make a comment on something because I got to go for just a second. But at the very beginning, with something that hit me, and I've rewatched this earlier. At the very beginning, when he shows up and he's about to fight the dude in the big onion-looking armor, they have all the warriors around him, like all making comments about this person who just showed up, how small he is he gonna swing the sword, yada yada yada. Well, one of the guys yells something, but he has no experience. It just caught me as, how do you know none of you guys know who the hell this is? So I'm just wondering.
Well, that could be why. Is because nobody knows who the hell he is. If he did, they'd know who he was.
How would they know?
Word gets around fast with somebody like him carrying a giant ass sword. That would be something that would get around.
And eventually does.
Yeah,
right.
And also, I want the thing I wanted to pontificate was this, if I remember correctly, wasn't this around the time of like the earlier dubs when, I don't want to be wrong here, so I'm going to say false. When they didn't get clear scripts, and they had to kind of ad lib at times. I'm just wondering who the hell got the idea to say that someone who just came up on screen had no experience or comment in that way. Like, I don't know why that struck me so hard. I just felt it was out of place.
I don't know. I'd have to watch the Japanese. When I say that I didn't really care for the dub, what I mean by that is there wasn't anything specific about it. Like, for example, when I watch Black Lagoon, like fucking every line Revy has is like, fuck yeah. You know, like that is a great
Right.
adaptation.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
think the
Perfect
dub will get better when we get to the
translation,
films.
you know,
because they've had time to hone their craft. I think.
Yeah, well,
I think
Mark
it is-
Mark DeRison, the voice of Guts, like
He's my preferred Guts.
any deep voiced guy could just have taken the role. It could have been Crispin Freeman. It could have been anybody, you know. And it didn't really matter. And same thing with Griffith and Casca and all of them. And like, I actually really don't like that Gaston is fucking Sean Schemmel and it's distracting as shit because that guy only has one voice. And it's like, oh, Goku's coming to Guts during the eclipse, you know. Like,
I think out of everyone in the dub, I actually thought Griffith carried it, and like he had the charisma that made me believe Griffith.
But it didn't need to be. Like it could have been anybody else. Like when I think about dubs where like a person just like fucking dominates the role, you know, like there's just some of them where the dub is where Cowboy Bebop, like fucking Stephen J. Bloom nails it so hard.
Yeah, and I think I forget his name, but Griffith, I think he nailed it pretty well.
I mean, I don't think he's terrible, but I feel like he could have been. I think there's a handful of other people that could have done just as good, you know. Let me I'll pull it up.
I mean, you could probably
Lance,
say that about.
Were you going to say something still about? I wasn't sure if you were finished. Did he dip out, Lance?
Yeah, he dipped out for a second.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
I
Griffith
just
was
wanna-
Kevin T. Collins.
Oh,
Yeah, Kevin T. Collins. There we go. I was like Collins something. Yeah, Kevin T. Collins. I thought he was.
He
I mean, did you watch the
returns-
bloopers?
He
Good God,
returns
the
for
bloopers
Griffith
are
in
fucking
the Golden Age. I think most of the voice cast does actually return
Yeah.
for the Golden Age movie.
Yeah, they do.
Anyway, so I'll just say that I think that pacing wise, I actually think the show is better than the manga in terms of like the overarching story. The manga is better experiencing for like the battle scenes. I think that those they feel more impactful, right? Like for example, in the series, one of the things that I really loved in the manga was the bit where after he fights Zod and basically is the first person to ever make Zod bleed in a million years kind of thing, Zod respects him enough that on the battlefield when he's overseeing that match between Guts and the Silver Rhino or whatever the infantry was, he throws his sword down to him. Right when Guts' sword breaks after fighting the 100 men.
I saw your chain about that, and you were like, "Man, I hate ex machinas, but this was This was earned." And it's like, I mean, I can understand where you're coming from. With you can believe that he's earned his respect, but it all comes down to the timing. It's still an ex machina at the end of the day.
Well, I'm talking about the ex machina from the manga perspective versus the anime perspective. I just tried to showcase it more in the anime than in the manga ones because it was, you know, video form is more accessible to the audience, you know, on Twitter and stuff. So I'll pull it up real quick. But the thing about it is that you know, what I meant by that is that it could be very easy to make an ex machina where he's like, oh no, my sword snapped in half. But it's like, my sword snapped in half because I literally just fought 100 men in one single night, nonstop banging on with the sword on every goddamn thing, cutting entire people through their armor in half, right? All fucking night banging on the sword. So naturally, you could expect that, like, it was believable that the sword could snap in that situation, right?
Sure.
Rather than
but
just,
I'm just
rather
saying
than
that
just, oh no, it snapped. You know what I mean?
You seem to emphasize how earned it was, though. I'm just saying that, like, it's still an ex machina at the end of the day.
What I said was,
you're like, I hate ex machinas, but
No.
this was earned.
I said this moment was so fucking hype in the manga. Then I showcase how it happens in the manga, where I said you totally believe that Zod would respect Guts enough to do this, and you believe that his sword could break after slaying 100 men in one night. Fucking hype, right? And then I actually shared this because I wanted to bring this up. There's only one other time I can remember getting this fucking hyped over a Deus Ex Machina ending to a battle, and it was Trigun. And the real reason I bring this up is that this moment in Berserk when he throws the sword makes me think of this moment there is nothing in this that is deserved at all in Trigun, when all of a sudden he reaches into the fucking dirt and pulls up in this fucking epic moment right here, pulls up Wolfwood's gun in the middle of almost like, this is literally the moment where he's going to die. And this is how he gets out of it. Like, that is the definition of Deus Ex Machina, especially in Trigun, where there is no reason for this to work, but it was so fucking cool that you accept it. I don't think it's the same in Berserk. I think that it actually is earned in Berserk versus the way it is in Trigun.
I mean, sure. My point still stands. I'm just saying.
I didn't say. I literally no. What you said, I said is not what I said. I said there's only one other time I can remember getting this fucking hyped over a Deus Ex Machina ending. Not I hate Deus Ex Machina, but no, I said the only other time that an ending like this has gotten me hyped was in Trigun.
For some reason, I could have sworn it was worded differently.
It wasn't. I just read it to you. I just showed it on screen.
Should have screen capped it. Anyways,
watch the VOD.
Watch the VOD.
I should have covered this before. Hold on. I retweeted this. Amber Heard should create an NFT collection called Amber Turds to raise money to pay off Johnny Depp.
Oh God!
Gosh,
we need to make a shirt that's like a dictionary definition of watch the VOD verb. Go fuck yourself.
Watch the VOD verb. Yeah. Like,
how do you guys feel about the animation cuts? Like, I know they had a limited budget, but I'm just wondering, like,
it shows.
So there is one specific thing that I remembered. This is going to show. This will be a perfect answer to how I felt about them. There is only one thing that I distinctly remembered from the original time I watched Berserk until this moment, and it was the part with the guy, the annoying loudmouth guy who's like, it's been passed on the Korpowitz line for 200 years.
Yeah,
right?
The guy who just wished had his head cut off the first second he opened his mouth.
When that guy has the bandages all over his face and he starts talking, one of the bandages changes color to skin color and then back to bandage and then back to skin color. I call that, like, because my memory of seeing this when I was a kid was a Scooby-Doo episode where they run into they crash into a stand of fish and Scooby's reaching into the fish to grab Shaggy, and every time he puts his hand in it becomes the color of the fish, and then when he pulls it out it's back to brown. So I call it
the man who hates Scooby-Doo.
A Scooby-Doo animation error. But yeah, that is the thing that I remember from the original time I watched it. That and the part where he's training underneath the waterfall with the logs. Those are the two things I remembered very distinctly from the anime.
Because the animation cuts where it's a free. Now, what I'm talking about are the freeze frames. The art looks good, but there's no animation. It's just the shot of the art and then noise over it. It's just like, well, okay, sure. That's not all that great. I mean, the art looks good, but as far as animation, well, there is none. Like, you've just...
Yeah. So I'll say that I actually don't know if there is a way to animate Berserk and do it justice.
Right.
Actually...
I think which studio would absolutely nail it. Purely
after, like, 3 years of torment for one episode, maybe.
I think which studio would absolutely nail it with how well they did Vinland Saga.
Any studio could do it if they take long enough.
In the Golden Age, the Eclipse specifically, that trilogy, the Eclipse film, the third movie.
Leiden Studio or whatever. Leiden
whatever
film?
studio did
films.
I think so.
So I think the reason they felt like they had no choice but to use CG for 2016 is because that's when he has his full on scaly whatever armor, right? So it's unbelievably detailed every single frame.
The Berserker armor?
I guess so.
Yeah, Berserker armor.
But the point is that's so detailed that it's every painstaking frame would take so long, or at least over the course of it. So that's what I mean by it's yeah, sure, Wit could probably do it after 3 years for one episode. They took how many months to do that first episode of Attack on Titan season 3?
A year. Or 3 months, maybe? 3 months? I don't know.
No, it was the one with the Levi chase.
That was only 3 months, right?
That was the second episode. But
No,
yeah,
that was the first episode.
I come back to Attack on Titan. What?
We're just talking about
So-
animation.
So 3 months
Okay,
for
fair enough.
just that, and now imagine that with Guts armor.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure there's the second one because the ending of the first episode, he was like Kenny, and then the second episode is when Kenny's chasing him. 'Cause you remember you had to take the credits out of the episode for your one video.
Yeah, you're right, because it literally ends right at the part where I think it ends right at the part where
It's
he
just right
starts
when Kenny walked up the roof and Levi
Yeah,
yells,
you're probably right.
"Kenny!"
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, the point is, I'm just saying that the budget or whatever in the time budget, I should say, like it would take them so much longer. But
Yeah.
I mean the first arc that we saw when it was animated, I mean you could see it being more justifiable to do it 2D because he didn't have as complicated armor. But generally speaking, OLM, like you could tell where they kind of had to cut corners. Like
Definitely.
main
I'm
thing
not saying
is
it's all bad. I think they did good with what they had. I think it was a limited budget, and they did okay.
I thought it
I
looked
thought
pretty
it
good.
was all right for what it was. In
well,
97
well,
anime.
For
the main thing
97
that
anime.
stuck out to me was that there was like what do you call it? There was no like values. Everything was a flat color for like a majority of the characters. Like for example, the guy as Lance calls the onion suit armor guy.
Mhm.
Like the moment I saw that, I'm like, this looks kind of odd, and it's because he had like no shading on anything. He was like all flat gray. And yeah, I don't know. That's
I call him that because, from what I understand, the creators of Dark Souls are huge Berserk fans.
Mhm.
So where Sigurd of Catalina came from.
Definitely. I've got something I want to show you guys. Let me see if I can find it.
Did anybody here watch the bloopers? Please tell me somebody watched.
I
the
didn't
bloopers
actually.
besides me.
I did not.
Oh,
I've
come
seen 'em-
on.
I've seen 'em
they're
before.
So good. They are
I-
so good.
Seen the
Come here,
what?
Minnie.
the bloopers.
Oh, the bloopers. No, I
love
don't.
you.
I don't have the
You
disc.
can please me.
Let me see. Fuck. I should have had this ready. Da, 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 da. Where did I put it?
My eating isn't coming through, is it?
No, it is not.
Good.
Not that I can hear it.
Your full mouth is coming through, though.
The Full Mouth Alchemist.
I apologize.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Let's see. Where the fuck is it?
Do we consider this the Full Mouth Alchemist?
No, that's the
Well.
Full Titan.
I always thought she wanted a piece of him, not the other way around.
What?
I think we could probably use Full Mouth Titan for something for whenever we do the Full Mouth Alchemist. The Full Mouth Alchemist for one of the watch clubs for FNA. Kind of.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Oh my. Okay. Give me like another 20 seconds here and I'm going to give up.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11.
So
Yeah.
what did you? I mean, like going back to the music for a minute. I mean, I just felt so weird having all this tech now.
Oh, yeah. I didn't
Yeah,
really
it-
think about
it-
that before.
The thing about the way it
Oh
sounded,
yeah, that
I'm
was
like,
the next episode thing, wasn't it?
Well, no, that was oftentimes.
I mean, not even in like
Or
the
sorry, the
freaking
preview.
series itself. You
That's
know?
what I mean. You'd think it would be something like medieval time setting type music where they're using like lutes and crap, like
they're using electric guitars and probably
like
out of
folk
tune ones at that.
music.
Yeah, like imagine watching freaking Lord of the Rings with electric guitar.
Dubstep, Lord of the Rings.
honestly, some heavy metal or hard rock stylings would benefit the show greatly, like benefit and go towards it. But what they went for me sound more of a light rock kind of thing. It never really went edgy. At least, not that not that for some reason I might have.
I
liked
agree
a lot of-
wholly that they should have taken the Doom route.
I mean, not bad
I
idea.
like the
Okay.
music.
All right, I tweeted it.
I'm not saying the music was bad. I'm hating myself for the fact that it just does seem like it's kind of out of place. Because
So regarding the animation,
they
how do
cut
you-
me off.
sorry, how
Well,
would
you
you
do that all
feel?
the time, so.
I know I
Oh.
deserve it.
How would you feel about a full CG adaptation like this?
What the hell?
No.
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 Complete garbage CG.
Ignore Slan. I'd watch the shit out of it.
No.
Anyway, so now that was not worth it at all to spend. So let's see. Let me go back to my thoughts on it. Regarding, I've been reading the manga. So one thing I'll say, what I was trying to get about the pacing, is that there are certain parts that they cut out of the manga in the anime adaptation. That even though I love the scenes in the manga, I just feel like it's too much in terms of, for example, in the anime when Griffith is rescued, when he's first rescued from the castle, they are pursued by
the
pursued
wolf
by the
knights
king
or whatever.
Yeah, they're pursued by the knights.
These fuckers.
But in
man.
the manga, there is like a enormous battle with a specific character that's not in the anime. And the specific character, although the battle is really cool, I just feel like it's too much to constantly be getting more and more of that kind of shit. Like in between everything, like it's just battle. Like in between the war, another battle.
Politics, battle politics.
But it's like it's not just battles in particular. It's with monsters, right? And I think that in the anime, they do a good job of. The first one you see is a creature that happens after the eclipse. Although later on, I realized in the show you actually see that monster right before the eclipse happens. But let's see, I've got it right here. This guy, this is the one. There's a battle that takes place when they're trying to escape with Griffith against this monster, right? And got a fucking amazing moment right here when Zod shows up to fucking like in the middle of all this shit going on. I think Zod shows up to save them because Guts has literally stuck his sword through this guy's throat or whatever. Yeah. So it's just like, and you can see Griffith here. So like this is fucking cool. But in the context of the pacing from one thing to the next, not having this monster character makes the eclipse that much more impactful.
I see what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Not being desensitized by
exactly
by having all these
like
monsters.
Zod is one thing, because he's like a demon. But to have the monster
He's the
with
one
the
out
deformed
of,
teeth. What's up?
Yeah, he's the only one out of until the end. Like it's like, yeah, you get a little bit, you get to see a little taste before we get to the eclipse. Yeah,
and then in the manga form, it's because of this battle with this guy Wield that that Guts actually goes into the eclipse without armor. Whereas in the anime, he's wearing armor during the eclipse. So that's another
Not full armor, but at least some.
I mean, I would consider this enough armor. He's got like the shoulder and the gauntlets and the.
Oh, that is chest plate. Okay.
Yeah, this is it in the anime versus in the manga. When he goes into battle, he's just wearing a fucking shirt and pants to save Griffith. He runs up to get to Griffith because the chariot gets away or whatever, and he the part where he's pierces his throat on the rock and starts the eclipse. So there's a bunch of moments like this that are just like in the actual manga are just like really well done, including, and I'll probably tweet some more stuff about this because I'm not done with all the thoughts that I have.
I'm not done with all the thoughts I have.
He sure had guts.
What was his name?
Guts. Yeah. But there's a lot of thoughts that I still have about things that I don't think I've properly expressed and can't show on podcast about like the actually I did. Can you guys see it in the like down there?
It's very small.
The bit with Guts getting raped, and then the imagery of Griffith raping Casca, right? Where there's some imagery that is very specific that showcases the feeling of like look at the eyes, like young Guts' eyes down here. If you guys can see that,
barely.
And then adult Guts after he lost his eye, like, and it's just evoking the similar imagery and whatnot. And I feel like a lot of that, and this is another good example of the animation just cannot capture the brutality. It's a joke. So
they could have easily done like one of those still frames that's really detailed and implied that there was emotion.
It could have, but they didn't.
I know. I got something that I thought I just remembered about how you're talking about how all these battles and stuff, like, they have importance. I felt the same way. It's like what I thought that the pacing felt like it was so bogged down by like, yeah, let's have a battle. Oh, and then some more politics about like, oh, what we're going to do or about to do, then another battle. And it's like when you read between the lines, there's importance to them, but it just felt like too much to me.
I understand why it needs to be there, but it's draining. Like,
and like I said, I think if you're first of all, I want to address Funkgun says his thick black lines are always amazing. Definitely, Kentaro Miura is. I think that especially in the early issues, I think that there was the grounding wasn't quite there, and the dynamic positioning of the limbs could have been better. But
he was still trying to find his storytelling.
Well, it's just like the way that the characters don't quite fit. They don't fit into the background perfectly, but the actual artistic ability to render, like the positioning, the posing, the gesturing, and the anatomy was a little wonky, but the ability to render that was spot on from the beginning. Like his ability to use line and the directionality of the shading and everything has been spot on from the beginning.
Like his buddy who he worked on what was that manga, that boxing manga that he worked on?
Hajime no Ippo?
Yeah. Oh, was it Hajime no Ippo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where the author of that was like, dude, the author of that saw that he was working on Berserk. He's like, what's that? Oh, something I'm working on. It's
yeah,
like,
I had that to say actually about.
You're gonna go places, dude.
I'll pull it up right here since that was like.
I mean, this was like we covered this. This was during his passing when he passed. Obviously,
I've got it right. I actually have the exact thing you're talking about right here. So, this is from George Morikawa, the mangaka behind Hajime no Ippo, who said, "This is mimicking." Actually, I'll read this first. And ignore the rape happening over here. Let me tell a story. At my first weekly magazine job, we had 0 staff, and he came to help me out. He was 18 and I was 19, referring to Kentaro Miura. He was a student at my university's art club who came by after a lecture with a sketchbook in hand. I didn't know how well he could draw, so I showed him some of my own art and asked him to copy it. I was stunned by the results. His age utterly belied his talent. After he'd drawn a few things for me, I already felt myself drawn to him. We were still young back then and took time to chat about manga. When he showed me that sketchbook I mentioned, I got goosebumps. It was just that good. There were pictures of a fairy, some kind of brand, and a warrior with a giant sword, later known as Puck and Guts. His art, drawn with a thick pencil overwhelmed the senses. When I asked him what it was, he answered, quote, "Just some things in my head, something I've been wanting to put effort into drawing." Just how long had he been sitting on these? Berserk already existed, even back then. Months passed, and my series, Hajime no Ippo, was serialized. At about the same time, Berserk was also published. I'd heard that it was a struggle for him, but I was also sure of something. A truly fantastic manga had begun. It was the series that Kentaro had put his heart and soul into, that he drew on his own terms. I was sure that the public would be just as captivated by his art as I had been, by his exquisite artistic talent and fervor. I have nothing but respect for the sheer energy that went into every chapter. That's the end of my story. We were only together for a short while, but I've heard that he thought well of me. I'm truly proud to have known him. Kentaro, I'm sorry for sharing all this on my own. Someday I'll come over and read the final chapter. Now, that's a story of an actual experience that they had together, right? And so in his manga, George Morikawa wrote this into it, where he had asked the assistant to draw it. And his response was, he's a genius. Like this is the artist, right? It's a real life manga draft. How old is he? 15. I think he's a high school first year. Seriously? He's only 15? If I introduce him to the publishing company, they'll lose their minds. Is he that good? I've never seen talent like this before. I want to try my best and become an actual pro mangaka. Please let me study here. I can come every day after school, or if you like, I can quit school. Even if you say that, I can't afford to hire an assistant right now. Man, this kind of thing always happens to mangaka. This kind of thing? Huh? What do you mean? Getting outshined by their disciples. I think it's a mistake. I corrected it for this one. Getting outshined by their disciples. Disciple master. He jumped in so easily. So I think that this is probably a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's that story we just read. That's what this is. This is how highly he thought of Kentaro Miura, that talent was fucking there from all the way back then. And I also shared, I don't know if I should. So many.
I mean, this was a guy who was drawing as a kid, and his art was still godly as a kid. It's just
right.
Like, dear God. But
and this is in response to me. I'm talking about. I said you can hear a piece of Miura Sensei in every character that he wrote, and I can't help but think of the conversations and what Miura must have felt while he worked as an assistant for George Morikawa. Right. So this is the thing about Griffith talking about how the man that I would call my friend must have his own dream, right? He must be equal to me in every way. Like I don't bother with peons. I don't bother getting close to, simps effectively, right? I was like, I need somebody who's my equal to call them my friend. And then you hear, if you watch the tweets, I don't want to play them because actually it probably won't get copyright claims since the whole show is on YouTube.
And then whines right? Like a bitch when his friend wants to become his equal.
Right. But Judo talks about how he says something like fencing and all these things, they came really easy to me. But I learned early on that I would never be the best. And if I couldn't be the best, then I wanted to be there for the person who was. Right. And I feel like that's something where Kentaro Miura, when he started and he had no experience, he just had his sketchbook. He worked with somebody else on their manga and said, like, I'm going to put my effort into this, right? But little, as I wrote it here, little did Miura know at the time that he would indeed become the best, largely regarded as the greatest storyteller and easily the best manga artist in the history of the craft. Anyway, so and then this talks about more stuff. You'd have to listen to it, but and then I got one more thing I thought you guys might find interesting.
I find it funny that you bring up the thing about how you see him and all the characters when, I mean, obviously in a different way, but sometimes there's something that you overtly see that they wrote every character in such a similar way that obviously they're just projecting themselves, the way they talk in every character they write in the script.
Well, what I mean is that I think that he had philosophy, aspects of his life that he wrote into the characters to express ideas that he had, right? And so a concept that comes up a lot, every character talks about it effectively in the Band of the Hawks, is dreams. a man having a dream, chasing after a dream. Corcus has given up on his dream, right? He talks about like, you're talking like a damn woman, right? Or what, like he says to Guts. It's like, I'm gonna go kill myself over that line he says. I feel like it's it really just, I don't know, it kind of impacts you a little bit for anybody who's had a dream to be a creative individual, to do something creative, how hard it is to actually see it to fruition and how many struggles you have, because it's not like you can just sit down and draw, you know, oh, I have to go to work. I have to put food on the table. I have to pay rent. And then in my free time, I can sit down and draw. But what's this? I've got this project has come up that I have to do because of whatever, you know, like it's really hard. And, you know, but whether it's Judo or Rickard or what's his name, Corcus or Guts or Griffith, they all talk about their dreams. And I feel like those dreams and the way, the different stages that Miura probably had in his sort of experience with chasing his own dream are sort of reflected and fragmented by the different characters who are at a different step in their journey on achieving their dreams or giving up. Like that feeling at some point, every person who's chased their dream has exhausted themselves to the point where they feel like giving up. And that's Corcus, right? And then some people settle because they don't think they're ever going to get there. So they settle for adopting somebody else's dream. That's Judo, right? And in Guts's case, he's kind of gone through the journey that all the other characters have, but he's gone so far that he's exceeded beyond Griffith to the point where he's reaching his own dream, right? And so there's a lot of the characters that I just think have these, like you can peer into the mind of Miura while you're hearing what they are saying, you know? And I just think it's really interesting. And again, because I've read the manga and I'm really a big fan of the manga, I find it like I see it there, especially, you know, and what they say and just the concept of surrounding yourself with people who are at your level. You know what I mean? Cutting off the dead weight in situations so that you know, the iron sharpens iron sort of idea of surrounding yourself with people who are competent and whatnot. Anyway, thoughts?
I think the people in the Band of the Hawk, for some reason, I didn't really, how do I put it? It's almost like, I don't know if it's because I knew they were totally going to get like absolutely, utterly obliterated,
Yeah.
But there was something about them that made them so bland and uncompelling to me. It felt like they were accessories to all the major characters we care about, like Griffith,
Yes.
Guts, and Kasuga. So I really didn't, I didn't care too much for stuff like small details like that.
I absolutely agree with that in regards to the anime. And the manga isn't much better. It is better, but it's not much better in terms of giving you a reason to give a shit about the characters that all die, right? Other than just like that passing friendliness of like you don't want anything bad to happen to Rickard or Pippin or Judah.
Yeah,
right?
I just read like 8 volumes with these guys.
Yeah.
I like these guys.
Yeah, so you get to like them, but not in a like deeply, like they're not your favorite character. And I feel like I had posted this, and I was kind of thinking like if they were to do like an HBO style show, I was thinking Corcus could be played by the guy who played Braun, right? And that could actually bring out a character that you could get attached to.
I just realized the way they could do Berserk successfully is give it to whichever studio did the modern gen game that's like a Dynasty Warriors Berserk game, because it had an opening cinematic which was basically when Costco was getting tentacle raped, but it looks so good, the render.
God, tentacles are nice and slimy, just my favorite.
I'm sure that I'll just be able to pull that up on YouTube and check it out.
I think it's called Band of the Hawk.
I'm going to see if it's available for my viewing pleasure.
I'm sure if it's not available on YouTube, it might be available somewhere else.
Pornhub.
The main thing is
you might have to get X videos instead of Pornhub.
Band of the Hawk opening cinematic
trailer.
Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. IGN, I guess you get whitelisted, huh?
Hmm.
All right, I'm looking at the hot
Live
fun.
reaction. From what I recall, it looked significantly better than like 2016 and all that.
So the actual like animation, yes. Well, that's not that bad actually. I was gonna say it. Fuck, I would watch the shit out of this. Yeah.
I love how we both looked it up and both get IGN as our.
It feels a little too floaty, but it's still pretty fucking cool.
It's like just give the budget to that studio, whoever did that. Like that's all you have to do.
So fast paced. It's almost like I'm watching it at like 3 times speed still. Is that happening? The bayonet get thrown out. Okay. Nice. They put her arm over her. Oh, here's the rape scene.
In VR, no.
In the metaverse.
No. Oh Jesus! Have you any of you seen Ready Player One?
No.
No.
Okay,
No.
so imagine like,
Why is he
None
fucking-
of you have watched that movie?
Nope.
I haven't watched Star
I
Wars.
saw
That's number
Top
one.
Gun finally. The old one.
well, the VR for everybody who hasn't seen it or in the chat even. There's
Yeah,
the
spoil it
VR
away, Reese.
I'm just talking about the system. How the VR works is you get on like an omnidimensional treadmill, so you can walk and run, and then like you're held in place.
Right.
You're not running in your TV or whatever.
Right. That's generally how people foresaw the jumping into your TV and breaking it and thought, okay, well, this is a solution. That's like a established thing in the theoretical like technology behind developing VR that they use in training for
So
troops. and stuff.
imagine Berserk
Mhm.
made into a VR series that you could watch in VR and walk along with Guts.
I mean, I've heard of this idea with that. Wasn't that a Dai Shogun Kickstarter or something? They were making like a VR
Something like
movie.
that. Yeah.
So you gotta think of it like this, Reese. When they cut to another scene, it will just be like, "Tut," and you'll be in a new environment.
Yeah.
And you
Where
don't
the
realize
fuck am I?
the perspective of the camera looks so much better than your perspective when you're just looking at everything moving in space. It's like a video game where they don't have cutscenes. It's like Skyrim when the dialogue starts. It's like, oh, you there. You've just woken up. Or what the hell? Oh my God.
Did you guys see this tweet about the swimsuit model from Jordan Peterson?
I know of it.
Yeah, sorry, not beautiful, and no amount of authoritarian tolerance is going to change that. You could still see the model underneath the picture, actually. Anyway.
Oh God.
Sorry to interrupt. I have a billion
I
tweets.
remembered a thing that I was going to say as well. Is the I feel like part of my perception on the series was tainted by the fact I knew things were going to go down. So I was like anticipating all of it. I was like edging the whole time about like, I know something's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. But like for so much, I'd say about 19 or 20 episodes is how long it took before it's like started to more closely resemble what I was expecting of Berserk. So up to that point, I was just kind of like antsy about like, when's this stuff going to start? And honestly,
I'm surprised it's a full 3 episodes of the Eclipse too.
I guess so, yeah. But what was it? So if I didn't know of that though, I don't know if that would have made the experience better. I probably would have been even more bored because I didn't know there was going to be a payoff.
Oh,
perhaps.
Let's see. Can I show this? Yes, I can show this. So I also made this tweet and it got way away from me, where I said, I have always loved the way Kentaro Miura designed Guts' teeth. Right.
That was one of the shots that looked really nice.
Yeah. I really like them, and they've influenced my own art over time, right? And I said at times the design is vaguely familiar, right? And then I was like, just as a joke, I was like, hey, wait a second. Hey, wait a minute. I've seen this before.
Is that another fucking Berserk reference?
Anyway. And also, I mean, Alucard was born of a corpse, and Guts was born of a corpse, right?
Oh, wow.
Things I never knew.
Guts is a vampire confirmed.
Oh, the thing I don't like about the top left one is like it looks almost from the angle like he has the vampire teeth, like the plastic vampire teeth you were talking about with the middle tooth.
With the
His
middle?
canines are pointy.
Well, I think it's just the positioning of his teeth relative to the nose, and the ones closer to the camera, not this one.
Oh, he
actually,
does have
has
it.
a
He does have it with the lower teeth.
Wait, that's not him. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Go back
This is
to
during
the
the fight with Zod.
Go back to the other one. Go back to the other one.
This is him. This is when he's fighting Griffith,
He
and
doesn't
he says,
have a small middle tooth in this picture.
I know, and it's drawn by somebody else. This is the part where he says, "There's only one way in battle. There's only one way you should be using your mouth."
Dude, the peak. Okay, so you know how your mouth obviously like curves inwards or whatever, the way your teeth form. So it looks like the curve is offset to the right side of the picture, the image.
Yeah.
So that's why it looks weird.
It's not perfect, all right. I just really like the way he draws teeth. Anyway, Funk Gun says he has some really pink gums. Yes, they are. They are quite pink.
That tooth in the middle, right between his two front teeth.
It's really
Yeah.
triggering, isn't it?
That's not how he was animated. It's animated in that other one.
I know.
Why? I don't get it.
Because somebody fucking failed at drawing class that day. Okay.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing it out, so the rest of us.
You get Tom Cruise. Or is that the top teeth that he has the middle one?
Does he? I don't know.
How's that even possible?
This one. Yeah. Nice guy. Ask a girl out. Girl, I have a boyfriend. Nice guy. Whore, princess of the uterine sea. I am saving that. When I get to that part of my reread of the manga for Berserk 2016, I'm going to use that as one of the podcast titles.
Is he in 2016?
Skull Knight? Fuck yes. That's like one of the only places you get to.
He's in the third film too.
Yeah, he's all. I can't believe they took him out of the 97 anime. They couldn't. They had to. What did I say? I said to make sure you really got the audience really understood the pain Guts was feeling. We took out Skull Knight, so you'd also get cucked royally by the end of the anime.
Which, by the way, speaking of the ending, so disclaimer: I still haven't went back to watch the first episode as I planned.
Oh, okay. So I got you.
So assuming, like, this is how. Well, I'm assuming the first episode cuts into the future after the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way it ends is so abrupt, and if you didn't know that, it continues on, and then there's more hopeful stuff. What an awful ending! Literally everything just goes to hell and back, and then it ends.
That's why I watched that episode first, so I didn't have any problem.
What? No, if I watched it second, if I watched the first episode last, I'd understand that it continues. Probably. Maybe.
Funk Gun says, Walk with Guts. I think that is my new favorite name for a VR title.
So
you guys,
is that
what?
Is that the eclipse scene in the bottom left?
Yeah, the god hand where Femto comes out of the metamorphosis.
Damn, because I was going to say, I remember seeing you post this meme, and I'm like, God damn that art. What is that?
So what is the character up here? Do you guys know?
No idea. I can tell you the second character.
That's clearly the girl from Dagashi Kashi.
Yeah.
Otoru. Anyway, I feel like there should be way more to say, but I'm so tired.
We said quite a bit, and we'll have more to say during the
we will.
We'll watch that after.
Well, here's a dumb
Guyver.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Guyver. I forgot about that.
Let's give our final assessments if we want to.
So, from what I have seen from Berserk so far, I've only seen the 97 anime. I've watched maybe 5 minutes of the first Golden Age movie. But I would absolutely recommend the 97 anime. I think it's beneficial to be your first experience going into Berserk versus the manga. Because I think you will enjoy the manga more.
Yeah.
Having seen the anime, especially getting cucked. Like if you know nothing about Berserk and you get to the end of episode 25, you're like, don't anime have 26 episodes? What the fuck happens after this? You know, like because Skull Knight never comes and all that shit. So I think that
That's true.
Because he doesn't have a penis.
that could be a great title. Skull Knight, Skull Nut.
Skull Nut.
Skull
Nut. Oh.
All right. I can't believe we're already at 7 hours.
I can, thank God. I made it.
I think we all know who's at fault for that getting to that long of a podcast.
Blame me.
It's Foodnum because he wasn't here for the articles I pushed from last podcast.
Well, thank you,
That's
Foodnum. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it.
Anyway, also Necrovolt says, "Holy snot! You guys actually talk about the Watch Club title." All right. So next Watch Club, we're going to be watching what year is that? 2006, 2008,
2006, I think.
2006, right?
Yeah.
The mid 2000s Guyver is what we're going to be watching next.
I believe.
2005.
Bye.
So we're going to be watching that, and then did we have something else planned for after that before we came back to?
I think it would just go Berserk, Guyver, then the trilogy, then something else, and then 2016, something else, and 2017.
Well, that works for me. Greenline, you sent me a YouTube video. What's this?
I did. It's the bloopers of Griffin.
Oh, okay. I'll
City.
check them out.
It's
All right.
bucket list.
With that said,
Wait, hold on. Did Render 11, FTDM, and Greenland want to
We
get there?
absolutely didn't. Thank you, Reese.
Oh wow! I see. I don't matter.
And the Duck Boy and myself.
I don't know why everybody else besides Reese and I have this inability to just open their damn mouth in the middle of a watch club to
I
give
was
their
trying
own
not to
thoughts.
interrupt you for once. I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I didn't want to open my mouth in the middle of your final assessment, so I figured we all go in order.
Open your damn mouth.
I'm pretty
in the
much
middle of-
we've said our piece about it.
Yeah.
At least I have. I mean, we've said quite a bit.
Well,
I was
I was
just
just
trying
gonna
to be a
add
dick messing with
to
Reese.
add to the part where basically you're saying you recommend whatever experience, like watching the 97 anime first.
Well,
So
I don't particularly have that kind of, because I've only ever seen 97, but I
Same.
did want to say I did think it was boring as shit at the start.
Yeah. I've honestly, there's some people that I would recommend 97 wholeheartedly, and then there's some people where I straight up is like, you know what? Let me show you these movies. I showed them the trilogy, and they also enjoyed it. So, but we'll talk about that.
having not seen Beyond 97, I will say that I can definitely agree. I think parts of it are boring, and from a pacing standpoint, and that there are things that could have been done to make it more accessible in terms of the pacing. But if you're of the type where you can watch an old movie with the weird old pacing from before people had the attention span of a goldfish, I think you can easily go
But anyway, so after thinking the first couple of episodes were slow as bullshit, and at some point I started enjoying it. At some point I just binged 8 or 9 episodes in one day just to try and finish it off, and now after finishing it, I would say I am moderately interested in reading the manga.
Oh, you're gonna love it. I want to play this real quick.
So after not all night before actually reading or watching. She's eating the chicken bit. I've actually seen this one.
so good.
Oh my god, I get this so much better now.
But
Oh,
good.
so good. So
Like,
good.
before watching the anime, my only not interaction, but whatever, of Berserk was
Mhm.
from AMV Hell, and basically just like friggin' my what's the word I'm looking for? Like
I don't know.
I have no idea.
we'll go with the interaction. My first interaction with JoJo's was also through AMV Hell, and I was like, okay, this is probably gonna be a real,
Your introduction?
Not quite introduction because I didn't go anywhere beyond that for like 10 years.
Yeah, but your introduction.
My first exposure. There we go.
Okay, there you go.
That's what I'm looking for. My first exposure to Berserk and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure were through AMV Hell, and on both of them, I was like, this is probably not for me, but mostly because they always showed like the most gruesome parts of both series, and with JoJo's it was just for the OVAs because 2012 wasn't out, obviously.
Right.
But yeah, so that's my part.
Have you guys checked out the Berserk art books?
No.
I mean,
No, I didn't know there were any.
redundant to me. It's like, what do? Compile the entire manga in it? Like, is that not what the art is?
The art is like much better in the art books than. Well, let me rephrase that. In the art books, there are color images that are better than how they're depicted in the
manga.
In the manga. Let me just say that Casca is much hotter in the art books.
Honestly, I don't really like her design. I don't know. There's something off about it that it might just be the hair, honestly.
Yeah, I'll say that when I was rewatching it and rereading the beginning, I was like, "Damn, I remember liking you a lot more than this." But I think it's because of the. I'm looking for the. Hold on. I'll just type in Casca instead of just Berserk. I'll send it to you. We definitely don't want to open it on stream for reasons.
Ooh, please send it to us.
I will be posting it in the. I'll post it in the
Club.
Finer Things Club.
I'm
on our Discord.
I didn't put the Discord link in.
How dare you?
Did anybody find it weird that whenever Casca was having sex with anybody, the other person was not moving at all?
Oh, what? All one time? Or 1.5?
You know, I didn't notice that.
Like, whenever she was going at it with Guts, or whenever she was going at it with Griffith, or even when Griffith was going at it with the princess, the male was never moving.
Because that's too lewd.
Dude, there was like
mean,
no
they
movement
had to
at
censor all the
all. It was
statistics for
like
that.
mutually lacking.
What, is Safe Search turned on? Come on now.
Dude, they basically
Why can I not
implied
find this?
they implied half of that stuff except for the rape at the end.
I mean, although to be fair, I mean, who the hell cares about?
I get it, but it's like it's just so weird. Like, why even bother?
Well, not that I can show it, but what the fuck is going on with Slant's nipple in the introduction to her in the Eclipse? Go check out my Twitter.
Her nipple eclipse.
Her nipple eclipses. Yeah.
Her nips. I'm trying to remember where I first watched. I hate that I'm walking away from the subject of titties. I'm trying to remember where I first watched Berserk, and I'm sitting here typing into Google, like, did Berserk air on Toonami? And I'm not. I'm getting, huh?
I would argue
never.
I'm guessing it didn't. I'm just trying to remember where I first watched it because I remember watching it a long time ago.
It's probably on Stars or something.
It's possible. I know I had the Stars Network for a minute, years ago. I know it's definitely one of the ones that's,
I found it.
Definitely like Dragon Ball is like, nope, that's not a good thing for someone to catch me watching as a, 1997, I'd have been 5. But the thing is, though, is like, I'm trying to remember. So it might have been the Stars Network where I first found this series.
All right.
If that was where it was.
Uploading.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, no,
I hope
enjoyed
you
it.
like them muscles.
I enjoyed Berserk. I think it was more whiplash watching it again after all this time for me than anything, though, because I don't remember other than the opening, like having any critiques or thoughts, you know. But now I feel like every now and then I'm just like, huh, that's weird. That's a really dumb line. Why did they say that?
You know, one of the things that we'll get to it when we actually, well, I don't know, maybe we won't get this far into, I don't know how far 2016 goes. I think these characters get brought up, at least some of them. But one of the funny things that happens with Berserk 2016, as I was saying, is that he gets his comrades back. Like he gets a new band, right? But they're all a bunch of midgets.
What?
Spoilers! Oh,
Share screen.
I want to find out they were midgets on my own.
These are his comrades. This is Casca. So size reference to how tall she is next to Guts.
Thank you for more spoilers.
Guts is huge.
He's a man now. All right. Anyway, let's not make this an 8-hour podcast. Does anybody have thoughts that they didn't get to express? Go, please give them to me.
Okay, so oh Jesus Christ! Oh yeah. The thing Green Line, or was it Green Line saying? Oh no. Whoever was saying is watch 97. Green Line and I discussed something about like if you watch 97, you can go into the Golden Age films and at least fill in any of the gaps that they make, but they're probably a lot more palatable to watch.
When I watched the beginning of the Golden Age film, I think it started specifically at the part when he's fighting Bazuzo, the Onion Knight guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you'd need to watch 97 to go into the Golden Age unless you specifically want to see...
No, it's exclusively to fill in the gaps of things they cut out.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the Golden Age to find out how it was different in terms of like, because I was just talking about how pacing isn't ideal in the 97 series, and I feel like it could be streamlined.
Link out.
What's up?
And tell me your thoughts. I'm just having an honest me moment here, trying to figure out. I don't remember that being a reference.
Black cartoon characters?
Yeah, I don't remember that being anything they brought up in the series or anything.
Well, I think that people are basing it off of her skin color.
You mean she's Asian?
I don't think she's black in terms of like, I don't think she's African based on her hair.
Yeah.
I think that it's possible that she's, I mean, they live in Midland.
Midland?
Yeah. So it's a made up fictional thing.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I do have, I can pull one thing up before we end.
Well, she definitely looks way better in I assume that's Golden Age art.
Yes.
It is.
Totally agree with that statement. Yes. See more. Where is oh no, there it is. Facebook. Come on. See more. Where the fuck is my saved for later show? Oh, here it is. Okay.
I think we should save the "Did Griffith do anything wrong?" discussion for the next discussion, because
Okay.
Yeah, Putnam is not fully in the know of what Griffith did.
Let's see if I can find this fucking
well,
thing.
also it would probably take a lot longer than anticipated.
I must not have saved it. Is it this one? This is too good. Hold on.
It's happening live, guys.
Oh yeah, the sound effects were complete ass in the anime.
You didn't like any of the stock sound effects or anything?
All right, I hope we don't get flagged for this.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's too good.
That was awesome.
Well played. Well
Shield
played.
did its job though.
Oh, stop! You're gonna get us copyright for more.
Oh, okay. I found it.
We got
Let me
what?
turn off the audio here. All right. So in answering, do I think that Casca is black?
Well, it wasn't that. Wait, what? Oh, okay.
That's what I picture. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
Possibly.
I didn't think she was black. I thought she was more like Middle
Half-
Eastern or
yeah,
whatever.
well, I
yeah,
think
or half black.
Maybe black and Asian combined.
Blasian?
She's tan.
Or tanned, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's more than just tan. Personally,
The new pornographers?
It's
What?
dark. It's just
that's a band. That's a band that I must have liked on on Facebook at one point.
I think I have
Wow.
one of their songs. Now that I think about it.
I can't remember like specifically what it would have been from, and I don't have my iTunes library on my phone anymore to remember which song I liked from them. Anyway, all right. Any more thoughts before I continually dox myself? Thanks.
oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
I feel like me and Greenline discussed some things. What is it? We really processed a lot of thoughts, but I'm completely blanking on one of the bigger points. I know I'm missing.
I mean, it's more for me. Some of the stuff is more towards when we watch Golden Age trilogy. I can get my full thoughts out on that because it's a comparison between the manga, the 1997 anime, and the films. But like, there's a scene where Guts kills the kid.
Oh, dude! Oh, that was definitely.
I love that. I was gonna tweet out a screenshot of that with the kids looking in. Are you winning, Dad?
That was definitely a huge thing. I remember. That was like my only I guess story issue, if you want to call it that. But I still think like it has reason. But I just thought, really, he couldn't have gone through like, quote, the legal system, like enforcement being like, yo, we got evidence that this bro tried to assassinate me. But instead he's like, you know what, let's assassinate him.
They couldn't go through the legal system because they're commoners. They're not royalty. You'd be accusing. This is the problem that fucking Naofumi had, accusing the royalty of wrongdoing. You know,
yeah,
they're above the law.
I guess he was royal.
Yeah, and in that situation, the kid that he kills, like that's another important moment, is that following Griffith's dream and becoming Griffith's right-hand man immediately made Guts do things that were immoral and weighed on his conscience. Which is just another part of like how the story plays out.
I just thought that, man, he botched that assassination so hard.
And my favorite thing about that, though, is like, who could have done this? Looks at this enormous sword stab in the wall. I always love it when he's fucking running up the spiral, like, spires of a castle, and just like whoosh, whoosh, with this enormous sword.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I think in the manga and in the films, he doesn't use his sword. I think he uses a different sword.
Oh, that would be smart. Yeah.
That's exactly what he should have done in the first place.
Yeah.
I just thought he botched
Because
it so hard.
everybody would fucking know it's him. How would they not? Just there's these giant sword gaps. Who do we know in the kingdom that sword?
That being said, I was surprised that apparently, he got away with it. Holy crap!
Well, not only that, fucking Griffith gets away with murdering the queen.
Right, but then sleeps with the princess and gets fucked. Can't get away with that.
So, what I remember the final thing before, before I'm like satisfied, I guess, is
before you can peek in your.
Yeah, please make it all the way to completion.
Yes. I need to. Okay, so I had such big anticipation for the eclipse. Like, I saw the imagery from like the third volume of the Blu-ray and everything, and I thought, holy crap, that looks sick. And I don't want to go into the full details because it would take so long that I did with Greenline, but more or less it simultaneously was and wasn't what I was expecting. And it's like, I thought they could have done some things that were a lot cooler, but like the bigger thing was that when the eclipse happened, I thought Griffith was just gonna be like corrupted, like going down this path of corruption, which he already kind of was up to that point. But instead, it was like, oh, he was isolated in the tower. He's on the brink of death, and this is like, oh, here's my rebirth. Whereas I thought he would just be like in fine health, whatever. He would just be gradually getting more and more corrupt until he decides to do the betrayal or whatever. And then I thought he would be isolated. I didn't think he would have all these not apostles. What are they called? The five God hand whatever guys.
They're called the apostates, aren't they?
The apostates. So the prostates are.
So in the manga, he does use his sword, but in the manga, his sword is also not nearly as massive looking. Because this is before he gets the Dragon Slayer sword.
So
and it appears in the manga that he couldn't quite make him out.
Big fucking sword doesn't matter.
I don't know. I feel like it's not leaving as big of a hole in the wall as I would have pictured with the other sword.
So regarding the prostates,
liked.
Yes.
the five people, like when they come in, it comes in such a weird Thule way of.
Oh, it is apostle, not
like,
apostate.
Like what is it? They, for the lack of a better term, they come in like they're twirly mustache villains. Like they're like, look how evil I am. And like, I mean, it's honestly more of a minor gripe, but I'm just saying I had such high expectations for this to be like such a like dark and gritty like event, which it still
metal
was.
As fuck. Are you serious?
No, it still was. It's just for some reason that like stopping to be like, we're evil and stuff, and like that was the kind of thing that. It got rid of the it made it flaccid, like for lack of a better term. But it was still pretty interesting. It's just that in some ways it didn't live up to my expectations, but I want to see more. I'm definitely curious to see more, obviously. And in fact, I want to buy more of the deluxe editions. I have 3 of the deluxe editions, which is 9 volumes. So I'm definitely interested in getting more so I can go past it. But then again, I have to watch the anime. I can watch the anime to get past it.
So what did you guys think of? What did you guys think of like the battle strategies, where like the what do you call it? Tactics of Griffith and whatnot, where like they would cross the river and all that shit. Like, did you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, that was fine and all, but I think I cared so little about. I was so bored and cared so little at that point that that I was just like I was numb. Like I was not.
Nah.
Wasn't
worth looking into. Like, wait,
does that actually can that? Hang on, let me pull up my little map of this fucking.
I remember something else that relates to this. Is that the battle sections? I'm so used to the idea of Guts being up against the odds of these like monumental beings, like everything's an uphill battle, but everything before the eclipse felt like the opposite. It felt like a walk in the park. It felt like you had the OP character with all the cheat codes enabled, that everything was boring because of that as well. Like I did not care about the battles as well because of that. And like, of course Griffith is going to come up with the best way to approach every situation, and yeah, of course Guts is going to absolutely slaughter all of the bosses,
or at least fucking survive.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess to wrap up, like in total, it's like for the most part, I was kind of bored. Like Reese was saying, I do think 20 and everything past that, that's when it was starting to get good and interesting. But overall, I feel like my expectations were, I had too much expectation based on what I've seen in like all Berserk media, like demons and all this, that I kind of screwed myself.
It's kind of weird that they had a fairy show up in that one that like first Force Purge scene.
That character is in the manga too, but not at that point.
But like, why not just have the if they're gonna even have a fairy? Why not just have the freaking fairy, be the human in episode 1.
Because that fairy exists for, like, when you actually read it, you'll see like that fairy is like the character that goes into like chibi and does like all these like typical anime.
Hey, listen, character.
No, it's not just that. It's like it like you know the face that we were just talking about earlier about Anya, like the smug Anya face from Spy Family. That character is all of those faces and like does these different things where the body goes from being like, you know, a defined,
like the mild comedy relief character.
Yeah, it's a comedy relief character that would have existed only for that one episode and would have gone like you would treat that character if you only had it for the one episode like Jar Jar Binks.
Huh.
So
I definitely did not expect Berserk to have that type of character in it. Like I thought it was all going to be dark, gritty, depressing, want a KMS.
Yeah, well, that's the point of the character is to because at that point in the story, and it's brilliant. It really is brilliant writing because at that point in the story, every other character is gone. It's Guts by himself. So in order to make the story have not only comic relief, but to have the character who is there to acknowledge that what Guts is doing is inhumane at that point, they needed to bring in another character. Otherwise, Guts is just going to be raging for the sake of raging, and you wouldn't even question the fact that what he's doing is against his own morals. You know, that he lost because of the events of the eclipse, you know?
Anyway, so I'm to completion at this point.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything.
Wow. Okay. Sorry. No, I just on that note, a certain Damon Mills accuser just tweeted from his actual main account, I think about all my friends that I love, and then I have to remind myself, your real friends aren't the ones you partied with for years. They're the ones you can watch porn with.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Great.
Porn Watch Club 1.
Yes, let's
Well.
watch the official thing, like something called porn, like the motion picture. We have to watch
No,
the
we
porn.
have to actually watch a hentai.
No,
On
we have to watch
that note-
the porn, not just some porn. The porn.
End
Oh, God.
broadcast. Goodbye. Good
Bye.
night, everybody.